Got our friend Captain JC rolling it down to 5 left.
Air 4605, heavy contact, departure.
4605, departure. Now.
I don't think he thought I was live. He's on his way to Hong Kong. It was Atlas Air Flight 4605. Originally was supposed to take off around 6:30 this morning. Just taking off. Our friend Captain JC. Boy, I was rushing to get on the air here. Of course, we got a little rain going on here. And of course, we have a bad audio cable, so stand by 1 second here.
Down to 24X, back 025 left line of the way. Second 732 at Juliet, hold short of runway 25 right.
Juliet, hold short of my right. I think that's 732.
Of course, now the rain comes as well. Well, I'll step in here and say good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We've had a little rain in and out the last few days, and of course, Monday is going to be even worse for rain. But the good news is, I think we'll be fine here today. A little light sprinkles here and there, but nothing the plane jockeys can't make it through here today, as we'll just have to grab our plane spotter towels and just cover the equipment the best we can. All right, starting a little early as we had our friend Captain JC taking off there on the south side. All right, just bear with me here as the rain is now coming down a little bit harder. All right, stand by, everyone. I gotta cover the equipment. We'll begin here shortly.
Quebec Sierra, contact departure.
Go to departure. Have a great day for inspection.
Do you have Korean Air Flight 17, the A380 Super, coming in from Seoul, next arrival on the north side. Come on, rain, get out of here. Chris becoming a silver member. Once again, thank you so much, Chris. And Chris back with the super chat. Thank you so much, Chris says, hello, Kevin. Long time no see. It's been a long time there, Chris. Good to see you. And our friend 757 ship with the $10 super jet. Thank you so much, ship. Good morning, Kevin. I heard the forecast calls for mostly cloudy in addition to a chance of clowning around.
Juliet's current LA altimeter is 2990.
Always on the Big Sunday show. This light sprinkle that we're seeing right now, this is the hardest of the rain that we've witnessed all morning, should make its way through and should be pretty much cloudy for the remainder of today. All right, so we are just protecting the most of the equipment.
24, keep the speed up to the end and runway 25 right, line up away. Can you take Fox actually?
We can take Fox right now, 1124.
1124, runway 25 right at Fox, line up and wait.
Line up away, 24 right at Fox right now, 1124.
Let's take you over to the north side. It's our first A380. Green Air Flight 17 coming in from Seoul. Now short final for 24 left.
$11.24 RNF Docker, 125 right at 5, sharp 50 takeoff.
And currently touching down on 24 left. Also have a Qantas A380 Super now pushing back from Tom Bradley. That's A380. Of course, will be towed over to the Qantas hangar, which is out to the west of us. United 757 rolling it down to 25 right.
At 1124, contact Spark.
Contact Spark getting 1124.
31570 RNF Docker, 125 right, 50 takeoff.
Let's take you back to that A380 Super here.
Blue 324, 125 right, line up away.
25 right, line up away, W 324.
Philippine, the 777 at 300ER, now about to touch down at 24 left.
FedEx 881 heavy LA turn. 81 Heavy, runway 25 left on a wake, traffic on a 10 mile front.
Danny Ortiz with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Danny. Hey, Kevin and Rudy and everyone at AVL family. How you guys doing? Alert. Green Air Flight 11 arriving late. 5:08 p.m. Have a great stream. Thank you for the update there, Danny. Foster 398 with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Foster 398. Finally, my Sunday Funday dose of AVL. Good to have you. In case you guys probably can't see, I'm behind the scenes, but I have a foot pedal now to technical direct my show. So if you hear me pouncing down on the ground, I'm not upset. I'm just trying to click myself through the show. All right. Well, that officially takes us to the top of the hour, the top of the show. And officially 8 a.m. here in a rainy, cloudy Los Angeles, California. Welcome back, everyone who's ready for another awesome day of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Stand by. We've got an MD-11 now taking off. If Kevin can find it. All right, where were we? All right. Hello, I am your Plane Jockey Kevin. Plane Jockey Rudy should be joining me here at any time here at Imperial Hill. So I got a foot pedal now directing the show, which is helpful. I've also put a monitor, if you guys are watching behind the scenes. I now have a monitor on the camera now, and this is the first time I'm using it, and I got to tell you, it's taken me a little longer to get used to it. All right, as we continue on here, we do have a Queen about to arrive here on the south side. Asiana Cargo 747 about to touch down on 25 left. And this Queen should be crossing over 25 right and heading up to the north side of the South Complex. A 28-year-old 747-400 used to be a passenger plane and now cargo plane, originally delivered in 1995.
Tower, American 2010, ILS 25 left.
2010 LA Tower, wind 0906, runway 25 left.
25 left, clear land, American 2010.
Now we'll make that right-hand turn as it heads up there to the northeast corner.
288 LA Tower, runway 25 right. That's just my right line available. 288. 916 LA Tower, wind 0906, runway 25 left, clear land.
Land over, 25 left, right.
That was American Airlines Flight 1578 heading to Boston at A321. Going slightly mad, a member for 20 months. As a platinum member, says 4 more months until the sheriff badge. I saw LSG Sky Chef truck on the 10 freeway in Yucaipa yesterday. I wonder if he was in Palm Springs. Oh, maybe.
Hotel on Quebec, hold short 25 right OS 1421.
838 Quebec Sierra, LA Tower, U1. Quebec Sierra for now, hold short of runway 25
Good to see us going slightly mad. All right, we got our next A380 Super. Next arrival there. On the north side on 2 for the left. How's that pedal working at? All right, we got these lovely power lines to deal with here.
JetBlue 288 on empty dock, runway 25 right, take off.
Of course, this flight coming in from Seoul in this A380 Super.
Tower Southwest 883, ILS 25 left.
883 LA Tower, 1206, runway 25 left, clear line.
Clear land, 25 left, Southwest 883.
All right. Catch up on the shot as it continues on down 24 left. The Korean Air A380 Super still making his way over to Tom Bradley.
Come on, sir, JetBlue 288. Next 2010, exit to the right.
Turn American 2010.
American 2010, exit here, hold short, runway 25 right, head Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet, American 2010.
So Korean Air Flight 11, Danny Ortiz letting us know is running about, well, what, 2.5 hours late here today? A lot of king and queen action already this morning. Should be another great day of plane spotting here in Los Angeles.
American American 2, contact Quebec partner. Take Quebec here at Fox track, cross runway 25 left, hold short runway 25 right.
Should be seeing this King making a left-hand turn onto Lima. Taxiway Lima here. That is the West Gates, what we call the hottest club here at LAX.
Polaris 916, exit 2.
Disco lane still lit up.
Hotel liner hold short 25 right at Lima, Polaris 916.
American 26, Juliet, cross runway 25 right from the ground. Cross 25 right, Juliet, point 75. Polaris 916, cross runway 25 right.
Now cross on 125 right at Lima, now 75 Polaris 916.
James becoming a silver member. Thank you so much, James. GE with the $2 super chat says, do you have a new camera setup? Just curious. Yes, we do, James. Or GE. I'm sitting over here laughing because I always tell people all the time, because they come and see our setup here at Imperial Hill or whatever, and they are just amazed at the amount of equipment that we got going on this thing. And Kevin just continues to add more and more chaos to the whole thing. I've got wires going everywhere. But it's all for you guys. It's all for you. I want to give you the best, most professional aviation live stream in the universe. And I think we got it right here. And of course, Kevin never stops. I just find out more ways to add more equipment and more tools to the stream. So enjoy. Busy taxiway Lima there. My gosh.
Update 83 exit here, down on L, hold short from runway 25 right at Quebec.
Alright, exit here, and then hotel hold short of 25 right at Quebec, Southwest 8.
Philippine 777 now making way to the gate. We also have Cathay Pacific 777 300ER. Also making our way into the gates of Tom Bradley. So it looks like the Cathay Pacific 777 300ER heading to the gates on the southeast quarter of the terminal. Korean Air A380 Super still on Lima. Also have the Asiana A380 Super making his way over here to the south side. A couple of awesome super chats to get to. Oops. Legend Jane with a $550 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Jane. Jane says, Kevin, your setup looks even more professional now. I love it. You like this? Well, you can't see it on Jockey Cam, but you can see it on Behind the Scenes, which is on Facebook and YouTube here today. You can see it. Look at this. It's controlled chaos. It's controlled chaos. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support as always.
425 right at Juliet, American 28.
Thank you, Shane. Skittles with the $35 super chats through PayPal says, good morning, everyone. It looks cloudy down there. Thanks for the coverage, Kevin. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you so much, Skittles. Yeah, it's been a rainy weekend. A rainy weekend. A lot of plane spotters in town. At the collectible show yesterday. Well, we grabbed some video from there yesterday. We'll share it a few times here on the broadcast. Here, you know, I'm going to show you guys what this thing is. So this is the pedal. So now Kevin gets to direct his show just by clicking on the ground. Camera 1, back to me. Camera 2, back to me. So now Kevin doesn't have to reach over constantly, though I have that option. So there you go. There you go. Always finding new ways.
Departure, good day. Quebec here.
Of course, that's United Dreamliner coming in from Australia. That'll be towed over to the maintenance hangar here at LAX for an A check. Michael with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Michael.
25 right at Juliet. That was 4118.
Next takeoff is American Airlines flight 1952. It's an A321 heading to Charlotte.
Just flight 1814, take parking.
Go to
Ooh, this pedal thing is going to work great. No more reaching around. So can we get rid of these power balls, please? That's the next step. All right, that is the Asiana Super coming in from Seoul. Slowly but surely making his way over to the gates of Tom Bradley, which is a very popular place this morning. Also just had China Eastern 777-300ER just touching down here on the south side. All right, Kevin can't run two cameras at the same time. That's what I was just trying to do.
Tower 57
All right, Asiana will make that left-hand turn on to Lima. Korean Air A380 Super now heading to the gates. And China Eastern, the 777-300ER, flight 583, coming in from Shanghai. A 777-300ER waits to cross over 25 right. A lot of action here this morning.
Juliet cross 25 right now. Juliet cross only 25 right down.
Also, Spirit Airlines flight 2456 heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, an A320. Next takeoff here on the south side.
Southwest 883, cross 25 right at Quebec, ground point 750, Southwest 883. For departure, mark 1622 more.
And the Korean Air A380 Super now makes that left-hand turn, the final turn into the gates of Tom Bradley.
Oh, American 607, outside 100.
American 607, LA Tower 10704, runway 25 left.
To the line 25 left, clear in there. 607.
Reposted for Tokes with the $2 super chats is A380 at LAX. Oh, many. MK with a $3 super chat. Thanks so much, MK. Reposted back with the $2 super chat is Asiana Airlines at A380 at LAX. Oh, yes. Now the Asiana A380 Super now heading to the gates of a very busy Tom Bradley this morning.
Falcon 72 November, stay parked.
We're going to stick with all this A380 action. We also have Delta Airlines Flight 678 heading to Atlanta.
Here's 2456,
A350 making her way down taxiway Bravo to 25 right. Asiana A380 Super making that final turn, heading into the gates there on the southwest corner of Tom Bradley.
So 1418 exit to the right, Juliet, caution 25 right, ground.
Right here and cross on Juliet, runway 25 right, cross on Juliet, on the ground, Delta 1418.
There's the A350 continuing it down to Bravo.
Hey, DMX 2690, Honda for 25 left.
American 2690 LA traveling 3904 and 35 left.
25 left, go line, that's
4108 LA tower traffic crossing.
And China Eastern, the 777 at 300 ER coming from Shanghai, and that makes that final turn. Also heading into the southwest corner. Speaking of A350s with Delta, we also have Delta Airlines Flight 42 coming in from Sydney, Australia. Just 10 minutes out from a south side arrival. All right, we do have Hawaiian A330 rolling down at 24 left. They're on the north side. Heavy.
Ground Giant 8711 Heavy, SI1, push start with Juliet, will be 1 engine, time for the start.
You're on tower frequency, contact ground.
Start.
Very busy, Tom Bradley, this morning. Hope you guys are all doing great. Reposted, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much. Reposted for Talks. Reposted for Talks. Back with the $1 super chat. Thank you so much. And Nicholas with the super chat says greetings from YUL in Canada. Hello there. Hope you're staying warm. Ah, nice. Thank you. And of course, if you guys are liking today's broadcast, and of course we're just getting started, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all set. We'll be back on Tuesday after today's show. We're looking possibly going back to a location we haven't been to in a while. Oh, so stay tuned. Of course, Plane Jockey Rudy will be joining me here at Imperial Hill here, hopefully soon. And as everyone comes in from all around the world, I want to thank you for tuning in and spending the day with us here at Airline Videos Live. Oh, see, now that's a mistake. Now, Kevin should have been on camera 2, and he kept it on camera 1. Can we erase that and do that again? Oh, yes, go Lions. Go Lions. Yes, absolutely. Next takeoff here on the south side is Southwest Airlines Flight 2683 heading to Phoenix, Arizona, 737-700. That'll be followed by Delta Airlines Flight 678 heading to Atlanta, Georgia, at A350-900.
Flight 690 here, Juliet, cross running 35 right to Rhino, Bravo, and ground.
Hotel Juliet, Bravo, cross 25 right onto Bravo.
I have a couple of Queens lighting up. Atlas Air Flight 8711 heading to Anchorage. It's a 747-400 freighter. Also, Air China Cargo Flight 8434 heading to Beijing in a 747-400 freighter. Both those Queens will have south side takeoffs coming up here shortly. Still waiting on that Southwest takeoff here on the south side. Punch the pedal. Oh, I think I'm seeing a new T-shirt. Punch the pedal.
2683, wind 3904, and after dock running 25 right.
Punch the pedal. It sounds like a game show. Punch the pedal.
678 heavy electron, 25 right, line of
At least an emoji, right? Punch the pedal emoji. At the very least. All right, Southwest flight now finally taken off. Flight Sim School, a member for 11 months. As the Silver members, this is another good morning from cold, wintry Montreal. Well, spring is on its way, right? At least that's what I keep on telling people. You know? Maybe. All right, we got that A350 now taking off. There in the distance, you see that Air China 747-400 freighter. This flight will be heading to Beijing, flight 8434.
Nice 251, exit here, hold short runway 25 right at Juliet.
Okay, exit here, Hotel 7, hold short at 25 right at the Juliet, 251.
Unfortunately, T9 at the doctor, 25 right, take off.
Legend Jane! Hello, Jane. Hello again, Jane. Gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Awesome support there, Jane. Thank you so much, Jane. Well, no better day to be gifted memberships. I'll explain why. Of course, many of you guys know. All right, Bob, drop it. Legend Jane. Gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Of course, today is the big Sunday show. If you're just gifted a membership, this could be yours. How about an official AVL on the fly t-shirt? This could be yours. All you have to do is be a YouTube member here on AVL. Be in the chat and give you a code word to enter. That is coming up a bit later. Dater. Of course, we're all excited. Bob. Well, Bob's excited about dropping more boxes, but we're very excited about the relaunch of AVL on the fly. Hopefully, you guys caught some of our test streams. We were live last Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Finally, yesterday, I got to tell you, I went to the collectibles show. A bunch of the people there at the collectibles show goes, "So you're not streaming today, huh?" Well, you know, Kevin needs a break from the action. So here we are, back again. Now, tomorrow, don't expect any test stream because it's going to be really a wet mess here in the Southland. We'll be back on Tuesday, possibly another test stream on Wednesday as well. So be on the lookout for AVL on the fly. It's looking good. We finally are able now to use our main graphics, our overlays. Whenever you guys send a super chat or milestone chats or whatever it may be, we can now put those on the screen. So if you send a milestone super chat with text, we can actually read it. So slowly but surely, don't call me Shirley, it's getting there. That is United Airlines flight 1890. We'll be heading to Newark in the 777-200ER. Have United Airlines flight 2609 heading to Boston, 757-200, heading on down 225 right. United very busy this morning. This United Dreamliner now pushing that back. The Streamliner will also head to the maintenance hangar here for an A check. That is the move team right there, working around the clock here at LAX, moving these Dreamliners around the airports. Can't believe it's almost been a year since we did our behind-the-scenes tour with United here at LAX. Our first behind-the-scenes video we've ever done. Of course, our next behind-the-scenes video airing not too long from now. The behind-the-scenes of Ops Tour at SFO. Can't wait to share it with you guys.
Good morning, LA Tower.
American 1998 LA Tower, Cockpit turns to be by heavy, A350, short final.
Do you have Delta Airlines? Say 42 coming in from Sydney. About to land here on the south side.
Okay, 3676 LA Tower, full length, runway 25 right, on the way.
Boy, right. Okay, 36.
Pull off of that. We do that United 757 now taking off. I'm loving this new pedal. Again, this is Flight 42 coming in from Sydney, Australia.
They're trying to face 8434 heavy LA Tower. Which runway are you set up for?
The last, I'm afraid.
Roger. 42 heavy, traffic is ready for you to depart.
42 heavy, roger.
Delta 42 heavy, if you're on Charlie, November Northward.
So that Atlas Air Queen
Charlie,
pushing
November
it back.
Charlie, November, North Route, Delta 42.
Okay, 3676, North Empty Dock, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 727, LA Tower, runway 25 right, on its way.
Southwest, southwest, southwest.
They're trying to freight 8434 heavy up to and hold short of runway 25 left for landing traffic.
So 25 left.
James with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, James. Boarding the Dreamliner flight. Flight 1140, tail end at 24973. We're at gate 72A. Catch us taking off if you can. 840 takeoff, 787. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, James. We will certainly catch that. Thank you so much.
Over to departure.
Atlas Air Queen now pushing it back. Should be seeing that Air China cargo 747-400 freighter heading to Beijing, flight 8434. Heading to the 25s. Also Air Canada flight 776 heading to Montreal and an A330-300. CE becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, CE. And Richard Flair with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. Hello from Chicago O'Hare and Chicago Midway, Kevin. Chicago will be getting a January thaw with some freezing rain to start. When you zoom into the ENE, I can see SoFi Stadium. Yes, SoFi, very quiet place. Well, be careful there, Richard. You know, when things thaw, they freeze again and become black ice. That's very dangerous. It's one thing. Only time I've ever been in a car accident, twice. Thankfully, it was just ran over a stop sign. But hitting black ice twice, what a mess. All right, you see the Atlas Air Queen there in the foreground, the Air China Cargo 747 getting ready there on 25 left. So if you like it nice and loud, you're in luck. Almost to 1,000 likes here already. 2.3 thousand of you watching all around the world. Thanks, you guys. The Air Canada A330 lined up on 25 right.
Jet 411, take parking.
411.
Air Canada 776 Heavy, 10705 on at the dock, running 25 right, take off.
We love that.
Okay, 3473 OHR, cross the 25 right.
There we got the Air Canada A330 300 now rolling down at 25 right.
American 1234, good morning, ILS 25 left.
American 1234, late tower, caution late turn, will be depart to go, 10705 on at 25 left.
Airline 25 left, American 1234.
Jet 411, left on Alpha 7, left on Alpha, do not stop the further, runway contact ground point 75, keep it moving.
Air Mexico flight 646, 787, 8 Dreamliner, 9 minutes out from a Southside arrival on 25 left.
Okay, 3423 on after Docker, only 25 right, take off. 1185 LA tower, only 25 right, wait. Right, on a wait, not a little bit left.
Up next, Alaska SkyWest flight 3473, heading to SFO in an E175 LR.
1185 traffic head will be straight out on at the dock runway 25 right, take off. Got 786 LA tower runway 25 right, right.
25 right, left wing. Alright, right on Hotel 7, left on Hotel, and short of Quebec, American 33.
As a Latam 787-9 Dreamliner will be towed out to the remote gates. As they tow this Alaska 737-800 over to Terminal 6. Oh, wee!
Over to departure at 1185.
United 1093 LA tower runway 25 left, good line.
25 left, forward.
That was United Airlines flight 1185 heading to Cabo in that 737-800. Still waiting on this Queen to start marching over to the 25s. Misopinionated, a member for 20 months. This is a cold member says good morning from Maryland on this windy 28-degree day. Brr! Good morning. All right, the Queen now moving toward the 25s. Back over here, this is American Airlines Flight 33 coming up from JFK, and this A321 will be waiting to cross over. Next takeoff here on the south side at 25 right is United Airlines Flight 1890. We'll be heading to Newark at a 777-200ER. Terry M with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Good morning, Kevin from sunny, finally, West Michigan. A great day for planes and football. Thanks for the show, as always. You betcha. Boy, the Lions. Boy, oh boy. Rooting on the Lions. Do me a favor, guys. Don't turn us off. Don't turn us off as the Lions are playing. Just have us on in the background.
LA Tower, hello, Delta 814, ILS 25 left.
American 1234, Julie Cox, heavy contact with departure.
Departure United 290.
Delta 814 LA Tower, runway 25 left, clear to land.
25 left, clear to land, Delta 814.
8711 heavy LA Tower, it will be a few minutes for your departure. The plan to depart is
Got that Queen marching down to 25. More than likely 25 left.
Hotel 70 Bravo, United 7.
Shows occupied left on hotel, hold short of Quebec, call your companies to verify because you can't do that.
Left hotel, short of Quebec, call company,
Next takeoff here on the south side of Alaska Airlines flight 1412 heading to Liberia. It's a 737-800. Steve, remember for 16 months as a platinum member. Thank you so much, Steve. Wow, 16 months. Time sure flies when you're having fun. Have you said anything about travel? When do you think you'll be back at DFW? Not sure on DFW just yet, Steve. I should have is the key word. Should have booked everything for New York last week, but of course I got busy with the AVL on the fly. That is my goal tomorrow, is to book the travel for JFK. We'll be heading back to the TWA Hotel at the end of March. Plane Jockey Rudy will be joining me there. That is our next scheduled trip, but of course things could happen before that as well. I got to concentrate just on one trip at one time, or else Kevin will go crazy. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, 1093, airplane should be pushed back.
Okay, United 1093, just let me know if you can't see that. That's 4097, turn right on hotel, full short of golf, fire company, let me know if you can see that.
Red Hotel, short to go, full golf, check.
This flight heading to Cabo, American Airlines flight 2656. It's an A321. Next takeoff here on the south side. 25 right, United Airlines flight 1416 heading to Houston, 737-900 ER.
Hey, 4987, gates open. Tower.
Heather, a member for 2 months, is a gold member. Says hi, Kevin in chat. Hi there, Heather. Hope you're well. Brian Oxley, a member for 30 months, is a silver member. Says hi, Kevin. Really enjoyed the test streams this week. Thank you so much, Brian. We'll have more of those next week. Oh, Kevin, take camera 2. All right, now come back to main camera. Uh-oh. There we go. I'll tell you, now with this pedal, I'm the hardest working live streamer in aviation, no doubt. What's that instrument called where someone's like playing the banjo, playing the drums? They're playing like 5 different instruments all at the same time. That's what I feel like.
That's the 1340 LA currently 25 right now. Exit here, hold short 25 right if you're
I love
502, we're searching out for...
I love ALTO Leaf. Sorry. And now all those words come together. I have a hard time trying to pronounce it. A member for 27 months. This is Silver Member. This is good morning, Kevin. Love the 2 camera setup. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's at times it could be a little much because you're trying to outthink yourself, which sometimes just doesn't work very well. Sometimes you get confused. It's flight coming in from Houston, flight 2361 in this A320. Next takeoff is Alaska Airlines flight 1340 heading to Cancun, Mexico at a 737-900 ER.
24-3 for departure, line up and wait 25 right now.
We're approaching the top of the hour. 1,100 likes. Thanks you guys so much.
342, hold short on the 25 right.
Morning.
Hold short of 25 right of Lima, and that's what. Okay, we are clear to land 25 left hand, 5
Alaska 1340, contact with departure.
Over departure, Alaska 1346.
1.205, LA Tower, contact with traffic cross, runway 25.
What?
Line up and wait.
5.25 right.
Fell?
205.
Rudy's over here breaking my toys.
American 2650.
I have too many toys anymore.
2636 after the 47 full length. Tower Delta 890, ILS 259.
All right, another United 777 now rolling down. This is flight 1158 heading to Honolulu. It's a 777-200.
8711 heavy, check full position, cross running 25 right, to land well for the full length.
Cross 25 right, right turn Bravo, full length, 8711.
1093, is there any update on your gate?
They just closed the door, so we're talking maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Just 498 filling, golf, cross running 25 right, running ground plus 5.
Focus ready, golf over to ground, Gus, 487.
361, cross running 25 right, cross 25 right, ground plus
43, good day, you're not left at the end. Delta 890,
Delta 890 LA Tower, Causeway turn to by heavy Dreamliner, heavy Spartello, 10905, runway 35 left for line.
Over there, over on Lima, that is Eva Air and the Star Alliance livery. This is a 777-300ER. What they do is they tow this usually from the west gates. They'll tow it over to Tom Bradley. So we will hopefully see that as a south side takeoff a bit later in the show. Next takeoff here on the south side is Delta Airlines flight 2205 heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas in an A320. That'll be followed by that Atlas Air Queen flight 8711 heading to Anchorage, the 747-400 ER freighter. Are you plugged
Hello?
in? Hello?
I'm plugged
Good
in.
morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
Welcome to the hill. To
You
me.
welcome to the hill.
Yes. How's it going so far?
Well, you know, So I have this new pedal thing, which is actually saving the day. But
Oh, nice.
I'm getting myself confused a little bit.
Yeah?
So yeah, main camera, middle. To the left is camera 2, 3 is jockey cam. So I'm getting it mixed up, and then I put a new monitor on the main camera, and I'm trying to get used to that too. So there's more toys going on here.
Well, I'm confused. Are we flying the planes, or?
I feel like it.
Boy, oh boy. Don't mess up.
I'm telling you.
And 502, exit right, hold short on 25 right,
Hold short 25 right, Juliet, 502.
Pedal to the metal.
Tower, go please.
This is Delta Airlines 2205 taking off to Dallas Fort Worth on an A320.
2205, contact SoCal departure.
Over SoCal departure, Delta 2205.
All right, we got that Queen up next for takeoff. This is American Airlines flight 2126, flight heading to Miami. 777-200ER will head to the south side for takeoff here shortly. Of course, the Queen ready for takeoff here on 25 right.
Stay on the runway, exit Hotel 9. Next 646 heavy, hold short on the 25 right up. Right now. At 502, Juliet, cross on the 25 right, coming around 25.
Juliet, cross 25 right, we'll contact right.
This is Atlas Air 8711 taking off to Anchorage on a 747-400 freighter.
Tower Unit 1093, just holding short here, Bravo 17. They're calling for push clearance, and I guess they're letting some people in the alley to park. Did you want us to keep moving here? Or?
Nope, I'll hold you there.
All right,
thank you.
That officially takes us to the top of the hour. Just after 9 a.m. here in a cloudy Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's a big Sunday show here on January 21st, almost the end of January 2024. We are the Plane Jockeys back here together here on the south side. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hello, good morning, Rudy.
Hello and good morning. Good to be here. Happy Sunday. How's everyone doing?
Well, you know, the rain has stopped, so that's always good, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did it wake you up in the middle of the night?
No.
It was so loud out where I live, and this morning it was pretty dry. The sun is out, so
the rain was so loud it woke you up.
It was loud. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm like, all right, I guess I'm not sleeping tonight.
Wow. No, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, good to be here.
Good to have you. I feel like I just saw you.
Yeah. It's been quite the weekend. Great way to just enjoy planes and friends.
Yeah. Too bad it was raining yesterday.
Well, it just added to the funness and the ambiance of it all. Add in a little bit of reverse ops, and yeah, it was a good day. This is Aeromexico 646 coming in from Mexico City on the 787-8 Dreamliner.
Yes, a little reverse action here at LAX.
We're at
in the afternoon.
Yeah, we're at the Proud Bird. Got to catch the Emirates A380 taking off on 7 right. That was a lot of fun.
It's very nice.
American 2656, contact South
Marcy member for 22 months. This is Silver members as well. Another month. Great job. Thank you so much, Marcy. And our friend Randy Schwartz, a member for 32 months, is a Diamond member. Says, Kevin, I love the test streams. Work schedule did interfere. The new graphics are awesome. The clarity of the stream, amazing. I agree, Randy. 32 months of enjoyment on Sundays and the other days. Buddy seems to enjoy much more. Hi, Rudy.
Hi, Randy.
I think, Randy, you also sent a PayPal. Double check that real quick. Yes, Randy, with a $25 super chat through PayPal. Thanks so much, Randy. Kevin, how I wish I could make it more. Your streams help me get through a very difficult time. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Back to your original comment real quick, Randy, about the test streams. I gotta tell you, we were fooling around with this and that and all that jazz, and I think we finally got the winning formula on the test streams. I think we're good to go. One other thing we were able to, I was talking about earlier, our super chat graphics can now be, our main graphics can now be put on AVL on the fly.
Wow, okay,
so now
that's
we
good.
can actually read the chats, you know what I mean?
That was the one little thing, but I figured we were gonna tweak it to the point where it's perfection. So,
well,
that's good.
What do you expect?
So are we gonna see more of those this week?
At least one, yeah. Cheese in Wisconsin with a $5 super chat. You will strengthen your California punching that button. Use both legs so you don't walk.
Your calf.
Oh, calf.
Yes, a calf workout.
Yes.
Do you feel the burn? This is Southwest Airlines 1998 taking off to Houston Hobby on a 737-800.
What's the name of that musician, or like a musician that plays like 5 instruments at one point, or at one given time? Like the banjo and the drums.
Like a one-man band?
Yeah. Have you?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? One-man band?
One-man band.
Oh.
Does it all. That's what you are. This is Delta.
What they're called?
Yeah.
One-man band?
Yeah. They have the little like a drum thing.
Yeah, on their leg.
And
Yeah.
like you could hold an accordion and you whistle or blow into a harmonica or something.
So that's where the one-man band comes from?
Yeah.
The
Exactly.
term one-man band?
One-man band. This is Delta Airlines Flight 392 taking off to Washington National on a 757-200.
Line up Hawaii 25 right for American 2126.
Move team over here, moving another United Dreamliner. Meanwhile, another Dreamliner on Charlie. It's heading to Dulles, flight 1140.
1987.
It's that 757 had the Mariano Rivera sticker on the nose.
So it looks like that Dreamliner will head to the north side.
This is United Airlines Flight 2373 taking off to Kailua, Kona on a 737-900ER.
Roger, across runway 25 left, hold short, runway 25 right, Sun Country 8501.
Now touching down is China Southern Cargo 777 freighter coming in from Anchorage, Flight 2537.
24-3, 2373.
Will it go long? Might.
Oh? Oh, yes.
Okay. 25, across 5 left, right turn, Bravo, full length, Sun Country 85.
Southern Cargo 3537, heavy verify ICC.
Oh, no, for a minute, so I'm about 2567.
Okay, left here, Lima, left on Alpha, contact ground 175, do not stop, Southern Cargo 3537, heavy.
Left, Lima, left, Alpha, second restaurant, 2535, 700.
Okay, 3129, golf, cross, 25 right,
Fast, right, off. 25 right, 25 right. Departure American 25 6.
LHR, Foxtrot, follow Sun Country.
Foxtrot, Alpha,
Challenger 918 Hotel LA Tower, hold short of runway 25 left, 25 left, flying to departure 25 right at Fox. Sun Country 8501, runway 25 right, line up and wait, covering Fox Delta.
Line up and wait, 25 right, Sun Country 8501.
Yes, it is somewhat rare to see this particular 777 going long.
Southwest 3792, 11 out, 25 left.
Must be really heavy.
Yeah,
Clear to land 25 left, Southwest 37.
lucky for us.
Joey Hernandez with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Joey. Ethan Brown becoming a Diamond member. Awesome support there. Thank you so much, Ethan. It's not going to rain on us, is it? It's getting a little dark.
Don't ask me. I have lost all credibility.
That's true.
Make the right, full short 25 right at Juliet, JetBlue 2986.
This United 757-200 landed on 24 left on the north side, coming in from Newark, flight 2318.
Hello, Tower Sun Country 421 over Hunter. Sun Country 421, LHR 11006, runway 25 left, clear one.
You know, when I got home from the Proudbird yesterday, I started rewatching a lot of our old streams,
Yeah.
and it's amazing. I mean, I've gone back before just to rewatch these older streams, but for some reason, watching them now,
Yeah.
it just really hits different.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. The quality, and even the level of commentary back in the day.
Yeah, it's gotten better.
Yeah. I was watching one of the very, very early streams, and I'm like, man, Kevin sounds so sad. Like,
I sound sad?
sad. I'm like, what was going on? And then the things that I was saying, it was so awkward. I didn't know what to say, so I was just kind of filling in.
121 exit to the right, hold short on a
I sounded sad.
You sounded sad.
Well, I was sad.
And
You know why I was sad? Because I couldn't do it full time. I still had my other full-time job.
Yeah.
I was sad.
And there was a lot going on.
Yeah, that's true. Coming out of a hard time.
And yeah, that, and yeah, it was just awkward when I first started. I didn't know what to say, and even just the quality of the audio.
Well, that was the old streaming software.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Hello.
Oh, Kevin punched the wrong button. See?
This is Sun Country Airlines 8501 taking off to Kailua Kona on a 737-800. Also rewatched that one episode when we were at the In-N-Out and we had a visitor.
Ah.
That was, you know, rewatching
Saltwater.
that, the whole interaction, I'm like, man, if that happened to me now, I think I would have handled it differently, but yeah.
Yeah. Good times. Telling you. Sarah, the real deal, with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Sarah. Sarah's asking, how's it going? Good, Sarah. Just trying to feel like I'm putting the car in, like I'm driving a stick shift.
Oh. Oh, hi, we're still on.
Oh, see, I'm not doing it right. All right.
That was a Challenger.
All right, what's going on here? Why do I have it all backwards here?
Okay, remember not to poke my nose. Got it.
Justin Shaw, member for 29 months. He's a Diamond member. Says, good morning, everyone. Looking forward to a great day of aviation. Good to have you, Justin. Thank you so much. And Michelle R.S., one of our great mods, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Michelle. All right, Bob. Sure it's not going to rain?
Well, I haven't said anything.
All right, Bob, drop it. Michelle R.S. gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thanks, Michelle.
That Challenger was taking off to Miami Opa Laka. Is that how you say it? Airport. That's a mouthful. Miami Opa Laka.
This 777 should be making a U-turn here from Charlie to Bravo. Again, this flight heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. It's flight 2811 and this 777-200ER.
Julia cross 25 right, ground 475,
This is Allegiant Air Flight 762 taking off to Memphis on an A319.
Donna with a $4 super chat and some coffee. Thank you so much, Donna. You guys didn't get coffee, did you?
No, no.
I thought I saw coffee.
We did get, well, Vince and Danny got coffee.
Ruben with a $30 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Ruben. Great to see you guys yesterday at the Airliner show. Hope you find the SkyJets 400 store pictures. Yes, Ruben, I got yes. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. It's gonna be raining outside. I've got a huge box of photos.
Oh.
So Ruben, long story. Ruben was there at the collectibles show yesterday. He used to own a store. If any of you guys remember, it was, you know, we have Burbank House of Hobbies there in Burbank.
Yeah.
But long before, well, they've been there around for a long time, but we also had another option in Encino, Skymarks 400.
Oh.
There on Ventura Boulevard. Anybody remember that store? Yes? Oh, I was there. I took photos of it back in the early 2000s or late 90s. I can't remember what it was, but yes, I told Ruben yesterday, I said, I have photos from inside your store, so he wants to see them. So I promise I will dig those up and we'll share them.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that collectibles show yesterday was pretty cool.
Yeah, we can play
So
some
much.
video if you want.
Oh, we have video.
Yeah, we have video.
Oh.
Should play the video.
Yeah.
All right, let's play the video. All right, go ahead and roll it there, Bob. All right, lots of people there yesterday.
Yes.
Wow, very crowded, full of eager people waiting to buy their models and all that jazz. Lots and lots of models and old airline collectibles. What did you end up buying there, Rudy?
I got 2 models, and I got a third, but it's for a friend. So I got the Southwest Freedom 1 Gemini jets, 1 to 400, and I also got the Alaska honoring those who serve 737-800,
Nice.
also 1 to 400.
Very nice.
And I got a Lufthansa 747-400
Nice.
for my friend.
Oh,
So, yeah, I was good.
Sounds like you walked away with many models there.
Well, not as many as some other people got, I will admit.
Are you ready to see the one that I walked away
Oh,
from?
yeah.
All right, it's coming up here.
Let's see it.
Should be the next shot. Our friend Ruben sold it to me. Oh, wait, before that, we almost bought these chairs. It was very tempting.
Yes.
Some old Delta. We couldn't figure out if it was $350 for the whole
there it
3
is.
seats. There's what I got. I got the US Air DC-930 Gemini jets. Love it.
Very cool.
All right, so good time there. Oh, and by the way, they're coming back with another show there
There
on
it is.
Saturday, June 1st of this year.
Oh,
June
that's
1st. so
Easy
plan it.
date to remember. June
Yes.
1st.
So there you go. Lots of people there yesterday. And lots of stuff to look at.
Yes, ran into a bunch of our own viewers. A lot of them saying hello. This is Delta Airlines 1875 taking off to Los Cabos on a 737-900ER.
I think a lot of those people are like, Kevin, not streaming today?
Yeah,
What's up with that?
that was the most asked question yesterday. I think Danny and Vince wanted to show off what they bought at some point.
Oh,
They brought their models with them.
they did? Okay.
Yeah. Why does it look wet to our east?
Well, because we got scattered showers all over the
I
place.
feel like it's coming, headed our way.
Really?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Well, I got the tarps underneath the table, so. This is a Japan Airlines 787-9 Dreamliner heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. It's Flight 16 coming in from Tokyo Haneda.
American 2811 Heavy, LA Tower, good morning, running 25 right, line way. Attaboy 25, running 2811.
And should make that final left-hand turn heading to the southeast corner. Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines Flight 2811, that 777-200ER heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas.
Go 6542 Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, ground plane 75 command. Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, over ground, Kevin.
I don't know. Look at these skies.
I'm telling you. Be ready.
Well, we got. Seriously, we got the tarps below us.
Got it. What do we cover up first? Do we cover up
Computer.
the plane jockey first or the computer?
The computer. The computer and the audio board always goes first.
No shower curtains today. Oh, the good old times there in Dallas.
Inverse Square Law with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Inverse Square Law. The beauty part about watching past episodes of AVL through Kevin and Rudy's viewpoint that they can take notes to figure out what can be added with future episodes. Well, that's a good point. Anything you took away that you would want to add?
There was one thing that kind of drew my attention when we used to have the side-by-side two different cameras, the two different the video feeds. It just seemed like it, I don't know how to explain it, but there was a lot of that like yellow background.
Yeah. You liked it?
I didn't really like it, to be
I know
honest
you
with
didn't like it.
Yeah, because it like, you couldn't really see the whole thing, if that makes sense. Hard to describe.
That was the limitations of the software that we were using, yeah.
And of course, I went back to that Christmas episode where we just kept talking over each other, and it was super awkward. And I remember thinking, I don't know what to say, and Kevin's still talking, and it was just, it didn't flow.
No,
but
it was kind of a messy situation.
But I did also watch back in the day when I used to operate the North Cam. I'm like, I kind of miss filming.
Oh. Well, you know, we got two cameras sitting right here.
Yeah. This is American Airlines 2811 taking off to Dallas-Fort Worth on a 777-200 ER.
So what Rudy is trying to tell me is he's getting bored.
No, I just miss that aspect of it, but
3 miles out at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left.
It was interesting to see the chat at the time. Different viewers, like, oh yeah, what happened to them?
Still have a lot of them.
Yeah, no, yeah, I recognize a lot of viewers who currently watch, but just names that I remember hearing a lot back in the day. So, I guess it just felt nostalgic.
How many episodes did you watch?
About 5. I didn't watch the entire episodes, just was looking for certain moments that I recall.
Okay. On the Pan Airways Flight 6, coming in from Tokyo to Narita, 787-9 Dreamliner, heading into one of the southwest quarter gates of Tom Bradley. Rich Riley says, Rudy, you can do man on the street interviews.
Oh, remember those? Good old times. They're outside the In-N-Out. So, sir, what do you think about this plane spotting location?
See, I think we're on to something. I'm going to give Rudy the wireless microphone, and he's going to walk around the hill and start doing interviews.
Yeah. What do you think of the current trash situation here at the hill? Rita?
Rita's busy at work cleaning up the hill again. Mark Divine becoming a silver member. Thank you so much, Mark. And Arton Shepard, member for 2 months, is a gold member. Says, any delays or cancellations from Heathrow today? I didn't see any. I was looking at Flight Radar. It looked like everything was heading on in.
This is Delta Connection 4018 taking off to San Diego on an E175.
Then 9339, I left the top.
This is American Airlines Flight 448 coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth on an A321. Here we have United Airlines Flight 2059 coming in from Chicago O'Hare on a 737-800. This is United Express 5628 taking off to Jackson on an E175.
Delta 411 LA Tower at Foxtrot, cross from 25 left, hold short of 25 right, plan to go from there.
Ethan Brown back with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Ethan. When I was a kid, it was Saturday morning cartoons. Now it's Sunday morning airlines. You know, I was talking to Rudy about that yesterday. I said, Rudy, you know, or actually I was talking to Vince about that yesterday. I said, you know, so many people have made Sundays AVL Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's an event. And if we miss it, Rudy, we're going to ruin people's weeks.
Yeah, we had a bunch of visitors at the collectibles show yesterday. Ask, are you really going live tomorrow? Are you sure? Have you seen the forecast?
Yeah.
And I said, oh, we'll be there. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll be there.
1987.
And here we are.
Yeah.
Spencer with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Spencer. Hi, guys. Vegas is on a ground stop due to the rain.
It's not bad, huh?
November 8 by 2, 0705, RNAV Doctor, 95 ready Foxtrot, doesn't take off.
Of course, we're hoping that this doesn't turn into rain.
I'm seeing takeoffs being conducted in Vegas right now, so I don't think there's a ground stop.
I'm feeling raindrops.
Yeah.
Feeling raindrops falling on my head.
Yeah.
Armin V, what a great month. I'm a member for 20 months. As a diamond member says, let me tell you about my week. Sunday, Kevin and Rudy. Monday, Kevin. Tuesday, Kevin. Wednesday, Kevin. Thursday, Kevin. Friday, Kevin. Saturday, no Kevin. Today, Kevin? Don't know how you do it. Well done, Kevin. Hello, Rudy, Vince, and Danny. Hello there.
Hello. It's a lot of Kevin.
It is. As long as you guys don't get tired of me. Do you hear a interference?
Oh, yeah, I hear a little. I thought it was the rain.
Thank you. Make sure it's not hitting that chakra over there.
American 764, RNAV Doctor, and 85 right, something take off on 0805. American 764, clear takeoff, right, RNAV Doctor. Delta 411, contact SoCal. SoCal, it's Delta 411. Horizon 9379, hold short of 25 right, Juliet. Short 25 right, Juliet, right, 93.
Is it me?
Let's see. Something else.
Could be the scanner. Is it me? This is the United Express, SkyWest, Flight 5227, coming from Haley in an E175 LL, waiting to cross over 25 right. Is our next takeoff. American Airlines Flight 764 heading to Puerto Vallarta, A319.
723, Lake Tower, wind 110 at 5 and 95 left, straight away. 95 left. Couch 227 at Juliet, cross from 25 right. Cross the farm right for ground start where. American 4, American 9 at 27, cross Bravo 17, cross 25 right. Right, 25 right at Juliet.
This is American Airlines Flight 764 taking off to Puerto Vallarta on an A319.
Oh, we taking out the tarp?
Yeah, we got sprinkles.
Oh boy. All right, stand by everyone.
Don't want to risk it.
Is it summer yet? That is Alaska Horizon Flight 9379 coming in from Seattle,
Oh,
E175 LR.
You too. To like down there. Yeah. Thanks.
Next takeoff here on the south side will be American A321 heading to Orlando, flight 2135.
723 from 55 left, good Orlando. Back to 2135 LA Tower, when it's 5 right on the way.
Oops.
There's the golf turn left up, 7 left on Alpha, where do you park?
Sorry, guys.
Okay, Alpha 6 to Atlantic.
Kuchgawa, with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Kuchgawa. Should be a cartoon show of Kevin and Rudy. Well, we actually animated ourselves for Halloween.
Yeah.
I guess we could continue that. Kuchgawa, thank you so much for your continued support. Jack Edwards with the super chat. Thanks so much, Jack. Sunday evening, AVL in the UK. Always look forward to it. Thanks for the great live streams. Trying to get my nearly 2-year-old to join me watching. Yeah, give us some time. Thank you so much, Jack. Manuel with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Manuel. Hi from Albuquerque. Have you thought of making a tent schedule when you do shows from LAX? Would love to be there when you're doing a live show. A tent show? What's a tent show?
Well, I guess we had one. Cranky Dork Fest.
Are you talking
last year?
Test show?
Oh, test. That makes more sense.
We just did a bunch of test shows this past week.
I was going to say, the tent show, that's when the tents blew over, right?
Liam. Becoming an Emerald member. All the way to the top. Liam, thank you so much. Awesome support.
1004 on a Docker and a 25 break. Take off.
This is American Airlines Flight 2135 taking off to Orlando on an A321.
How am I doing on the pedal?
Pedal to the metal. Good. We have the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they're towing over this Delta A350-900 over toward the Qantas hangar. Go ahead, Rudy.
Ah, you beat me to it.
Oh, you're going to talk about the A350?
Yeah, came in from Sydney this morning, being towed over.
Yep, 723 traffic hold position in Juliet, cross 25 right. Alright, and Juliet, so across 25 right and ground point to button. Go ahead, Southern Alaska, 3421.
Here we have JetBlue Airways Flight 723 coming in from JFK on an A321.
Japan Airlines Flight 62 coming in from Tokyo Narita. It's a 787-8 Dreamliner, 10 minutes out from a north side arrival. Air Tahiti Nui Flight 8 coming from Papeete, 787-9 Dreamliner, 9 minutes out, south side arrival.
That was 4643 with 0803, runway 25 right, so we take off.
This is American Airlines Flight 2002 taking off to Las Vegas on a 737-800.
I'm already feeling the strain in the back of my leg.
Do you feel the burn?
Joel Watson, member for 12 months as a Diamond member. Thank you so much, Joel.
Yeah, forget doing aerobics or jazzercise or the stairs. Just do the pedal.
I'm going to show you guys exactly what this is if you didn't catch it at the beginning of the show. So, all right, so this is the pedal now that I am directing the show. So I've got jockey cam here on the right-hand side, which apparently I've hit twice now by accident.
Whoop.
So prepare, Rudy. The one pedal on the left-hand side is camera 2, Bravo, which is the wider shot. And the one in the middle, as we come back to jockey cam, the one in the middle, the biggest part of the foot pedal is for the main camera, because that's the one I'm normally going to hit the most, which is this one.
That makes sense.
All right.
There you go.
Look at that technology. I had no idea this existed. I could have used this weeks ago.
Yeah? You're getting a workout in today, aren't you?
Yes. Well, you know, I need it after all these trips to the Proud Bird.
Well, I'm glad it's working out well.
Zipping on back from the gates of Tom Bradley. Of course, that tail heading to the south will signal a north side takeoff.
Gonna be zipping on up to the north side.
Yes, unfortunately.
I don't know about those clouds, though.
Well, if you don't talk about it, then they're not going to come over here and say hello.
Stay away. Stay put.
I think everything's moving up from the south, and I think, from what I can tell, I think we're okay.
American 448 at Quebec, cross runway 25 right, ground point 75.
Cross stop, 25 right, that's Quebec, ground point 75.
Delta Airlines flight 742 coming up from JFK, 767-300 ER, 2 minutes out, north side arrival.
Yeah, that does almost look like a pedal board for a guitar. Kind of.
Oh, is that what that?
That's my first
kinda-
thought. Yeah, but you know, you use a pedal to like use different sound effects for electric guitar. If you want distortion, you want different
Oh
sounds.
yeah, that's true. It's pretty cheap. It was only 80 bucks. Might be the best 80 bucks I've ever spent.
Yeah, there you go. Worth every penny.
I do have Singapore Airlines Flight 12 coming in from Tokyo, Narita. It's 777-300ER, now just 49 minutes away from arrival here at LAX.
American 411, LA Tower, runway 25 right, 9 following one up north.
So one thing I have to have you do throughout the course of the day, Rudy,
Yeah.
keep an eye on this modem, make sure it doesn't go to sleep,
Do I have to hit it or something?
which it already has.
Uh-oh. Like right now? Oh.
So this is why I run 2 modems at the same time now.
Oh.
So in case one decides to turn off, the other one will.
This is the tower.
Take
Kick
over?
it.
Clearance 120.35.
It's a good thing I did that.
Yeah.
Bad modem. What's going on with you?
Come on. Don't welcome me. It says welcome.
Yeah, there ain't no welcome here.
It wasn't me.
I think it's just so damp out that I think the audio cables are just kind of crackling a little bit.
Trying to start its own fire. Hello. Okay. It said hi. It said hello.
Oh, hi. Nice to have you back.
Yeah. How was your nap?
Sheesh.
5 Delta Tango LA Tower, wind 0905, runway 25 left, good to land. American 411.
We'll head to the north side, so we have that 767.
This is Delta Airlines Flight 742 coming in from JFK on a 33-year-old 767-300ER.
Citation 5 Delta Tango, do the airport in sight.
33 years old, but I'm sure the cabin looks great.
5 Delta Tango, clear visual approach runway 25 left.
Clear for the visual, 25 left, 525, Delta. Mark Tower, Delta 25, 57, ILS, 25 left.
Delta 25, 57, LA Tower, wind 0904, runway 25 left, good to land.
Clear to land 25 left, Delta 25, 57.
Do have a A319 with American now taking off here on the south side.
American 411, contact departure.
This is American Airlines Flight 411 taking off to Eagle on a 9-year-old A319.
By the way, we're on Facebook again here today with the behind the scenes. How we doing? How we looking behind the scenes? Are we on? Does the camera need to be changed a little bit?
Oh, I don't know. How do we look?
Here, let's look at it real quick. Got Ed over here.
Delta 25, 57, report the top space
Oh.
and field type, please.
Maybe that way a little bit.
Maybe.
All right. Oh,
Did I just freeze?
Tower, good morning, take Airline 8 Heavy ILS
Oh.
25 left.
we do.
Tahiti Airlines 8 Heavy LA Tower, good morning, wind 1105, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 25 left, take Airline 8 Heavy.
Okay, that's good. All right. Got everyone in the house. Bob, Ed. Sorry, I forgot I was on jockey cam.
Oh.
Kevin's not doing a very good job of directing over here.
Well, I think you're doing great. For the first time, right? This is your first time using it, right?
For the pedal, yeah.
Oh. By the end of today, you're going to have a down pat.
I am. Doesn't take me very long. DHL Coletta Air Flight 262 heading to Tokyo Narita. 777 freighter now pushing back. Should have a south side takeoff coming up.
What a difference your new screen makes on that camera.
Yeah. Joey, member for 20 months, is a diamond member. Thank you so much, Joey. Almost to 2,000 likes already as we approach the 10 a.m. hour.
Say again?
American 1, ILS 25 left.
American 1 LA Tower, good morning. 6 miles of trail, the heavy Dreamliner, caution terminal.
Look at those clouds.
5, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left, American 1.
Infidel 2557, just picked up the state runway rain shower outside of
Wow, look at that.
Roger, field 2 mile final, and what would it be?
It was kind of a scattered layer, so we weren't really in much of the clouds. It was just a scattered layer below us there. Now we went through a rain shower, and now we...
Scattered layers. It's off to the east.
Heading toward Vegas. I think we're good here in LAX.
Yeah, there's a cell just to the east of 25 left.
There's a cell?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Stay put. Don't come this way.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh. Yeah, look at it. It's raining over near the 405. Zippy. Now zipping on up to the north side.
American 2983 LA Tower, you ready to go for Foxtrot?
Yeah, we just Foxtrot.
2983, Roger, we're going to keep over to Foxtrot.
Connor Clark 14 there in the chat on YouTube is asking, what is the live show schedule? So every Sunday we're here at Imperial Hill from 8 a.m. Pacific to around about 5 p.m. Pacific. And then we're back on Tuesdays. Start time kind of is all over the place. Right now we're usually starting around 11 a.m. on Tuesdays. And then we used to have a Thursday show, which is now on Friday. That usually starts about 11 a.m. high atop the H Hotel. So, yeah, I think the start times are pretty much going to stay the same, as the A380s will start departing here on the south side, taking off on 25 left, coming up next month. But that usually doesn't happen until the 11 a.m. hour. So it's a good 11 a.m. is a good time to start. So Sunday, well, Tuesday, Friday, Sundays, with the occasional on-the-fly broadcast somewhere in between.
There you have it. And now touching down on 25 left, we have Air Tahiti Nui Flight 8 coming in from Papeete. It's a 787-9 Dreamliner.
Zippy making that right-hand turn onto taxiway Echo.
Tahiti 8 heavy, turn right at Hotel Manor and hold short.
Also have Air Premia now pushing it back as well.
Must be Dreamliner hour. Hi.
Oh.
I'm just gonna...
This is just gonna be a day of bloopers.
You're gonna be tired of seeing my face today. I'm just gonna stand here and smile.
You're gonna be caught off guard here at some point.
25 right to full length.
Flight time from Tahiti is 7 hours and 48 minutes.
LA Delta 570, TT inbound for 25 left, number 1. 570 LA Tower, number 3, runway 25 left, turn away, 1005.
All right, we gotta find that cable.
Someone cooking something? I heard a crackle pop.
Yeah, I think it's the scanner.
If I can mute it, we can make sure for sure.
Go ahead.
American 2608, lane 1005 under Doctor.
This is American Airlines Flight 2983 taking off to Indianapolis on a 737-800. Do we still hear it?
I'm not hearing it.
Okay, maybe a little while. There's other aircraft.
Bring it back in. See if we hear it.
2983, contact departure.
I don't know.
Hurricane 221 and the LA Tower with 0905 and 25 left to the
Reese. Becoming a silver member. Thank you so much, Reese. Also, Delta Airlines Flight 469, the A350-900, the flight to Atlanta, now pushing back from the north side of Tom Bradley.
American 2608, contact SoCal approaching. SoCal 2608, good morning. American 1 as you cross, contact ground 1.
You know, it's gotten to the point where at work, if a coworker of mine is going to fly somewhere, they get all excited and they tell me, hey, by the way, I'm flying out to, you know, wherever.
Oh, because you're the big av geek plane spotter now?
You gonna spot my takeoff? I'm like,
Oh, is that what they're asking?
I'm like, sure.
262 Heavy, roger. 262 Heavy, please start the left turn at Foxtrot, hold short over 25 left. Go left turn Foxtrot, hold short at 25 left, turning 262 Heavy now at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left, traffic on the 3-mile final, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait.
Got that Japan Airlines Streamliner heading over here to the south side. Flight 62 coming in from Tokyo to Narita.
Flight time from Tokyo is 9 hours and 10 minutes.
Can you mute the scanner again?
No, I don't think that's it, because I still hear it.
Can you unplug me? Just unplug me. You don't need to hear me.
Hello? Should I unplug me? Because I still hear it.
Back in?
I still hear it.
Okay,
so it's not channel 1.
So it's got to be
channel 3.
That one.
Hello. We're in a box.
All right, so
yeah, it's the field mic.
All right, stand by, everyone. Oh, I've got a 777.
It's okay. It's not a huge problem. We do have the Cargo King coming in. Sorry, that's not it. 777 taking off to Tokyo Narita. This is DHL operated by Coletta 262, taking off to Tokyo Narita on a 777 freighter.
How long do you think until Kevin destroys the pedal?
Well,
no comment, Rudy.
It's
This thing's a
indestructible.
mess. This cable's way too long, but
Okay, slowly.
this is going to be a joy to unravel everything later. All right, stand by, everyone. Just pulling out a cable here.
Working on the audio.
All right. Have another go long.
Wrong camera.
Ah,
There we go. Cargo King. China Cargo Airlines Flight 221 coming in from Shanghai on this 777 freighter. This is Spirit Airlines 591 taking off to Houston Intercontinental on an A320. Flight time from Shanghai is 10 hours and 51 minutes.
fire truck rolling along Imperial Highway below us.
Being yelled at by our live studio audience. It's the top of the hour.
Oh, it is the top of the hour. Oh, jeez. All right. All right. Officially the top of the hour once again. Just after 10 a.m. here in Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's a big Sunday show here on January 21st, 2024. 2024 and almost at the end of January already. Rudy, where is the time going?
Where is it going? It's just zipping on by.
Zipping on by, that is for sure. All right, as we continue on here, LAX, fairly busy this morning, fairly busy. It was a very busy morning. It slowed down a little bit, but I get the sense that it's going to be picking back up here. If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button. We're approaching 2,000 likes already.
Wow.
On this big Sunday.
Yes, big Sunday indeed. Thanks for tuning in today.
With Lima cross 25 right, and we're on 201 Alpha. Just up 4330 right, continue via Lima, hold short of 201, and then contact the city ramp.
Rudy said he was looking at a ETA A350 model at the show yesterday.
Oh, I was so tempted.
It was in the pile of a lot of other models that were around $1,000 a piece.
Yeah. It didn't have a price tag on it, and I looked at similar models, and they were in the $300 range.
Yeah.
So I figured it's probably about $300. I just couldn't do it.
We should have opened it up just to see
Right?
how good the paint job was on it. Did they match the blue?
I should have.
3041, runway 25 right on its way.
I think it was a JC's.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it was also kind of sealed up in a way that you couldn't really open it. It was one of those packages like once
Don't
you
touch
open
me.
it, you like ruin the box. Yeah.
Once you open it, you're buying it.
Yeah, you're committed to the sale.
First big news coming out last week about Delta ordering 20 and possibly more A350 1000s. Of course, this is the 900.
Very exciting news. I'm getting excited for my flight on an E-Jet in a couple weeks.
Yes.
It's just an E-Jet, but hey, it's a flight. This is Spirit Airlines 203 taking off to Charlotte on an A321 Neo.
Spirit 203, contact SoCal departure. Spirit 203.
And Zippy is now rolling on 24 left.
All right. Get my foot ready here.
Never did I ever think I would have heard those words. Zippy is rolling. All right, let me get my foot ready.
You never know. Never know what you're going to see on this program.
Spirit 631 LA Tower.
This is Zip Air Flight 23 taking off to Tokyo Narita on a 787-8 Dreamliner. We're being brave today, huh? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Where are the others?
Kevin Pegram with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Kevin. Have you ever thought of getting a car side awning with a carry bag to not only cover the equipment, but also cover yourself in the rain? Kevin, I'll be honest with you. We have tried everything. Everything. Remember that one time we tried to put an awning right here?
Oh yeah, a
The
little
problem
tent.
is it gets too windy here and
Starts.
yeah, nothing works. There's too many people here. There's too much wind, unpredicting wind. It just doesn't work.
I think he's saying something like an RV. You know how they have those fold out.
Oh yeah, no, Kevin, I want an RV because here's what I want on an RV. I want the rooftop deck so we can take
There
you
you go.
places, get over the fence. Not only that, a restroom for Rudy, a kitchen for Rudy.
For me? Just for me?
Well, those are the two things
for
you
everybody.
normally you
Yeah.
want.
Yes, a must. So 2024, the year of the RV.
Oh boy. I don't know where you're gonna park it.
That's a good point.
American 27 Heavy, wind 1 1003 is a line, and 170. Over to park. Polaris 923, possibly triple, traffic cross, got right on the door.
Wrong way, 251.
Alaska 1026, LA Tower with
Have a Delta A330 Neo about to touch down on the north side. Try to make that move a little bit slower. All right, got an American Dreamliner now rolling down 25 right.
This is American Airlines Flight 27 taking off to Tokyo Haneda on a 787-8 Dreamliner. Do you remember Paul, Atomic Brew? We met in Dallas. He brought me a Rudy's cup.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to see you again. You just in town? Yeah, full effect. At least you escaped the cold. Sounds like it was cold. Texas. Yeah.
32 degrees. Oh.
Ooh, like freezing rain, right? Yeah. Yes, exactly. Good to see you. I can hear the pedal in the background. BGY Spotter becoming a silver member. Thank you so much. Deborah GS with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Deborah. Good morning from Corey in Atlanta, Georgia. Please say happy birthday to him. Thank you. Corey, it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday, Corey.
Happy birthday.
We used to have a happy birthday song, which we don't have anymore. I got to bring that back. Got to bring it back and bring back some change.
It was quite the arrangement.
Looks like you were going to Chuck E. Cheese.
Did I hear they're getting rid of their animatronics?
Yes. Can you believe that?
Crazy. This is Air Premia 102 taking off to Seoul on a 787-9 Dreamliner. Speaking of birthdays, Dan is here, and it's his birthday tomorrow. Dan and Lisa decided to come to LA for a visit. Great way to spend birthday weekend. Here we have Delta Airlines Flight 898 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia on a 767-400 ER. This is Alaska Airlines 286 taking off to Newark on a 737-900 ER.
See blue skies out there. It's actually turning into a more beautiful weather day than I expected.
Los Angeles Tower, United
1020 MJ, member for 6 months as a silver member. This looks like a nice day at LAX. Well, it's getting there. It's been a little drizzly.
This is Delta Airlines Flight 469 taking off to Atlanta, Georgia on an A350-900.
Look at those blue skies.
Yeah. There is hope.
Well, you know, it doesn't last very long here, but at least we got it for a few minutes.
Yeah. Got a shot of clear blue skies. I think it's so cool when you fly on a plane and it's super cloudy and you take off, you reach cruising altitude and you break through the clouds.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Isn't that cool?
Certainly with sunrise and sunset.
Oh yeah.
Next takeoff here on the south side is JSX Flight 1074 heading to Cabo San Lucas, ERJ 145 LR.
It's going down.
767-400ER. Again, coming in from Atlanta, heading up there to the north side. Also have Hawaiian Airlines Flight 3 heading to Honolulu, A330-200. Next takeoff on the north side on 2 for left. United Airlines Flight 33 coming in from Tokyo Narita, 787-10 Dreamliner. Next arrival here on the south side. Also Air Tahiti Nui Flight 102 coming in from Papeete, 787-9 Dreamliner, 5 minutes out. Also south side arrival. Turkish Airlines Flight 179 coming in from Istanbul, 787-9 Dreamliner. Now just 24 minutes away. Arrival here in Los Angeles. Gabriella with the super chats. Uh-oh. Got the flu, sending greetings to all of you.
Oh no.
Get better soon
Feel
there.
better. You know what sounds good? It's albondiga soup.
What is that?
So good. It's basically meatball soup. Sopa de albóndigas. Or caldo de pollo. Chicken noodle soup, basically.
Alright, exit Hotel Niner, hold short 25 right at Lima, United 33 Heavy.
United 33 Heavy, correction, make that left turn on the solid regain select.
Copy that, left turn Hotel, United 33.
Full forward on Hotel, hold short of Bravo.
That was that A330 that we saw arrive on the north side, Flight 8 coming in from Tokyo Haneda. Just had a United Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo Narita, Flight 33, 787-10 Dreamliner just arriving here on the south side.
Oh, have you seen the birria ramen at Del Taco?
Yeah, have you had it?
No, I'm like on the fence about even trying it. It sounds good, but I don't know.
It's just not an item that I don't, well, I live right next to a Del Taco and I have not been to that Del Taco and I never think about going to Del Taco.
Yeah, it's hit or miss.
Oh, I feel like it's getting dark again. going to be one of these days where you just got to keep your eye on the sky.
Who are the announcers on the chat? Who are we? Who are you, Kevin?
Who am I? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out.
My name is Rudy. And cameraman is Kevin. The pedal to the metal.
Lately, I need to hit the pedal a little bit harder.
Don't be afraid to break it. Hit it.
Oh, because it was only 80 bucks.
This is American Eagle 4867 taking off to Bentonville on an E175.
Arch, scan 4867. 703, hold short of him at 25 right, South Korea. Hold short, 25 right, Julia.
Man, now I want to try that. Birria. I love birria. Ramen. Ramen's good too. You're not much of a soup guy, are you?
I can be.
Good morning,
Not that ramen. I mean, ramen's...
I wouldn't classify
really
that
soup.
as soup, yeah.
Here we have Alaska Airlines 703 coming in from Las Vegas on a 737-900ER. Pretty much on time. This is Alaska Airlines 1334 taking off to Belize City on a 737-800.
Ooh, we got sun finally on the planes.
Ooh, it's bright.
Finally. Danny Bay with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Danny. Plane spotted Terminal A at Burbank last night. How'd that go?
Nice.
NYC Beanie with the super chats. This is first time watching from Korea. I did not know I like watching airplanes. Thank you for helping me realize that about myself. You know, I was talking to some people there yesterday at the convention, and Tom, if you're watching, good to meet you yesterday. Tom from Seattle stopped me and goes, "Are you the guy with the airline videos live?" I said, "Yeah, that's me." He goes, "Well, I wanted to hate your show."
Oh.
I said, well, now why? I don't know. I didn't get an answer for that, Tom. But Tom, it was a nice. What he was trying to say was that just like NYC Beanie, because our conversation was wrapped around that we were talking about the world of aviation. AvGeeks is a lot smaller than rails fanning or military planes. Commercial airplanes, for the most part, for hobby-ish type stuff, is a lot smaller than all that other stuff. So I think what it is that people stumble across this, and he was talking about that people, the general public, view aviation and airplanes like going to the dentist. It's just like, ugh, I don't really want to do it.
Okay.
And I could understand that.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's interesting. I think you're right on that. But I think the one thing that our show is doing is certainly taking and showing the world of aviation and the joy and the relaxing sounds and stuff that comes with it, and maybe putting it in front of the eyes of people that probably never even thought about this, right?
Absolutely.
And so maybe the channel is now creating a larger group of hobbyists in the world of commercial aviation that wasn't around before.
Right. Now, something that I'm learning, especially this year, I'm learning that plane spotting can either be a very solo type hobby or activity, and you can choose to come out to the airport and do it by yourself. That can happen. A lot of people do that. Or you meet a lot of people along the way. You're out at the hill, you're out at wherever it is you're plane spotting from, and you know, you run into people who are also trying to get some shots and strike up a conversation, and the rest is history. It's been awesome getting to meet a lot of people here at the hill and just different places. Even yesterday at the collectible show, it's kind of cool just to run into people, and it's still kind of interesting when they run up and go, "Oh, it's Rudy," you know, and I don't know who it is, but they know me because they watch the show.
Right.
So it's just great to meet so many people who love to do this. We have our second Air Tahiti Nui flight from Papeete. It's flight 102. It's 787-9 Dreamliner.
On the other line at Airline 102. 8102 heavy, hold short, I'm runway 25 right. Also on the other 25 right, at Airline 102.
American 31 to departure.
American 31, contact us at departure on 124.3.
Well, I think this show, and certainly a lot of aviation live streams and aviation content overall on YouTube, I think has really, opened people's eyes up to the world of aviation. It's not something to fear. You know, there's a lot of nervous flyers out there. And we know, I mean, my mom was a nervous flyer. She's no longer nervous because she watches the show. But how many times do we get that? We get emails, or we get people sending super chats saying, I have a fear of flying because I watch your broadcast and I see that nothing ever really happens.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I have good points sometimes, Rudy.
All the time.
LA Tower, good morning. Victor Papa, Charlie Hotel Zulu, inbound on the ILS 25 left. Victor Papa, Charlie Hotel Zulu, LA Tower, wind 1003, runway 25 left, where are you parking? Runway 25 left, clear land. We're going to Atlantic for Victor.
Jose for the $5 super chat through PayPal says, live from Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Love watching this. Airplane's taking off and landing. Thanks for your work. Thank you so much, Jose.
Thank you. I don't know if it's just me, but I've noticed that the last couple takeoffs, the angle is a little less steep than usual. This is United Airlines Flight 1400 taking off the Chicago O'Hare on a 757-300. I think the other thing is that if this idea exists, this thing about plane spotting being kind of, I don't know what I want to say, like a weird or geeky, nerdy activity. I don't know if anybody thinks that, but I feel like what we do here kind of erases that, you know? It might be still a little bit a nerdy thing to do, but it's the cool thing to do.
Are you calling me a nerd?
No, not at all. But it's a cool thing to do, and it's okay to go to the airport and take pictures. Because I know when I first told my family, I'm going to the airport to take pictures, they're like, you're doing what? But it's okay. It's a cool thing to do.
Yes. You see the other Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliner already at the gates there at the west gates.
Yeah, it was 4834, Arna, Docker with 0804, when you 25 right, let's take off.
It's our newest terminal here.
American 20 Swell Billy Tower with 0804, when you 25 left.
How we doing on Facebook? Is anybody looking at Facebook?
We're on Facebook?
Sean with a $5 super chat says, love the stream through PayPal. Thank you so much, Sean. Appreciate that.
Man.
What?
I look short.
You look short?
Yes, sir, United 33.
No audio. No, we have audio, right? We good?
Try to come back, hold short,
Can you hear us?
right, United 33, heavy.
Section 392, are you ready to go now?
Trevor with a super chat. Thanks so much, Trevor. For me, flying isn't like going to the dentist. I love flying. It's the experience at the airport that I'll dread. You mean the lead up to taking off or flying? Yeah. Chaos at the airport.
This is American Eagle, flight 4834, taking off to Oklahoma City on an E-175.
Departure 4834.
$3,700 viewers at this time. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to click the like button.
Are there people over on Facebook going, where are the planes?
No, it's the chat's a little quiet.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people. Hopefully they're over here watching the planes.
Where are my Facebook people at?
Hopefully here in the YouTube.
We have 46 viewers on Facebook.
So we got the behind the scenes on Facebook here today, as well as YouTube, as always.
This is Spirit Airlines 2322 coming in from Newark on an A320 Neo.
Unapologetic, the super chat says hi. Says Sweden. What's your favorite airplane? I think Rudy and I both love the Dreamliner. I love the look of the A350.
Yeah, Dreamliner. If only a Delta Dreamliner existed, I would just fly wherever they fly.
Charlie Hotel Zulu, left Alpha 7, left on Alpha 2. Left on Alpha 2.
I dropped you back, come back, and I'm going to map 175.
This is United Airlines 2237 taking off to Houston Intercontinental on an A320.
Now I'm actually like not paying attention to the tripod. Now I'm falling over with the tripod because I'm looking at the viewfinder.
Oh.
I'll get used to everything.
One-man band.
My friend Mike there in Chicago becoming a platinum member once again.
Mike, what's going on?
Thanks.
Staying
so much,
warm?
Mike. The LA spotter with a $5 super chat says, I am bored at work, so I decided to watch this great stream.
That's the way to get through your shift, right?
There you go. Jack, upgrading membership to gold here today. Thank you so much, Jack. Buster Frisco says, happy Sunday, Kevin and Rudy. Keep up the good work. Happy Sunday. Gary Lou, a member for 8 months, is a gold member. Says, hi, Kevin. Hi, Rudy. It's raining here in San Diego. My day is never complete until I get to watch AVL. Thank you. Hello there in San Diego. Are you guys getting rain there in San Diego?
Do they have San Diego's there? Bad joke.
Yeah. I think that one flew over my head.
You know, like Eggos? Lego my Eggo? Eggo? Waffles? San Diego's?
Michi Y Spotter back with the super chat says, my bro is the pilot of Emirates A380. cockpit zoom. On the in or the out?
Well, that might be a little tough. This is American Airlines 990 taking off to Atlanta, Georgia on an A321. Ooh, nice.
This is that United Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo Narita, flight 33. It's been sitting over there catching some sun at the beach.
American 2012.
Vegas.
American 2012, 2 out before we're starting into the open gate.
So, Rudy, who are you rooting for today? NFL game.
Who?
I knew it. Just say the Lions.
The Lions.
All right, there you go.
Hear me roar. Roar.
All right, what about the AFC?
What?
That was a trick question. I knew it was going to be what? The AFC, which is
KFC?
American Football League. That would be the Kansas City Chiefs against the Bills.
Kansas City has good barbecue, right?
Yeah, go for that.
This is United Airlines 1553 coming in from San Jose, Costa Rica on a MAX 8. This is Alaska Airlines 1407 taking off to Manzanillo, Colima, Mexico on a 737 900ER.
Trevor back with the super chat. Says almost 757,000 subscribers. I was waiting for that. 757. Thank you, Trevor.
Love it.
Got that Turkish Dreamliner now about to land on the north side on 24 left.
It's flight 179 coming in from Istanbul. Flight time is 13 hours and 8 minutes.
It's a weird look out there right now. Like, I feel like everything's backlit.
Yes.
It's like it's got that, like, grayish tint to it.
Well, it's almost like the sun is kind of reflecting off the clouds that are in front of us, so it is creating that backlit.
It is backlit. It's just not your... It's not the quality of the stream here today. It is what Mother Nature is supplying to us.
Well, at least we're keeping dry.
That is true.
This is Southwest Airlines 2613 taking off to Las Vegas on a 737-700.
Singapore is our next arrival on the north side, coming in from Tokyo Narita on this 777-300ER.
Flight time from Tokyo is 8 hours and 52 minutes.
United 2364, wind 2904, RNAV Docker, and 85 right full length, and take off.
RNAV Docker, full takeoff.
Number 1700 over departure, take care.
By the way, that is American Airlines flight 2012 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. It's a 737-800 waiting to cross over 25 right. Matt L with a $5 super chat says, "Go Bills." Thank you so much, Matt.
American 2012 traffic, holding position at Juliet.
Sean Lewis with the super chat says, "Tea time in Devon, UK. Summer and Dad watching again." Hello, you guys. By the way, today is a big Sunday show, and we have 2 live drawings coming up.
Oh, yeah.
First up, this could be yours. The official AVL on the Fly t-shirt comes in many different colors, of course, sizes. You can go check them out at shopavl.com. Of course, we're very excited about bringing back AVL on the Fly. Some of you guys might be, what is AVL on the Fly, Kevin? We don't understand. It's just a simpler version of the main show, if that makes any sense. Japan Airlines Flight 60 coming up from Osaka, 787-9 Dreamliner. Next arrival on the north side.
Flight time from Osaka is 9 hours and 35 minutes.
1468, hold short of runway 25 right on Lima.
Hold short of 25 right on Lima, Delta 14.
T-Rex 215, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up wind.
This is United Airlines Flight 1228 taking off to Tampa, Florida on a 737-800. Currently in Tampa, 55 degrees. Tampa in the house. Up next, we have a Qatar Executive G650ER Gulfstream.
Is it takeoff?
Takeoff on 25 right.
Right.
And she is rolling.
Yeah, 32 heavy RNF Docker, wind 0904, runway 25 right, click takeoff. Click takeoff, T-Rex 215, contact check departure, have a good flight.
Circle departure, T-Rex 215, thanks sir.
Qatar Executive 215 is taking off to Phoenix.
Have another heavy about to take off on 25 right. United Airlines Flight 32 heading to Tokyo, Narita, 787-10 Dreamliner. Punch it.
American 4, approximately triple start crossing down field, runway 25 right, line of flight. United 32 heavy, contact Southern March, have a good flight. Delta 780, if you can make the high speed here, then hustle down to Julia.
Turkish Streamliner making that left-hand turn onto Lima.
Right turn, Juliet to cross, Delta 780, cross 25 right.
I gotta tell you, Rudy, for the first time in all the years we've stood right here, I have to honestly say, this garbage can smells. It smells.
I was gonna say it smells like spray paint.
Well, you know, probably what it is it's the moisture and probably whatever's been sitting in that garbage can for forever is probably just, it's one big moist mess on the bottom of that thing. It's probably, that's what we're smelling.
American 4 on a doctor when doing 04.
But normally I say, no, we don't smell anything. Because a lot of people talk about standing next to the garbage.
Should have brought my Vicks. Just put some Vicks on your nose and you'll be good. I was gonna say, before that comment, we have the Asiana Airlines 747-400 converted freighter lighting up. We'll be taking off to San Francisco.
Bearing 3102 LA Tower, wind 0704, runway 25 left to land.
She's backing up from that southeast corner.
The Singapore 777-300ER making that left-hand turn onto Lima. Bobby Z95 with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Bobby. Good day, Kevin and Rudy. Always a happy pleasure to enjoy these live streams with you. Great people. Today has that weirdly dim eclipse feel. Just adds more coolness to the show. You're right. It does kind of have that, like...
Yeah.
American 4, contact Tokyo departure.
There you go.
That weird feel.
Welcome to the cool Sunday show.
But like Rudy said, Bobby, at least it's not raining.
This flower just came out of nowhere. Just like poop.
How's Mr. Modem doing over there? Is it?
Do I have to like poke him or?
You gotta poke him on the side.
Poke.
Don't hold it in too much, but then you'll turn Mr. Modem off.
Oh. We don't want to do that now.
Japan Airlines, the Dreamliner, looking like it's bypassing Lima. We'll continue on to the southeast side of Tom Bradley. Also have that EVA Air 777-300ER. What? They're all sitting over there laughing at me.
Yeah, you know, we were watching the streams last night.
Yeah.
And a commercial came on.
Oh, the EVA Air?
EVA Air.
Uh-huh.
And I said, yeah, skip the ad.
Skip the ad?
Yep.
Southwest 1837, RNAV Del Rey, wind 0904, runway 25 right, clear takeoff. Doctor. Southwest 1837, affirmative, RNAV Doctor, runway 25 right, clear takeoff.
Why does this sound like tater tot, but not really?
Southwest 2215 LA Tower to the full length, runway 25 right, line up point.
Tater Tot Jr.
Southwest 2215 LA Tower at the full length, runway 25 right, line up point.
Doesn't that sound like him? A little bit?
A little bit.
Like close enough.
150 Juliet Golf LA Tower, you're number 2 for departure, and there's traffic on a 14-mile flight, runway 25 left, line up point.
Just give him some time to warm up.
Well, I don't think that is him. I think about it.
2215.
Anthony Summers with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Anthony. Greetings, Kevin and Rudy. Happy Sunday. I hope that you two are staying dry and warm. It's going pretty good so far. I think the rain is probably passed for the day. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Stop the pilot.
This is Southwest Airlines 1837 taking off to El Paso on a 737-700.
Looks occupied right now, we'll call out.
LA Tower, Gulfstream 600.
So, should be seeing this 777 for the most part. Should be a south side takeoff here shortly. Alberto with an awesome, amazing $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Alberto. Good morning, Kevin and Rudy. Happy NFL playoff day. My Ravens won yesterday. I hope the Bills and the Lions do good today. Well, there we go. We know who you're rooting for. Go Lions. Go Bills. Why not?
Oh.
Rudy wants Kansas City. I'll go with the Bills.
Yeah.
Alberto, thank you so much. Awesome support. Armin V, one of our great mods, back with the super chat, says, will we ever hear Rudy on his clarinet again? I don't know. Rudy?
I don't know. Oh. Speaking of which, it's a good time for you to show off your model. Yes. I'm changing the subject.
Kevin with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Kevin. Happy to watch again at SoFi in LA. Gets to host Super Bowl again in 2027. World-class sporting events and activities coming soon. LAX will be busy. Not even that, Kevin. Obviously, the following year, 2028, we had the Olympics, and I do believe the year before that, I think we have a soccer tournament, don't we?
Do we?
5332 RNF Doctor.
Like the World Cup or something, don't we?
Pretty close, right? Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second. Oh. All right, give it 1 second here. We do have the A380 pushing it back from the gates. Of course, that will be a north side takeoff on 24 left.
Order departure, Juliet Golf.
All right, get ready. Just as it gets closer to Lima. All right, so we have one of the special liveries with Alaska being currently towed over to Terminal 6. One of our great mods, Danny, who's been with us this weekend, went to the show yesterday, is showing off one of the models. Look at that.
Oh, yes.
Gemini jets, 1 in 400 scale, 7 people.
Look at that.
Is this one of your favorites, Danny? It is.
Of course.
Well, I would assume so, since you have the model. Excellent. Very cool.
It's pretty spot on, right? Yeah, I mean, you can compare it in person. That's great.
Thank you, Dan.
Awesome. Good spotting.
The Singapore Airlines 777 now slowly but surely heading into the gates.
That is 1331, keep it rolling around the corner, and I'm Doctor with
2026 World Cup. Yeah. They're not leaving, are they?
They said they were going to come and go.
Okay.
And I told them we're probably going to have dinner again. I think.
If you're good.
If I'm good.
No, I meant Alan Heiner. If you're good, Alan.
Oh.
Rudy gets dinner tonight.
I was like, what? I'll be good today.
All right, a lot of activity on taxiway Kilo. I have a United Airlines flight 1331. It's 757-200 now taking off here on the south side.
Alaska 1420 RNAV Docker with 1104, runway 25 right, just pick up. That is 1331, contact up in departure, have a good flight.
31, so long.
Attention all aircraft information officer is current, Los Angeles altimeter 2994. 479 ILS, to my left. Asiana 286 Heavy.
286 Heavy.
Are you moving?
No, we are hold position, Asiana 286 Heavy.
American 483, taxi to the full lane.
Sydney Myers with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Sydney. Good morning, Kevin and Rudy. It was nice to finally meet you last Saturday at Clutters Park and join the stream in Lancaster, California.
Yes.
I gotta tell you, last Sunday seems like forever ago.
American 483.
It does seem like forever ago.
Taxi to the full lane, please. Taxi full lane.
Sunday.
American 483. Asiana 286 Heavy, follow American to the full lane.
But there's a
Roger,
lot,
follow American Air, Asiana 286.
there's a lot going on outside of Tom Bradley.
I'm trying to think, what was last Saturday? I can't even think that far back.
It was last Saturday? Last Saturday? There wasn't anything last Saturday.
1420, contact Chuck and departure, have a good flight.
We do have China Airlines cargo flight 5382 heading to Miami. It's a 777 freighter heading to the 25s. That Asiana Cargo flight 286 heading to SFO 747-400 freighter be heading to 25 right. Eva 777 Star Alliance livery. It's going to make a Yui. Looks like it.
Why would you do that? Why?
American 483 RNAV Docker with 1004, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, American 483.
Asiana 286 Heavy at the full length, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Not for runway 25 right, full length, Asiana 286 Heavy.
All right, so flight 5 heading up there to the north side.
American 1995 LA Tower, wind 1004, runway 25 left, gonna land. 25 left, clear land, American 1995.
Red River's on that United 737. Have a good flight. Good to see you guys.
That one?
I think so. You guys going to San Francisco?
All right, the A380 Super now heading up to the north side. Should be seeing the Asiana A380 Super pushing back here shortly. Of course, we'll see these A380 Supers taken off back here on the south side. Less than a month. 12th of February.
Docker with 1004, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Time is flying.
Delta 479, exit here, taxi via hotel to Juliet, hold short of runway 25 right. Hotel Juliet, hold short 25 right, Delta 479.
You're about to have a lot of cargo takeoff action here. Okay, we're getting wind now.
1995. Go. 1995, Caution Weight 7747, departing the inboard, wind 1004, runway 25 left to land. Alright, copy the wake turbulence, just popped out at 1200 to the AFL, clear to land 5 left.
It's like off and on, like 1 second it looks like it's going to rain, the next second we got sun. All right, we got the Queen now rolling down.
Aircan 785, LA Tower, wind 1004, runway
25 right.
Still land 25 left, Aircan 785.
Again, heading to SFO. We'll rotate pretty early here.
JetBlue 2885, traffic across Tenfield, Crossway, terminal 25 right, line of plane. I'm on way to come back. 286 heavy, contact token departure. Contact token, Delta 479, crossway 25 right, ground 121.75, we cross. 25 right, 0.75, we'll turn it back.
That was Asiana Airlines 286 taking off to San Francisco on a 747-400 converted freighter.
All right, a little back up there on taxiway Lima. See, Eva, you should make a left-hand turn on the Delta. Come back over here.
Yeah.
Too heavy now. Cross, runway 25 left, hold short.
That's what
runway
happens.
25 right. Plus runway 25 right, hold short.
Well, confirmed Eva making that right-hand turn onto Echo. Hoyes, member for 17 months, as a gold member. This is coming in on American Airlines flight 1995. If you can see me.
Without delay, cross runway 25 right, ground
1995.
Now touching down, coming in from Charlotte on that A321.
Oh, that's it?
That's it?
Oh.
Runway 25 right, turn right on Bravo and taxi to the full length.
Well, welcome. There you are.
There you are.
3102, are you able
Good
to
to
move
see
down,
ya.
or do you need a minute? Fairway 3102, gates pushing without delay, turn right at Quebec, cross runway 25 right, and ground 0.75 is cross. Traffic holding position. Okay.
The China Airlines Cargo 777 is crossing over to 25 right.
405, island 25 left. United 405, LA Tower, traffic 3 mile final, wind calm, runway 25 left, good land. Good land, 25 left, now 405. And Tower American 2455, island 25 left. American 2455, LA Tower, wind calm, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land, American 2455. JetBlue 2885, RNAV Docker, wind calm, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. 25 right, clear for takeoff, JetBlue 2885. United 741, LA Tower, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 25 right.
Green Air A380 Super still sitting there on taxiway Lima. Next takeoff here on the south side is JetBlue Airways flight 2885. Heading to Miami in an A321.
I like that picture. Is that St. Martin? It is St. Martin.
Sydney Myers with the $2 Super Chat says that was actually last Monday. Well, I'll be honest with you, Sydney. All the days are blending together this past week since I was live pretty much every day.
attachment if you can. Taking off to Miami, Florida. It's JetBlue Airways 2885.
Back on the north side, we have a 777-300ER, Air China.
Flight time from Beijing is 11 hours and 22 minutes.
Hotel for Quebec, check Air Canada 785.
JetBlue 2885, contact token departure, have a good flight.
40 SoCal, JetBlue 2885, great day.
Great day.
Oh.
United 1363, RNAV Docker, wind 1906, runway 25 right, close for takeoff.
Docker, 25 right, close for takeoff.
Dynasty 5382, heavy LA pair, full length, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Push you back. That is American Airlines flight 1987 heading to Philadelphia. This one-year-old A321 Neo.
And 399 heavy LA tower with 2007 runway 25 left.
All right, that officially takes us to the top of the hour. Just after 11 a.m. here in a sunny, cloudy, we get it all here today in the Southland. Thanks everyone for tuning in. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is a big Sunday show here on January 21st, 2024. Before I forget, Rudy, someone made a, what would you call it? What was the AVL?
Kind of like the whole YMCA thing.
Yeah, the YMCA. Someone at the Proud Bird, as they left yesterday, did the AVL. I was like, well, hold on a second here. I like that.
We're on to something.
Thanks everyone for tuning in to AVL Airline Videos Live here on the Big Sunday Show. Hope you guys are all having a good time. It's 11, just after 11, and we have our first live drawing coming up.
Yes, so don't go anywhere. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Korean Air A380 Super made that turn onto Echo, now heading up to 24 left.
Expect the full length to 25 right for departure at Foxtrot, Frost, runway 25 left.
Meanwhile, we have the Dynasty 777 freighter rolling on 25 right. It's China Airlines Cargo 5382.
258, thank you. No delay on the initial crossing at 25 left.
And EVA Flight 5.
Yeah. It's all right. We're mad. She went to the north.
Yeah.
LA Tower, 2286, check in with you outside of landing runway 25 left.
United 405 at Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground 125 American 2455 without delay, taxi to Hotel Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground 1.75 to cross.
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, 75 American 2455.
Dynasty 5382 heavy, contact token departure, have a good flight.
3 Dynasty 5382 hit.
Delta 567 heavy LA Tower, crossway Sherman, heavy Dreamliner short final, wind 3407, runway 25 left to the land.
Have a United 757 coming in from Denver, flight 405, crossing over 25 right. 757-300.
Now in the chat, I'm seeing a suggestion. Instead of a 24-hour live stream, why don't we do a whole week of non-stop live streaming days? That's a lot of setup and teardown.
No, I like the 24-hour.
JetBlue 2010 RNF Docker, wind 220.
Said a United Dreamliner touchdown here on the south side.
United 1164 LA Tower, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 25 right,
United 399 heavy, exit Hotel Niner, then at Lima, hold short, runway 25 right.
Hotel Niner, Lima, hold short of 25 right, United 399.
This is United 399 coming in from Newark on a 787-10 Dreamliner.
And 4656, continue inbound for 25 left.
you know, while I was at the collectibles show yesterday, I was trying to think of, you know, I like to have models of all the airplanes that I've flown on as a passenger. And for some reason, I wasn't sure if I had a United Dreamliner. And I was really close to buying one. And I'm glad I didn't, because I already have one.
You do have one?
I do.
64 on a Doctor, wind 2109, just 105, runway by right.
So it looks like it's raining to the east of us.
Oh, hello.
But look to the east. We got rain over SoFi. Boy, that was close. Oh, you can feel the cold front coming off of that,
just
too.
gonna
All of a
say.
sudden, the cool weather. Boy, that was really close. It's like at the edge. It's like over the Proud Bird. It's like at the edge of the airport. It's raining.
And now the sun's coming out. What's going on?
I tell you, we got everything here today.
Red Barn 258, our nav is to Doctor. Wind 2007. That's 45. 5 right. 1164, contact up to
This is United Airlines 1164 taking off to Washington Dulles on a 737-800.
Bearings 266, LA Tower, runway 25 right, line up and wing. Aboard,
This is Delta Airlines Flight 967 heading to Atlanta, Georgia. It's an A321.
That is
This is
399
Red
heavy
Barn.
at Lima, cross runway 25 right, right on Bravo. Contact ground 121.75.
It's a Boeing plane.
Alright, cross runway 25 right, on Lima, right on Bravo, 111.75.
It's a Challenger 650.
Runway 25 right. Hotel Niner, Lima, hold short of 25 right, Delta 567. Red Barn 258, contact truck at departure from your flight.
Barn?
Red Barn. That's Boeing.
Red Barn.
Shouldn't it be flying in a Boeing?
Bombardier.
Air China 987 coming from Beijing. The 777 there on Lima. The Dreamliner with United coming in from Newark. Flight 399 about to cross over. Adding to the mix of heavies, Delta Airlines Flight 567 coming in from JFK and that 767-300ER.
Taking off to St. Louis, Missouri. Huh.
Oh boy.
Bearings 266, RNAV Doctor, wind 190 at Niner, gust 15. Runway 25 right, so take off. Alaska 1442, LA Tower, runway 25 right, line up and wing.
25 right, line up and wing. 1442.
I had the wrong camera up. Sorry, guys. That is Cathay Pacific Flight 885 heading back to Hong Kong. A 777-300ER now pushing it back. That tail heading to the west will signal a south side takeoff coming up. Kath Media with the super chat. Hot here in Brisbane, Australia. 37 degrees Celsius, 68% plus humidity. Well, that's rough.
And you guys have spiders, right? Spiders? Flying spiders?
That Air China 777 heading now into the gates of Tom Bradley.
No, they were not selling plane jockey bobbleheads at the show yesterday. They should have. That would have been cool. I wonder if we could have our own table with our own merch.
I don't know. You know, maybe I should just keep my thoughts to myself.
Oh.
We kind of, you know where I'm going with it. We talked about it last night.
Yeah.
25 right, full length, line up and wait, American 2902.
All right, I'm just gonna say it in a roundabout way. I think these collectible shows are great, and I've been to plenty of them. They're all the same. For the most part, they're all the same. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but I think it's time to bring it to the next level. I think, you know, I think there's a lot of people in aviation that would be great speakers at these conventions, collectible shows. The people, you're going to have pilots come in and talk, airline officials come in and talk. You can actually have airlines there giving out free merch and get the airlines involved. You know, there's a lot of people on YouTube that, you know, are aviation vloggers or whatnot that would love to come to these events and talk and all that kind of stuff. So there's nothing wrong with what it is now. I feel like we can bring it to the next level if that's what people want. Now, Kevin won't be invited back to the next one.
I agree with that. I definitely think it could be expanded, but definitely have to consider a bigger venue.
Yes, yeah.
Guy with 4656, taxi via Hotel Juliet, hold short of runway 25 right.
I want a little bit more. I want a little bit more.
Delta 967.
We want more.
Quickly,
we want more.
We'll get you out of here. Delta 494 and Joshua.
That is Asiana A380 Super now pushing it back. It's flight 201 heading back to Seoul. This 9-year-old A380 Super.
American 2902, contact Coconut departure of your flight. Departure American 2902, breaking.
I mean, we always joked, right, Rudy? I mean, since day one. Maybe not day one, but like at least the first year, we always were joking that eventually we would have our own convention, the AVL convention. And I thought, are you kidding me?
I remember this conversation now. And I said, wait, that was a joke? I thought we were being serious.
Skywest 3123 LA Tower, wind 190 at...
I mean, that would take a lot.
Waiting for our first planning meeting, like, let's make this happen, Captain. Apparently it was a joke.
Well, I don't know. I think it's an idea, but it would take a lot to...
A lot of manpower.
Yes.
A lot of planning.
American 2286, runway 25 right, ground point.
So anyway, that's all.
Delta 567, heading crossway 25 right, ground point 75.
And maybe the airlines would be involved. I don't know. I mean, look at Brett with Cranky Dorkfest. He gets a couple of airlines that, you know, give out free tickets and merch and stuff, and people will enjoy that. And I think it's good for the airlines to reach out and to be there and vice versa. And I think it's a win-win.
Yeah.
1801, taxi via Hotel Juliet.
So let's make it happen.
Short, runway 25 right.
What have I done? I probably put it out there now. Well, now we expect it, Kevin. Thanks for putting it out there.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Cathay, Go ahead. We got told to contact you, dog now. I don't think so. Go ahead and contact them. They might have a conflict for you here. 121.75, please. 75 today, 85.
Yeah, maybe Cranky Dorkfest is just the kickstart to a week-long convention. This is JetBlue Airways Flight 1801 coming in from Fort Lauderdale on an A321. Mike, India, November, Tango.
Oh, that's right. Rita would know about conventions.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
What's that?
I couldn't even take time off from work to go to a music week-long conference.
What did you say, Rita?
When I said that a week-long convention is a little too long.
Oh, no, I never said anything about a week-long.
For transgender veterans.
No, I never said... Who said anything about a week?
Rich Riley.
Oops.
I was reading the chat.
Oh. No.
Rudy!
No, I'm talking about like maybe a 2-day. 2-day over the weekend.
Yeah, I don't know if I could commit to a week long.
A week long? No, this isn't CES.
Skywest 3123, Contour, German Heavy Dreamliner departing the inboard.
That's 3123.
Delta 967.
So Cathay Pacific
traffic will cross downfield, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
heading to 25 right here on the south side.
1184 via Hotel Juliet, hold short of runway 25 right.
Hotel Juliet, hold
Asiana
short, 25 right,
A380
Southwest
Super.
194.
Should be starting taxi here shortly. Here on the south side, we do have a United Dreamliner now rolling down. Look at that. See, look at it was raining over there. Look at that water spray.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
Tower, 522, ILS.
Yeah, Louis 201, cross runway 25 right, ground 10475 start.
This is United Airlines 1260 taking off to Denver, Colorado on a 787-9 Dreamliner.
175 for Southwest 1184. Thanks.
Stock 522, LA Tower, wind 2006, runway 25 left to the right.
Liam with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Liam. Love the behind the scenes. Can't wait for the next one.
Stock 522.
Yeah, 4K behind the scenes. Our next video coming out in a few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks from now, will be the behind the scenes tour, the ops there at SFO. Should be a great story. Read the script there last week, voiced it last week. Charlie is hard at work. Right, or I'm sorry, he's done writing. Now he's actually starting the editing process on that. And once we get a better feel of how things are coming along, we will officially announce a date. But we're looking like the first or second week, Saturday in February. So keep that in mind. We are having our live premieres now on Saturdays, so everyone can tune in a little bit better. We were having them on Wednesdays, but it was kind of interfering with people's work, lunch breaks. No, the Korean Air A380 Super is still up there on the north side waiting to take off.
Continue holding in position. New departure frequency will be.
They've let out some other flights ahead of it. Well, they were lined up behind the A380, but I guess they let them go first.
I wonder if there's weather involved. And look how dark the skies are north of us.
This, I don't want to alarm me, but this cell looks like it's moving up towards us.
The one that's east of us?
It's like southeast and it's drifting north.
Okay. Keep me updated. Got the tarps ready.
American 658 Contour, Charles Travel across with
Asiana A380 flight 201 now making that right-hand turn onto Lima. Join the other A380 up there.
Tower 1438, I want to start off.
Delta 1438, LA Tower, wind 2107.
Sky is, the sun is not helping. It's causing the unstableness in the atmosphere.
JetBlue 687, exit high-speed Hotel Manor at Lima, hold short, runway 25
Getting to us, it looks like it's getting darker, Kevin and Rudy. Well,
we have a Dreamliner rolling on 25 right.
Aircan 785, are you ready to move by any chance? Yeah, we're ready to move for Aircan 785. Aircan 785, make the right turn at Quebec.
Runway still looks a little wet.
Okay, right turn Quebec, short or 25 right, Aircan 785. Skywest 3123 at Golf, cross runway 25 right, taxi via Bravo Charlie 4 Charlie to the box.
Bravo Charlie, Charlie for the box, cross, Skywest 3123.
Yeah, the 687 cross runway 25 right, ground 175. Aircan 785 at Quebec, cross runway 25 right, ground 121.75.
Receiver at 121.75, Aircan 785 today.
This is United Airlines 801 taking off to Hong Kong on a 787-9 Dreamliner.
801 Heavy, appreciate it. Contact Shell departure 124.3. Have a good flight. 44.3, good day.
And the Korean Air A380 now lining up for takeoff on 24 left.
Cathay Pacific Flight 885, the 777-300ER, heading back to Hong Kong, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side on 25 right.
Yesterday, the Qantas A380 did a go-around.
Yes.
Crazy.
Many people taking video of it, going around out at the Proud Bird. It was actually a north side arrival on 24 left.
25 right, 24 takeoff. Tower Big Stride 320 is on the island. At the 85 Heavy, runway 25 right, line up and wait, constellation with the Super Airbus off the north.
All right, A380 Super, Korean Air, rolling down 24 left.
Tower wind 230 at 5, runway 25 left, clear to land. 5 left, clear to land, Big Stride.
This is Korean Air Flight 18 Super taking off to Seoul on the A380.
Like the 372 traffic 2 mile final cross, runway 25 left, taxi directly onto the signature airport. Good day.
Sorry about that, guys.
Lock to 640 LA Tower, good afternoon. Wind 2507, runway 25 left, cleared to land.
Joshua Smith, a member for 6 months. His gold members to 6 months. Can't believe it's been this long watching this great channel. Thanks, Kevin and Rudy and the mods. Thank you, Joshua.
Big Stride 320, turn left Alpha.
Here we're seeing All Nippon Airways Flight 5 being pushed back. We'll be taking off to Tokyo Narita on a 787-9 Dreamliner.
LA, good morning. United 2430 is 2.5 out of Honda.
United 2430 LA Tower.
Asiana A380 Super should be the next takeoff here shortly on the north side. Still got those dark clouds north and east of us.
Yeah, the sun right behind us.
Seems like anything south and west, you're in the clear. Certainly the storm north and east.
Dare I take my jacket off? Yeah. Oh, it's nice.
What's going on over there? Taking the jacket off. See, now you don't know when I'm actually like turning because usually Rudy's like he's coming over here and pressing this button. Yeah. Now I have got the secret pedal over here.
I'm just
voila!
Like, what's going on, huh? Yeah, the jacket came off and I feel like going out for a run.
Oh.
Tracksuit. It was funny when I was getting ready this morning, I almost came mismatched because I could have sworn I had taken out the black track pants. So in my mind, I had it programmed. I was going to wear the black, the whole thing, right? The jacket and the pants. And then I turned the light on. I'm like, that's not black. That would look so odd. Blue, navy blue pants with black jacket.
Speaking of, so last week, of course, I've got the navy. We have the same navy track pants going on here today. I'm not wearing the track jacket, though. So last week, I'm getting home, and I realize that I've split my track pants in that region over there. And so I had to change into another pair of track pants. While I was wearing bluish stuff last Sunday, and I thought I grabbed blue. It was black. So I don't know. You probably didn't notice when I showed up at the Proud Bird. When you came pick me up, I was actually wearing black track pants with the blue top.
Oh my gosh.
Because I had split the other ones. I tell you, these things like hold up.
Until they don't.
Well, I'm sure I'm to blame on that one.
It happens. I believe Asiana about to start rolling.
I think I could take this jacket off.
Yeah, the sun is out. It's nice and sunny now. And the A380 is now rolling.
LAX 640, taxi via Hotel Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground 121.75 as you cross. Hotel Juliet and cross 25 right, LAX 640.
This is Asiana Airlines 201 Super taking off to Seoul on the A380.
Land 25 left, United 311.
Still waiting on that on the pond Dreamliner to start taxi here. SAS flight 931 coming from Copenhagen at A330-300, 2 minutes out. That will be a north side arrival. Air New Zealand flight 6, also north side arrival, coming in from Auckland at 777-300ER, 13 minutes out. KLM flight 601 coming in from Amsterdam, also a north side arrival here today, 787-10 Dreamliner. Now, let's say if we were on the north side here today, guess what? They'd all be south side arrivals now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Pretty much.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I want to get it. I just don't get it.
I just wish there was some sort of a central spotting location where you can get both sides.
For United 2430. United 2430, you know to lay down to the next high speed, then at Lima cross runway 25 right, ground 175 as you cross. Then Lima cross 25 late, over to ground, other side, United 25, 24.
Emirates A380 Super flight 215 coming from Dubai. The A380 Super now just 48 minutes away from arrival here at LAX.
We have two back-to-back United 757 arrivals. This is United 2430 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. It's a 757-300.
Also pushing back Volaris. Flight 4331 heading to San Salvador in that A320 Neo.
Thank you. United 311 exit here, taxi via hotel to Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground 121.75. All right, cross Hotel 7 Hotel to Juliet.
Current temperature in Chicago, 18 degrees. That's too cold.
Yes.
And here we have United 311 coming in from Boston to 757-200. Boy, oh boy, I sure would love me some Boston clam chowder. How about it? New England clam chowder.
I don't know. I never had it.
It's so good.
Someone wouldn't allow me to have airport clam chowder.
Ah. Let me speak to her. Listen, lady.
Well, I was willing to have some clam chowder, but it was going to come from the airport. Sarah the Red Dale looked over at me. That face.
That face.
And I was like, all right, forget about it.
You want
no clam chowder
clam chowder from the airport? I can already hear the tone in her voice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she had that look on her face. I'll never forget it.
We had such a great time when me and my mom went to visit. It was nice to go to the Harvard Yard and have some dinner. It was a good time. Gotta go back.
Last 5 exit here. Then
all right, up next on the north side, SAS. Coming in from Copenhagen in the A330-300.
Delta 2951, RNAV Doctor, wind 2605, runway 25 right, so takeoff.
Flight time from Copenhagen is 11 hours and 4 minutes.
2591, RNAV Doctor, wind 2605, runway 25 right, so takeoff. Takeoff 25 right, RNAV Doctor, that's 25.
Rich Riley says, AVL, a side and pants splitting good time. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
American 32, LA Tower, runway 25 right, line up and wait. Line up and wait, right, American 32. Delta 2591, contact token apart, have a good flight. Goodbye, Delta 2591.
How'd that sun get so warm?
I knew it. So I was like, it's time to take off the jacket. Almost tempted to take off the tracksuit jacket.
Take it all off, Rudy.
Woo! Hey-o!
Alan Heiner! That's a $50 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Alan. If I come to Imperial Hill, can I get dinner? I went to Dulles and only got a goodie bag.
Wow.
Yes, Alan.
I thought that up
here
here was for me.
We'll take you to the Proud Bird. Is that a deal there, Alan? All right. Good. Thank you so much, Alan. Good to see ya. Hope you're enjoying the show.
American 1023, RNAV Doctor, wind 260 at 4, runway 25 right, clear to take off.
RNAV Doctor, clear to take off, 25 right,
American 32, contact.
This is American Airlines Flight 32 taking off to JFK on an A321.
All right. So I got to get things ready for our first live drawing here.
Delta 2513, LA Tower, runway 25 right, line up the wing. 25 right. That'll make 40 foot from runway 25 right, contact about 1.5. American 1023, contact us at departure, good flight.
American 1023.
I feel like suddenly it got really warm.
It did get warm. I'm
Like,
telling
whew.
you, this
5249 exit to the right.
weather
Taxi via
is...
hotel.
Are we in
Juliet,
Florida?
hold short, runway 25 right.
What is this?
Exit to the right, taxi Hotel Juliet, hold short of 25
I mean, look
right.
at these clouds that are
Alaska 5, make the right turn at Quebec, hold short
just
of runway
north of
25
us.
right.
Right turn on the Quebec, short 25 right, Alaska 5.
And it's a Volaris A320neo heading to San Salvador, flight 4331.
Good morning.
Next takeoff here on the south side. Delta Airlines flight 2513 heading to Miami, Florida.
Wind 250 at 6, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Let's pick up 25 right, on Evan Docker, 2513.
Citation 807 November Sierra LA Tower, wind 250 at 4, runway 25 left, good land.
25 left, 807.
You know, earlier I said I think it's so cool when it's cloudy and you take off and you poke through the clouds. It's also cool when you're up in clear skies and then you descend down to the clouds.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you're on the runway.
Alaska 1398 LA Tower.
Very impressive.
25 right, line of plane.
25 right, line of plane, on 1398.
This is Delta Airlines 2513 taking off to Miami, Florida on a 737-900 ER.
Delta 1966 LA Tower, wind 2406, runway 25 left to land. 35 left for the land, Delta 1966.
All right. What do you think?
Is it time?
Getting closer. Should probably look at the radar. Do have KLM, and we got a couple of heavies coming in.
Here, no let down to Juliet.
Probably do it now if you want.
Yeah.
All right, so let me remind you what our first live drawing prize is. It is this official AV on the Fly t-shirt. Comes in many different colors. You go check them out at shopavl.com. Of course, you do have to be an AVL member and be in the chat. We give you a code word to enter here next.
Alaska 5, Toronto wind 25 right, contact ground 0.75. Right, ground 0.75. Alaska 1398, contact token departure.
All right. There we go. All right, here are the official rules. Like I just mentioned, you do have to be an AVL member. You have to be in the chat. We're about to give you a code word. It's going to be in green on your screen. Make sure it's all caps and no spaces. You just have to enter it once. You do it more than 5 times, then you'll be cut out of the race for the T-shirt. And Nightbot will announce who the winner is there in the chat. If it is you, you have until the end of the song, which I think is less than 2 minutes, probably a little bit.
It's short.
30. It's very short. So make sure you respond and say, I'm here, I accept, and then you're going to send an email to info@airlinevideos.com with your name, your address. This is a T-shirt, runs pretty true to size. Color and size, very important, color and size, and a link so we can verify it is you with your YouTube channel link. Anything else?
Oh, that's good. I think you covered all the highlights.
I think I did.
Yeah.
For once. All right. Well,
Y'all
if you
ready?
guys are ready. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Bob, we're ready. Bob?
I don't know what his deal is today.
All right. Yeah, he's a little cranky. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go for it. There it is. Code word to enter. FLY. Fly. Fly FLY for your chance to win this official AVL on the Fly T-shirt. Of course, we're very excited as we relaunched AVL on the Fly this past week. It's looking good, I'm telling you. Looking really good. And a lot of you guys tuning in and enjoying the new AVL on the Fly. No better way to celebrate the relaunch of AVL on the Fly than to, well, give out some of these AVL on the Fly merch items here today. So make sure to enter FLY there in the chat. Remember, you do have to be an AVL member to be able to win here today. If you're not a member, you can still type in FLY there in the chat, but unfortunately you will not be picked here today. This is the first of 2 drawings throughout the course of the day. We'll have another one a bit later, Tater, in the broadcast with an even better prize. Of course, we do this every Sunday here on AVL. So if you don't win here today, there's always next week. All right, time is running out. Getting closer to announcing who the winner is here today for this official AVL on the Fly T-shirt. First, you go check them out. Then all of our merch that ships all around the world, they're at shopavl.com. All right, remember we have to wait, what, 15 seconds? Got to wait 15 seconds for you guys at home to catch up, because we're about a 15-second delay, and then we will officially run the music, and then you, whoever it might be, remember, you have until the end of that song. If you do not claim, then we will just draw another name. We actually had to do that last week on the second drawing. All right, are we good?
We're good.
All right, Bob, we good? All right, Bob, who's it going to be? Javi 575. Javi 575. All right, Javi 575. Go for it, Rudy.
Ready?
All right.
DG-10 Heavy LA Tower, wind 2703, runway 25 left to land. Volvo Express 6 Juliet Golf and Foxtrot cross runway 25 right, turn right on Bravo and taxi to the full left.
Anything?
Oh, yes. Javi is here. Congratulations.
Javi, thank you so much. Congrats.
Perfect.
Delta 1966, cross runway 25 right, ground runway 2475. 25 right, ground 1475.
This is Delta Airlines 1966 coming in from San Salvador on a 757-200.
American 1857 LA Tower traffic crossing down.
Flight time is 5 hours and 5 minutes.
No winglets.
That's all 4331, contact South departure, have a good flight.
Southbound departure, that's on 4331.
American 396 Heavy LA Tower, wind 2703, runway 25 left, center line, Costaway Terminal. You're 5 miles in trail of the heavy Airbus 350.
Copy all, clear to wind 5 left American.
Number 2 for arrival here on the south side is Fiji Airways 810 coming in from Nandi on the A350-900.
American 767. American 767, hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
Right at Juliet, American 767.
First part, verify the hold short, runway 25.
Hold short, 25 right at Juliet, American 767.
KLM Flight 601 coming in from Amsterdam, 787-10 Dreamliner, number 2 for arrival on the north side. My friend Skittles, member for 9 months, is a diamond member. Thank you so much, Skittles. I can't believe it's been 9 months already. Thank you, Kevin, Rudy, and the mods for this amazing channel. Whether you all know it or not, you are all educators teaching us about the in and outs of commercial aviation. Super cool.
Oh,
Thank you, Skittles.
thank you, Skittles. There you go.
Rudy's the teacher. I'm not. I am no teacher.
Now you're Professor Kevin. Professor of plane spotting aviation.
Oh, boy, oh boy.
Right full length of takeoff.
That is China Eastern Airlines Flight 586. We'll be heading back to Shanghai in this 777-300ER. That has become a south side takeoff. So we'll have to wait and see if it happens again here today. Flagger BFE becoming a silver member. Thank you so much.
Number 60 Lima Mike, turn left Alpha 7,
Looking good.
left Alpha Expedite Alpha 2, stop at Wilson Trail, taxi Alpha departing for you. Alright, 60 Lima Mike, taxi Alpha Alpha 6, monitor ground point 7. Number 570 November, wind 2503, on Alpha Alpha, level 25 right at intersection, for takeoff, number 570 November.
This is American Airlines 1857 taking off to Charlotte on an A321 Neo.
5 left, clear to land.
5 left, clear to land, American
2123, LA Tower,
So I have a Japan Airline Dreamliner now pushing back on the southeast quarter of Tom Bradley. It's Flight 61 heading back to Tokyo Narita, 787-8 Dreamliner.
November 276, Juliet Golf, from a Q5 right, line of close forward. DJ 10 heavy, exit right to tight speed, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short of 25 right of Juliet, TDH.
American 396 heavy, just trying to exit at Lake
Africa.
On the north side, KLM, the Dreamliner. Oops.
Our departure, good day.
Oopsie! Rudy wasn't ready for his close-up.
I wasn't? Oh, I guess not. Flight time from Amsterdam is 10 hours and 41 minutes.
Rudy told me earlier in the show that he wants to start shooting again. Should we send Rudy back to the parking garage?
Well,
yes or no? Let's see it in the chat. Should we send Rudy back to the parking garage for the Sunday shows? Well, you said it. You said you want to start shooting again.
yeah. I'm open to whatever.
Also at Fiji Airways, flight 810, coming up from Nadi. Robin here on the south side. Oh, see, they're saying they like Rudy next to me. Oh, see, Rudy, you got lucky. Well, then we got to figure out, we got to give Rudy another job here. What can Rudy do?
Hold short, 25 right at Lima, American 396 heavy.
Can I borrow your picker-upper thingy?
He's going to start picking up the trash. Just kidding. In the park. All right. Well.
Yeah, I'm just going to start picking up the trash.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
I got 233, I'll let 25 right.
My gosh.
Altitude 233, LA Tower, 280 at 4, 25 left.
Good land, 25 left, 233.
American 8679, LA Tower, 280 at 4, 25 left.
What's that? Oh, I'm good. This is American Airlines 396 coming in from Miami on a 777-300ER.
I'm going to swing the camera over there to the north side and get a little moisture going on.
Look at that, yeah.
Little ribbons. Well, we did.
This is Air New Zealand Flight 6 coming in from Auckland on a 777-300ER.
American 1979, LA Tower, 270 at 4, conflict 770 green line with cut off parallels, and 270 at 4, 25 left.
Good land, 25 left, American 1979.
Still got a lot of clouds and dark clouds just north of us here.
American 767, traffic will hold.
It's keeping us on our toes. This is the Element of Surprise taking off to JFK with JetBlue Airways Flight 424. It's an A321.
Yes, sir, at Lima, cross 25 right, 0.75 American 396.
Heavy start moving, please.
Moving now, please.
All right, this 777 with American, flight 396, coming from Miami, will now cross over 25 right.
Okay, off air, hotel 7 for 25 right.
JetBlue 424, contact SoCal departure.
Over to SoCal, JetBlue 424, good day.
Jason Heavy, verify parking at gate 202.
And China Eastern, flight 586, heading back to Shanghai, starting taxi there on Kilo.
Extra bit, hold short, 25
It sounds like they want the Fiji A350 to cross over as well here.
Toronto 647 Heavy, wind calm, RNF to Docker, runway 25 right, good to take off. RNF Docker, 2360, LA Tower, crossing trigger, traffic will cross downfield on the 25 right.
Got an Aeromexico Dreamliner. Next heavy takeoff here on the south side.
American 1393, join hotel, hold short, over runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hotel, short 25 right, Juliet, American 1393.
JetBlue 2123, traffic in position at Juliet, crossing 35 right.
Juliet, cross 25 right, contact ground.
everything for help today. I put that crossing to Q5 right.
This is Aeromexico 647 taking off to Mexico City on a 787-8 Dreamliner. Adios.
A Delta 767 heading over here to the south side, heading to 25 at right.
It's flight 418. We'll be taking off to Atlanta.
So have the Japan Airlines Dreamliner now starting taxi. So the Dreamliner should make that left-hand turn onto Bravo. So if you're counting, we got 3 heavies heading down to 25 right for takeoff action here. 39 Aeronautica Chief with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. In the 1960s, we'd had elementary school field trips to airports with observation decks. Being a kid at heart never gets old. Go AVL. Thank you so much. CG, becoming a silver member. Thank you so much, CG. And Fred, a member for 11 months, as a silver member. Says SJC is in reverse ops today. Will LAX turn 2? I gotta tell you, with all this rain and weird stuff we got going on here, there's no wind, and we have to have at least 11 knots to the east, constant, and I don't think we have any wind.
It was weird because yesterday we didn't even hit that wind speed. It was really curious to know why we went to east flow. Winds were coming from the southeast, but I think it was only like 6 knots.
Huh. American 1979. Go ahead. Jeffrey 536 with 203 running on the Docker of 2516. Docker,
Oh, hello. I'm on camera again.
Oh.
This is Spirit Airlines 2368 taking off to Detroit on an A320neo. Get a little bit of behind the scenes there.
Sorry. We have some visitors here.
And it's the top of the hour.
It is. My gosh, we got a lot going on.
Oh, yes.
Top of the hour. Once again. And it's officially afternoon here in sunny, cloudy, rainy Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX Plane Spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is a big Sunday show here on January 21st, 2024. We are the Plane Jockeys here at Imperial Hill. Thanks, you guys, for spending your day with us. Much more to go, so don't go anywhere. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. All right, a lot of action coming up here on the south side. Thanks, everyone.
Yes, and let us know where you're watching from.
Do you mind just making contact with our friends over there? Yeah. Just tell them we got a lot of heavies about to take off, and then if they're not in a hurry. Air New Zealand Flight 6 coming in from Auckland, the 777-300ER making those final turns, heading in to the southwest corner of Tom Bradley. Got a lot of heavy action here on the south side coming up first heavy takeoff will be Japan Airlines, the Dreamliner. Is everything all right?
Russell called you an organist. You're like an organist.
Organist.
And that makes sense. The pedals. Although I am a little bit in trouble because how did I forget to mention that I was gifted something so special yesterday? Friend Russell gifting me a desk mat with the Emirates A380.
Oh, I didn't know that was a gift.
Yes.
I thought you bought it.
Oh no, I was going to.
Hella Bronner with the super chest is greeting from my comfortable couch in Deutschland.
Well, we have viewers watching from all over the globe. And we try to hit the highlights. We have viewers in Texas, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We have viewers in Illinois. We have viewers all over England, Canada, Jacksonville, Florida, Portugal, the Netherlands, Michigan. We have viewers in Louisiana. We have a viewer in Dulles Airport. They're in Virginia on the ramp. Grand Prairie, Texas. Cape Town, South Africa. Brisbane, Australia. We have viewers in Bowie, Maryland. Santiago, Chile. Saludos. Greentown, Indiana. Washington State in the house. Fruit Cove, Florida. Calgary, Alberta. We have viewers in New York and Massachusetts. Connecticut in the house. Hello to everybody watching in Ontario, Canada. Let's see. We have viewers in Germany. Münster, Germany. Kaiserslautern, Germany. I probably didn't say that right. Gardena here in California. We have viewers in Cincinnati, Ohio. Slovakia. Walnut Creek here in California. Frankfurt. Norwalk here in California. Manchester, England. We have viewers in Russia, Portland, Oregon, Brussels in Belgium, Mexicali, Paris, France.
We got that series of 3 heavy takeoffs coming up next.
And we have viewers in Switzerland. I know I didn't get to everyone's destinations or locations, but thank you so much for watching Airline Videos Live.
Thanks, you guys.
American 1393, thanks for your patience today. Traffic is holding its position at taxiway Juliet South. Right on the ground plane 1. Airline 1, Juliet Juliet over to ground plane 5. 33 at the back, off on 25. Taxiback, cross 25, right, house.
This is Japan Airlines Flight 61 taking off to Tokyo Narita on a 787-8 Dreamliner.
American 1979 at Julia Cross number 25, right on the ground plane 75. 1979 at Julia Cross 061 heavy, contact SoCal departure today. Japan 061 heavy, good day.
We got this United 777 up. Sorry. I feel like a reel coming up every time I hit the wrong button. Hi. Hi.
Good afternoon, American 255, your ILS 25 left 170.
That's flight 667 coming in from Dulles. It's 777. 229 years of age.
Delta 418 heavy, wind calm, or enough to Docker, runway 25 right. clear for takeoff.
L418 Heavy, 25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV Doctor.
98586 Heavy, LA Tower, new departure frequency is 124.3, runway 25 right, line up only.
124.3, runway 25 right, Chinese 986.
All right, we've got that Delta 767 at 400 ER heading on down 25 right. It's flight 418 heading to Atlanta, Georgia.
Dragon 2543, gate 42 Alpha is still occupied. Continue westbound on Hotel and hold short of Bravo 17.
Westbound Hotel, hold short Bravo 17, American 25.
98586 Heavy at the door. Caution wake turbulence, traffic walls across downfield on the C5 right pole.
Heading to Atlanta.
418 Heavy, contact hotel departure.
418 Heavy, switch and have an off today.
All right, next heavy, China Eastern Airlines flight 586 heading to Shanghai. Rolling down, 25 right.
It's the 884 caution jet blast traffic is holding a position at Golf Cross on the C5 right, cross on the C5 left.
You have to cross 25 right, 25 left, flag, go from position to go. Please look at that for.
Not hopefully. There's traffic on 3 mile in front of the C5 left as well, so also expedite and taxi to get outside of parking.
This is China Eastern Airlines 586 taking off to Shanghai on a 777-300 ER.
586 Heavy, turn left heading 230.
F10 220, Chinese 956.
586 Heavy, contact hotel departure 124.3. Have a good day.
24.3, Chinese 956 today.
All right, how we looking?
Hey, Big Kite.
Like a living canvas, apparently.
All right.
Yeah, looks great.
Heavy LA Tower, wind calm, runway 25 left. Clear to land. Stay parked.
25 left, clear to land. We have Romeo and parking at I-64.
You guys at 258, wind calm, right now from Docker, runway 25 right. United 2657, LA Tower, 25 right.
25 right, line up and wait, United 2657.
Number 600 Foxtrot Juliet, LA Tower, you can expect from 25 left for the parking about
Testing.
2.5 minutes or so.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2. All right. So we are just preparing. We have some special guests stopping by here. Let's see. And go full screen. Here we go. Go full screen. Russell. Our friend Russell. Hello, Russell. All right, stand between Rudy and I. All right, if you want, here's a microphone. Russell, tell everyone on Jockey Cam who you are. Oh, wait, we got to turn on your mic. All right, now talk.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm Russell with Gemini Jets and the Airplane Shop, and it's been a fun week. We came out for the show, and look forward to future shows. I hope you guys will get maybe a little more involved. You never know.
Yeah.
Yesterday's venue was small, but we had a good time. Hopefully in the future we can find a bigger spot. But these shows are all over the country, all over the world. And obviously, we're huge AVL fans. I came out here with my partner. Where is Brian? Where did
She's
she
right
go?
over there.
Come on over and say hello. Don't you want to pop in?
Oh, she's all right.
She don't want to pop in anyway. But
Well,
anyway, yeah. Great time. We got some stuff for you
Good to
here.
have you. Good to have you.
It's great to be here. We've got some stuff for you down here. I don't know how you want to do this.
So, you know, real quick, Russell, let's put a little meat to this. So I was asking you about the model business. You said it's going really, really well. I mean, it's a big deal.
It's big business. People just go nuts over airplane models. The airplane shop has 3 locations, and their stores are always jam-packed. Love to open one up here in LA.
I'm trying to get Russell to open one over
here
in
it would
Westchester.
really do well. But,
yes.
Don't know how we'd man it, but anyway. But yeah, the model business is great. The 400 scales are very popular. 200 scales are very popular, and you just have to have room. So when I was going to bring you guys presents, which we have here, I know you've got a lot of models. I'm thinking, you know what, space is an issue. So we went. I wasn't trying to be cheap. I just went a little bit smaller with the 400 scale, so you'd have a little bit more room. And by the way, I give you full permission to regift. Full permission to regift. If you know somebody you want to give these to, absolutely. I have no problem with it. Now, my other half, who's hiding behind the camera, she's from the UK. So we were recently in the UK, and we did some shopping there. I wanted to bring some homegrown stuff back. So you have a little bit of taste, including, are you ready for this, everybody? Burger King Whopper Doritos.
What?
Have you ever heard of that?
No.
I'll repeat that. Burger King Whopper Doritos in here.
No way.
Yeah. And again, if you want to re-gift that, you can.
No, we're not going to re-gift that. In fact, I'm going to eat them on the show here.
Yeah.
All right. So if you want to go through this stuff here, you can.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
This bag here that's your bag.
Oh, this is mine.
And this one is
they are.
Airplane Shop.
Yes. Oh my gosh, look at that. Flame grilled Whopper Doritos.
From the UK. And we dragged those back from England. I had to put them in a box so they wouldn't get crushed.
I got the Qantas.
Well, you both have a Qantas because I knew the hanger was down there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and like I said, we went a little small in size because I know these things can be a little big.
No.
Wow.
Oh.
And you got an Emirates A350 the last time, so I want to hook you up with an Emirates.
British Airways A380.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you guys. My gosh.
And then there's all kinds of stuff from the UK in there.
Oh, how'd you know?
That's her. She knows.
I love this stuff. So good.
What is it?
Licorice.
Oh, the licorice, yes. Fingers, cookies.
Oh, this is Florida. We wanted to have you a little taste of Florida.
Oh, coconut
Not too many
patties.
people like coconut.
Very
I love
nice.
coconut.
Yes,
but
very
like I
nice.
said, if you want to
Very nice.
give it away, you can.
No.
I don't think I've ever had these. Cadbury fingers, cookies.
Those look good. And jelly babies. That looks really good. My gosh. You guys, thank you so much.
So there you go.
We've got to get your wife over here to wave.
Don't be shy.
Say hello. Thanks, you guys.
We're really
You have to
nice,
come
I
over and
promise.
just say hello.
Well,
she's
Russell,
engaged in
if you need me
conversation.
to, I can work your store over there a couple of days a week if you need me to.
It's a possibility. You never know. You never know.
Oh my gosh, thanks you guys.
Anyway, and I have the calendar. I got to get Rudy to sign my calendar. They want you to come say hello.
Oh,
Look at this. You're going to get a preview here of the second half. Just come in and say hi.
All right.
For 1 second. Say hi, Mom.
There you are.
Hi, Mom in the UK. Hi, Mom in the UK.
All right. Thank you so much. I can't
Thank
wait.
you. Wow.
All right. So Rudy's got to
Yes.
sign the calendar.
Okay.
Russell, thank
And then
you
we're
so
going
much.
to get out of your hair.
Oh, we're not missing anything.
And thanks again for the gift yesterday, the desk mat, the awesome Emirates A380 desk mat, which is going to be put in my home desk computer.
Excellent.
So I'm so excited for that. Thank you.
So I didn't bring a pen.
I was going to say, where do I sign or how do I?
The cover. Do you have a pen by any chance over there?
I might have a pen.
All right, we'll figure that out.
All right.
Well, I have
Anyway,
a pen.
Russell, thank you so
Thank
much.
you for having
this
me.
This is excellent.
Thank
Good
you for
to
having
see you.
me. Hello, everybody. Goodbye,
We'll
everybody.
see you. We'll see you in June, right?
Yeah. Yep. We'll be
June
out.
is the next
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Oh,
show here. All right.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. You want to take a picture?
Oh, sure. Yeah. All right. Give me 1 second here. Let me. We're not missing anything, believe it or not. All right. Not miss anything. We're going to take a photo here real quick. Just stand by, everyone.
Good day, American 2288. American Heavy, the ILS critical areas appear to be protected, but there's another.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
Wow.
That was very nice.
Yes.
1332 LA Tower, are you ready now?
I don't know, Rudy.
I feel like I'm going to get attacked with these models.
I'm telling you, Rudy, you can quit your day job. We'll go open the airplane shop in Westchester. We'll help Russell over there.
That's
tempting, right?
Tempting. I love what I do. I love my students. I love the community I work with, but it's tempting.
It's very tempting.
I have to make sure I say that because I know they're all watching right now.
I'm only joking, you guys. We would never do that to Rudy, but
that sounds nice. Like I could work the night shift, you know.
I told Russell when I saw him at the H Hotel on Friday, I said, Russell, you see that area over there, Westchester? I said, there's so many aviation people around here. Daily, they're just walking around. I said, if you had a shop over there, the airplane shop, you would, I mean, just the business would be amazing. And I'm sure you guys all agree with me at home. We need one here in LA. We need one in LA.
Yes.
This is where it's at.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the contrast, like over there. It's
I know.
Pretty impressive. Wow.
So again, thanks to Russell, wife, and the airplane shop. These Doritos, I cannot believe that. Oh, look on the bottom, it says burger not included. I love it. I bet there's people that probably think the burger's in there.
Yeah, where is it?
All right, we do have the Emirates A380, number 2 for arrival on the north side.
Yeah, I saw a Qantas A380 model, 1 to 200 scale. I was so tempted. So tempted to get it. But now I have a 400.
Just had a United Dreamliner touchdown here on the south side. Oops.
American 26 Heavy at taxiway Juliet, off of 5 right.
This is Alaska Airlines 1332 taking off to Liberia on a 737-900ER. By the way, I don't know if you saw, Steve brought sidecar.
Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh,
of course. Huckleberry.
Steve, you saved the day. I'm so glad I didn't eat like an RX bar or something.
I was starving like 30 minutes ago, so I had a Good and Gather bar.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Up on the north.
But the Emirates A380 is super now. I don't know.
Looks
looking
high.
like it's, yeah. It's trying to adjust.
I was going to say, it looks high, right?
A little bit. Do you mind turning that to 2?
53108 LA Tower, contact turbulence heavy voice.
South 3303, wind 2704, RNF Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
24 left, clear for takeoff, RNF Del Rey.
Looking a little better.
Oh.
What do you think, Rudy? Still too high?
I think it's good now. He'll make it.
Southwest 3303, contact SoCal departure. Go to SoCal departure. Good day. 3303. Delta 951 Heavy, Los Angeles Tower, company traffic 15 mile final, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Oh, yeah. Did someone ask for sun?
Yeah, we got a lot of sun all of a sudden.
Yeah. Take your mic, we're gonna have a great Charlie, okay? Defense 321, contact SoCal departure.
All right. Sidecar. Should be anyone have any coffee?
I know, that sounds amazing.
I don't know. Why don't you order some?
Do you want me to order some?
Do you have a China Cargo Airlines flight 222, 222 heading to Shanghai, a 777 freighter rolling it down, 25 left.
I'm good.
I said, no, I can make it right now. I'm not joking. I've got everything I need, including the stove.
I really do. You have a stove?
Yes!
This is Cargo King 222 taking off to Shanghai on a 777 freighter.
Can you? Here, let me just scoot in here.
You weren't kidding.
Cargo King 222 Heavy, contact SoCal departure. Again, maintain 3000. Minute 3000 and contact 124.3, copy this is 6.
What's up?
I'm just making sure you're good to go.
Japan Airlines Flight 15 heading back to Tokyo Haneda. 787-9 Dreamliner now pushing back from the gates of Tom Bradley.
Look, there's Huckleberry in here.
American 274, wind 2603, are now to dock, or 25 right,
Ham Todd 71 with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Ham Todd. Just tuned you on. How is it's sunny there? It's been pouring off and on in Koreatown. Have a great dry show. Yeah, you know what? I'm telling you, we are getting lucky here. But if you look all around us, look at those clouds, north and east. Everything pretty much west and south seem to be okay.
We're in the safe zone.
Yeah, probably downtown. That's where Koreatown is, not too far from there, downtown.
I can run to the Starbucks if you want.
If you want.
Okay. What would you like?
I think kind of black coffee.
Hot or
Hot.
Hot? Okay.
Hot. I think. What do you get?
I'm like in between getting something cold and getting something hot.
I know. I'm kind of in between. You know, the problem with getting hot coffee here is
You
it gets
drink
cold
fast.
so quick.
Yeah.
All right.
Iced?
I think I just solved my own question.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do iced.
Iced.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like cold brew, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, BRB.
All right. Rudy will be back. We'll be back. You're stuck with me.
American T-74 to departure. American 74, contact SoCal departure. Have a good day. Good day.
The big Q, Qatar Airways, flight 739, coming in from Doha, the A350-1000, now just 20 minutes away from touching down on 24 left. Almost 3,000 likes. Thanks, you guys. Awesome support. Hope you guys are all having a great Sunday. Have China Southern Cargo, 777 freighter coming in from Shanghai, flight 445, 27 minutes away. Now that Rudy left. Hey, how's it going? Now that Rudy left, now it's going to rain on me, right? Do I? It's been off and on. We've been lucky. It seems like it went kind of like east and north.
Yeah, I was over at Peterson.
Oh, wait, was it raining over there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, really?
So I didn't know if we were going to be here or not. I was heading back to Hammond.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, good luck, because it seems like it's all out that way. Yeah.
I'm trying to get a thing to get on the chat.
Like your name won't show up in the chat?
Yeah. I can't get it. It says there's an error or whatever. Try it on.
There's been a few of that. Like Rita can't even get in the chat apparently. So I don't know if there's a bug with YouTube going on. I guess you could always try a different name, create another channel, or contact YouTube. I don't know. I mean, I hear a lot of that, but sadly, I have no answers for you on that. Oh, you are a member. Oh, you are a member. I don't know. Send me an email with your screen name, and then I can go through the list to see if there's anything behind the scenes. Okay. What's your screen name? Okay. Can you send me an email so I have it? So I'll. I don't check X too often. If you just Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The link on Twitter. Yeah. I thought you were talking about sending a mail through. Yes. Yeah. And I'll take a look because Rita has the same problem. Emirates A380 Super, flight 215 coming up from Dubai, making that right-hand turn onto Kilo, heading it to the gates of Tom Bradley. ATC fool. Ah, you're funny. I have a direct link with YouTube. I can talk to them, but I don't ever get anywhere with them. That makes any sense. I have a direct link with them, but I've never contacted them once where they've actually been able to solve any issues on the spot. LATAM Airlines heading to Sao Paulo, Brazil, 787-9 Dreamliner, making that right-hand turn on Tequila. Will be south side takeoff on 25 right coming up. Which day? Wednesday. Is that the night one?
Yeah.
Okay. How'd it look? Good? Yeah, okay.
Every Sunday morning I'm in front of the TV for a while.
Nice. Okay. You're not going to watch football games? No? Oh, okay. Car guy. Well, there's NASCAR here next week, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
I'm a
Drag race. Okay. Okay.
That's my
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
And I do want to go to Daytona and stuff like that.
Nice.
I used to go to Bear Jackson.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So proud of that.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
0510, after you cross contact the city ram tower as you approach Kilo 1, sharp Kilo 1 with
All right, the LATAM Dreamliner making that left-hand turn onto Bravo. We also have China Southern Cargo Flight 2538 headed to Guangzhou. It's a 777 freighter lighting up. We'll have a south side takeoff on the 25. So we've got two Dreamliners. We've got that Japan Airlines 787-9 Dreamliner heading to Tokyo Haneda, Flight 15, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side. Now we'll follow American Airlines Flight 265 heading to Lihue in an A321neo. So we've got 3 aircraft down at the 25s. Of course, if you count this LATAM Dreamliner heading to Brazil, slowly but surely making her way to 25 right. All right, good to see you. All right, be careful out there. All that weather. Also seeing the Special Salmon people. Alaska 737-800 also heading down for a south side takeoff.
American 265, 12406, running out the Docker, over 25 right, left takeoff.
Right up next, American Airlines Flight 265 heading to Lihue. Mike D gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Mike. All right, let's get Bob over here. All right, Bob. Drop it, Bob. Mike D gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. So we have another live drawing if you're just gifted a membership. Bob, you want to show them what our next prize is here today? Well, we're continuing to the theme of the AVL on the fly. We're giving out one of our great hoodies This could be yours if you're a YouTube member and are in the chat. We'll do this a bit later. Tater.
American 265, contact Coast Alpha
All right, the Japan Airline Dreamliner up next for takeoff. All right, the Dreamliner lined up there on the far east side of LAX. Again, this is Flight 15, a 7-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner. It'll be followed by the special livery, Alaska Airlines, and the 7-people livery heading to San Jose, Costa Rica, 737-800, Flight 1352.
Right now at the docker, I'm at 25 right, cover takeoff. I'm runway 25 right, cover takeoff, 792. 1352, LA Tower, caution, wake turbulence, runway 25 right, line of way. Line of way, 25 right, Alaska 1352.
All right, the Dreamliner now starting rolling down at 25 right. Loving the clouds.
1352 and 240 are now at the dock.
Loving those clouds. Jeremy D, a member for 5 months, is a gold member. Says hi, Kevin Rudy. Flying into LAX next Sunday. Will you be at the Hill as usual? Hoping to stop by and see the best in the business. Yes, we will be here at the Hill. Yes, we try to be here every Sunday the best we can. Even if we take off somewhere during the week, we try to be back here on Sundays. We'll look forward to seeing you next week. All right, we've got the 7-people special livery heading on down.
Runway 25 right, line up in the way.
5 right.
Golf, LA Tower, wind 2305, constant wake turbulence, heavy Dreamliner with departure parallel, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 25 left, 38, November Golf.
Waiting part? Wait.
Los Angeles, Sierra United 10, 13, 25 left.
Tower 3381,
Right on that, Doctor, Skywest 3381.
San 20, it's time 8087 heavy, LA Tower, runway 25 right, line of way.
25 right, 8087.
Alaska 1352, contact Coast Alpha departure.
What's going on? How's it going? Yes, oh yes, absolutely.
253 heavy, you can expect runway 25 right for departure. Hold short.
I don't know, it's like 50-50. Is it the first one? It's the first one, right? Yeah. So, you know, it's
822 LA Tower, hold for the Fox.
it's at this point it's so hard to figure out because that's the deciding point right there.
Heavy, the upwind traffic will be straight
I don't
out.
know. It's south side, I think. Yeah. I mean, that's to me that's looking more. Because if she was coming in from like the north, I would say forget about it. Yeah. Cool.
Departure, Airline 3381, good day. 1013 visual 25 left.
Like a disturbance on the plane?
Heavy green line departing the parallel, wind 2405, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Land 25 left, United 1013.
Southern Cargo 253, just waiting for one more arrival, verified full support on runway 25 left. Thank you. 5344 traffic will also pass down for us.
3144, Robbie.
Southern Cargo 2538 heavy, traffic is on a 4-mile final, cross both runway 25 left and runway 25 right, turn right on Bravo.
Runway 25 left and 25 right, Bravo.
Up to 822 at Fox, regulated the heavy 177, forward, there 4 or 5 minutes.
Copy that on the flow side. We see the heavy 777 will give way at Foxtrot, Delta 822.
And 8087 heavy, contact place out.
Call departure, take your 10, 8087, bye-bye.
Number 3, turn left to Golf, turn left to Alpha 7, turn left onto Alpha, expedite options, and contact ground point 75.
Alpha 7, contact ground.
On the north side, we got the big Q coming in from Doha. A350 1000 about to touch down on 24 left. That is the Turkish Dreamliner, flight 180, that will be heading back to Istanbul. 787-9 Dreamliner.
Sky 3144, 12605, are now at the dock, or 25 right, close to takeoff.
Takeoff 25 right, on half dock, Sky 3144.
Southern Cargo 2538 heavy, runway 25 right, and line up the road.
Southern Tower, just with 773 heavy. Don't be visual.
Delta 773 heavy, LA Tower, with 26 at port, possibly turbulence, heavy Boeing 777 departing the parallel, runway 25 left, clear to land.
The 773 is cleared to land, copy, wait turbulence.
Southern Cargo 2538 heavy, wind 26 at 4, and after Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Delta 822, possibly turbulence, traffic will cross down field, runway 25 right, and
Runway 25 right, line away 25.
At 1013, hold short, runway 25 right, at Juliet. Sunrise. Tower 3144, contact SoCal departure, have a good day.
Contact departure, South 3144.
At 1013, traffic is holding the position at taxiway Juliet. Also, runway 25 right, clear. Tango 2538 Heavy, contact SoCal departure. Have a good day.
Departure, good day, Tango 2538 Heavy.
Tower, can we get a current wind check, please?
Surface wind 260 at 4.
Thank you.
The wind aloft, level 7 good. Hold up the wind. Delta 822, wind 260 at 4 on at the docker, on the 25 right, let's take off.
On that docker, 25 right, let's take off Delta 822.
West 3605, LA Tower, on the 25 right, line of delay.
That was China Southern Cargo Flight 2538 heading to Guangzhou, and this brand new 777 freighter just taken off. That aircraft delivered in March. Louis de Haan, a member for 21 months. This is Silver Members. As time flies when you're having none. Chris M with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Chris.
Sorry, 4605, upwind traffic is on a diversion course southbound with 2504 and at the docker with 25 right, just to take off.
Next up, a Delta A319 heading to Las Vegas.
3103, other side, 25 right, line of delay. Delta 822, contact SoCal departure. Have a good day.
It looks like the Turkish Streamliner heading up to the north side. That is usually a south side takeoff. And just arriving here on the south side, Delta Airlines Flight 773 coming up from JFK, a 767-300 ER.
Delta 773 Heavy, exit right, join hotel, hold short of runway 25 right at Lima.
Thank you. Oh, I thought I had...
773, exit to hotel, hold short at Lima 4.
Fairly 3103 with 2506, run at the docker on the 35 right, let's take off.
On at the docker, 25 right, please take off.
United 1647 LA Tower with 25 right, line up away.
Line up away, 25 right, United 1640.
Guys 4605, contact SoCal departure.
Coming SoCal, 4605.
Number 553 Romeo Bravo LA Tower. United 1647, wind 260 at 6, running up the docker, only 25 right, clear for takeoff.
On at the docker, 25 right.
Also up there, we have the Singapore 777-300 ER now pushing back. The tail going not the way we want to see it, to the south. It's Flight 11, the 14-year-old 777. Next takeoff here on the south side is a United 757-300 heading to Denver, Flight 1647.
Delta 773 Heavy, attack to radio, let's off. Contact SoCal departure after today, United.
The Delta 767 about to cross over. 25 right. What's that? What's that from? Bob's Beep and Bob. Wait. In and out.
In and out. On the rice.
Who ordered In and Out? Who ordered In and Out?
I did.
Oh. Bob's over there with In and Out. Go figure. All right, there's a lot going on here. Next takeoff here on the south side, United Express, SkyWest, flight 5795, heading to Hayden, E175 LR. Turkish Airlines, flight 180, heading back to Istanbul, 787-9 Dreamliner. Next takeoff on the north side on 24 left.
Eva 622, LA Tower 1260, 425 left, clear land. Number 553, Romeo Bravo, turn left Alpha 7, turn left Alpha Alpha, contact ground 0.75. Left Alpha 7, left onto Alpha, ground 0.75, 3 Romeo Bravo.
I'm back. This is Turkish Airlines Flight 180 taking off to Istanbul on a 787-9 Dreamliner.
Have an American. What's up?
Got the coffee.
Got the coffee.
And apparently now we have lunch.
Well, you know how I feel about In and Out.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna eat that donut.
I'll have just a little bit.
273 LA Tower, what are you going on the north side of 25 right?
Coffee's on point today.
Very nice, thank you.
Yeah.
Donut?
There's so much food.
I know. I can't do the In and Out.
I'll probably hold off on the donut for later.
It is the top of the hour as well.
1994.
Officially 1 p.m. here in sunny Los Angeles, California. Watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's a big Sunday show here on January 21st, 2024. We are the Plane Jockeys trying to eat the donut.
How is it?
There's a lot going on. Oh, it's so great. Oh my gosh. Look at this thing. You want to talk about the perfect donut. What are these again?
Huckleberry.
Sidecar Huckleberry donuts. They are unbelievable. Bob's over here with In-N-Out Burger. I can't do the In-N-Out Burger. So I'm going to stick with the donut.
Thanks, you guys, for sticking with us
1994 LA Tower.
here on Airline Videos Live. Here.
Are you guys ready?
How
for
are those Lions doing?
This is like the good old days when I used to stream from the In-N-Out. But contrary to popular belief, I didn't have In-N-Out every single Sunday or Saturday, whatever it used to be. Rita looks so happy.
American 1994, waiting for one off the north side, or 25 right on Foxtrot, line up and
Okay, line up and wait to 25 right at Foxtrot, American 1994.
Great, they can have the aircraft behind you that has a slow time, so I'll get back to you today.
Yeah, with 3175 and 25
Lima 622, exit right at Hotel 9 and hold short, up on the 25 right at Lima. Lima 622, heavy verify hold short, of runway 25 right.
Yeah, this line hold short to 5 right, Viva 6822.
Thank you. Guys 5273, contact hotel departure.
We're departure, good.
Sorry, 3175, LA Tower, with 270 at 6, over 25 left, clear land.
25 left, clear land, yeah, 3175.
Tower, number 441. Circle going 7445, heavy LA Tower, with 270 at 6, over 25 left, clear to land, safe parking.
After that, they're going 25 left,
Viva Aerobus. An Avion 50 sticker, flight 622, coming in from Monterrey, Mexico. A321 Neo.
Avion.
Oh, sorry.
Avion. Airplane.
During day 16, LA Tower, over 25 by Poland, line of point, traffic is departing down.
Next takeoff here on the south side. American Airlines flight 1994. It's an A321 Neo heading to Phoenix, Arizona.
Hotel and 5 right, Juliet, 70. During day 16, the 26 Grand 5 are going to have to dock or 5 right, straight off. Sorry, 3477, LA Tower, 25 right, line of delay.
25 right, line up.
This is American Airlines flight 1994 taking off to Phoenix on an A321 Neo.
For being ready.
Air France flight 66, now 5 minutes away.
Legend Shane back, gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Shane. That is 100 gifted memberships from Legend Shane again here today.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Shane.
Thank you, Jane.
Bob, drop that In-N-Out burger, Bob. And drop the box instead, Bob. Shane, gifting 50 more Airline Videos Live memberships here today. Thank you so much, Shane.
25 right, line up away, United 2645.
Ramondo with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Ramondo. Kevin and Rudy, your kindness and professionalism are excellent. Well, thank you so much, Ramondo. We try. Look at this one over here. Showing that. What do you got? Looks like a salad.
Well, it's like supposed to be bibimbap, kind of. It's like protein style burger with rice and all kinds of sauces. I mean,
is it good? Almost looks like a taco salad.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm good.
Am I making a mess? Oh.
All right. We do have the Singapore 777
Taking off there on the north side, heading back to Tokyo Narita.
SoCal, Sky 3477.
Sky 3175, crossing receive car at Julia, traffic to position, contact ground south.
Crossing car right at Julia, go with ground, Sky 3175.
What's that?
622, contact the city.
Oh, is she on this side? Wow. Oh, that's not it. That's, no.
No, this is China Southern Cargo 777 freighter coming in from Shanghai.
It's got to be the next one,
It's
right?
the number 2. There is an American A321neo next.
So we had a China Southern Cargo 777 going all the way to Lima this morning. I think we're going to see it again here. Maybe. No?
Heavy RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right to take off.
I don't want to take you away from your food there. Here, I can do it. All right. Thank you.
Whew. That does have a kick. I'm sweating a little bit.
Roger, continue via Alpha and ground point 75.
Continue Alpha, contact ground 121.75, 10,445.
Spices.
Yeah. Yeah. A321. It is nice, isn't it? Yeah.
Heavy LA Tower, wind 250 at 8, runway 25, last clear to land.
Yeah.
China 2614, heavy contact departure.
This is United Airlines 2614 taking off to Newark on a 787-10 Dreamliner.
When are we gonna get the Neos here with you guys? When I did the tour, all those guys we toured with were all saying all those A321 Neos are coming to the West Coast to replace the 757s. Eventually, we'll see plenty of them, I'm sure. No, I don't think. I think they're like what, 1 or 2 or 3 possibly. Yeah. Keeping them on the.
Got the 317.
It seems like it's like Chicago, Phoenix.
I have right line of boys now.
Was that her? We got Air France 777-300ER next arrival.
2886 taxi.
Here on the south side.
Short of runway 25 right.
Tail Juliet, hold short of 25 right American 2886.
Galaxy 6317, wind 250 at 7, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right for takeoff.
RNAV Docker, 25 right, clear for takeoff, Galaxy 7.
Hold on 1 second.
Air 470 LA Tower, caution with turbulence. There's a heavy 777 rolling out, wind 250 at 8, wind 25 left, clear line.
There's the land, flat line, clear 47.
Heavy turn right at Hotel Niner, hold short of runway 25 right on Lima.
Flight time from Paris is 11 hours and 27 minutes.
American 2886 at Juliet, cross runway 25 right, contact ground 121.75.
Clear across 25 right.
Cross runway 25 right on the ground 1.75.
Cross runway 25 right on Lima and 125 at Plane
That was 5317, contact those other French.
Roger, 5317.
American 613, LA Tower, following one up the North Complex, runway 25 right, line up and west.
25 right, line up and west.
Stop 322, Vegas, southwest. Stop 322, LA Tower, welcome, wind 2307, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, stop 322.
Of course, the Air France 777 will head to the West Gates, the hottest club. Should be making a left-hand turn shortly. Just likes to park in the gates on the west side of the new terminal.
American 613, wind 2207, RNF Docker, and 25 right, clear for takeoff. Air Canada 788, LA Tower, wind 25 right, line up and west.
Only 25 right here, 788.
Spirit 470, hold short of runway 25 right, is Juliet.
Hold short of 25 right, Juliet, Spirit 470.
Stop 2263, LA Tower, wind 2206, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Well, we just had the collectibles show. What's the next big thing? Next big events for aviation around here?
2206, RNF Docker, and 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Well, we don't really have any besides Spot LAX.
This is American Airlines 613 taking off to Chicago O'Hare on a 737-800.
Thanks, Russell. Is he saying goodbye? Thank you. Thank you.
Well, don't forget the 24-hour live stream. That's a big event.
For us, Tess VDG, a member for 1 month as a gold member, says hello guys, greetings from Amsterdam.
Hello.
That was 322, hold
Greetings.
short of runway 25 right at Lima.
Hold short 25 right at Lima, Southwest 322.
Spirit 470 at Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground point 75.
This is Air Canada 788 taking off to Toronto on an A321.
And crossing over, coming in from Las Vegas, Southwest Airlines flight 322, 737 MAX 8. Still got these
Tower flagship 464 is a GG.
clouds
For runway
hanging off over much of Los Angeles, just north and east of us.
25 left, turn left.
Next takeoff here on the south side, United Airlines flight 745 heading to Denver. It's 757-300. Followed by Japan Airlines flight 69 heading to Osaka, 787-9 Dreamliner.
Southwest 2263, taxi hotel to Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground point 75, traffic hold in position.
Okay, hotel to Juliet.
On the Nippon Airways flight 126, coming in from Tokyo Haneda, 787-8 Dreamliner, 2 minutes out.
Turn traffic crossing downfield, runway 25 right, line up and wave.
On runway 25 right, 745.
Yeah, the other thing about watching older streams is seeing the aircraft that we no longer see here at LAX.
Yeah.
Wild. China Southern Dreamliner? The A380? China Southern?
Well, the A380 we'll never see again, obviously, but I hope that they'll bring the Dreamliner back since they have a gorgeous livery on their Dreamliners. I tell you, back in the day with China Southern, it was very, very rare to see a 777-300ER passenger plane here at LAX. Now, not that rare. Of course, you got that one flight in the evening.
And crazy to think even the Emirates A380 wasn't around during the pandemic. We got the 777. I mean, that was something else.
Yeah.
So, all documented.
We are documenting history here on the channel.
Yeah.
Runway 25 is right, line up on the way, Japan Air 69 ahead.
3,000 likes, thanks you guys.
Keep them coming. Did y'all hit the like button? Done? Bob? Put the burger down. Press the like button.
We got that United 757 now rolling down 25 right.
Flagship 464, turn left Alpha 7, left on Alpha, ground point 75.
Okay, left on Alpha 7, Alpha, left on Alpha, and going to ground point 464.
Data 475, contact with California.
Okay.
This is United Airlines 745 taking off to Denver, Colorado on a 757-300.
69, heavy wind 230.
Up on the north side, we got that On the Pond Airways Streamliner about to touch down at 24 left.
It's flight 126 coming in from Tokyo, Haneda on a 787-8 Dreamliner.
Step 2801 LA Tower, wind 2307, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Japanese Japan Airlines Streamliner up next. Ooh. Is that a 777-300?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Exactly. Okay. All right. Good to see you.
Good to see you again. Yeah. Yep. Alrighty, good seeing you. Take care. All right, you too. This is Japan Airlines Flight 69, taking off to Osaka on a 787-9 Dreamliner.
Just sitting here talking to our friend Elmer, longtime viewer, supporter of the channel, works over there at United Airlines. Ben, the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Ben. Hi, Kevin Rudy. Taking Bob back to Mexico. Hashtag Valaris.
I think his passport expired.
Uh-oh.
So that won't be good.
Uh-oh, Bob.
Bob's not coming back.
Tower United 2679 is over GT.
Next takeoff here on the south side, JetBlue Airways Flight 524. Are we still on behind the scenes?
It doesn't look like it. Yeah. Never mind, we are.
Are we? Is that Facebook? Okay, good. Thank you. How many people?
Kevin has hit the pedal more than we've hit the like button. No!
Probably have.
This is JetBlue Airways 524 taking off to JFK on an A321.
How many? 19, that's it? It's much better because I can barely see, especially with the sun. I mean, look at that. Think you can look at that? Friday night, I'm up on high atop the H Hotel. I didn't have the external monitor that I have now. And I'm shooting directly into the sun. So the sun's right there, and I'm trying to shoot the south side. Forget about it. I couldn't see anything. You got the sun in your eyes. Got a viewfinder you can't see.
Oh, you're doing it right. Now I can even see it. This is Alaska Airlines Flight 6 taking off to Washington Reagan National on a 737-800.
We should put Rudy to the test.
Me?
Let's see if he can hit the pedals, zoom, do all this. Let's see.
Whatever you do, don't push the right pedal.
Yeah, the right pedal, yeah.
We should put a sign on that pedal. Do not hit unless Rudy's aware.
Delta 2801 Hotel 5, crossing 25 right, squared on Bravo, ground point 75.
This is American Airlines 1658 taking off to Dallas Fort Worth on an A321. Oh, it's 39 degrees in Dallas. All right.
Got that on the Pond Airways 787-8 Dreamliner, now here on the south side.
United 2679, taxi Hotel Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground point 75. Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, ground point 75, 92679.
How are we doing on the Lions game?
Tower, American 706, visual American 1706 Philly Tower, wind 2407, over 25 left, clear to land.
5 left, clear to land, American 1706.
All right, the Dreamliner now making that left-hand turn onto Lima. Hitting this flight 126 and this 11-year-old 787-8 Dreamliner. Next takeoff, heading to Las Vegas. United Airlines flight 2449, 737-800. Lisa, a member for 14 months, is Silver Members, is watching the Bucks Lions game at B-Dubs. Good game.
Nice.
Who's winning? Oh, 10-10 at halftime. Oh boy.
B-Dubs. It's a good place to watch the game.
Oh, they're over there in El Segundo then.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm gonna have to like wash, disinfect this pedal after every day.
American 2016 LA Tower.
No, I mean, I'm just thinking like even guitar pedals, like, yeah, you can clean it once in a while, but.
Yeah, but this park is filthy. At least.
Oh, you know what
ground
you need is like a mat.
Yeah.
Like a plastic mat to put under it.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking about getting those mats we could stand on.
Yeah, you know, I've seen those like puzzle piece foam floor mat thingies you could like take apart, but I don't know if they're like squishy enough. I just wear Skechers now.
770 Bravo Zulu LA Tower, radio check. I think it'll be a couple more arrivals when we drop in with 2000.
Kevin Pagram with a $5 super chat. Good to see you, Kevin. EVA Air also has the 787 Dreamliner. I saw one twice on one of the Tokyo live streams from Aviation Videography the other day. Yeah, I wish we got them here. Of course, now they're also going to get the A350s as well. I don't think we'll ever see the Dreamliner here with EVA. Probably send their A350s here once they take delivery.
Yeah, that would be nice to see as well.
Yeah. How's it going? Hi. What's your name? Oh, cool. We're from Dayton. Wow. Oh, wow. Is that where you're from?
06 Taxi Hotel Juliet. Sponsor with 25 right ground point.
Oh, you are? Oh, wow. Wow. How long are you in Australia for? Wow. Very nice. Oh, thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Very cool.
Wait for one American, 321 to pass.
Ah, yes.
Well,
there's a lot of aviation history in Dayton. Yeah. Wright Brothers, Piedmont. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you already got a goodie bag. Well, you're quick.
Yeah. Good to meet you. Thank you.
Cool. Well, have a good flight. Were you sitting on the A380? On the bottom? Okay. Yeah. You can walk around. Really? Wow. Interesting. Don't tell that to Rudy. Yeah, but he'll do it. He'll do it.
Let's
He'll
go.
Still do it. Wow, that's really good.
Let's go.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, right. See you later. Bye. Well, enjoy. Good to meet you. Thanks again.
Nice to meet you. Have a good flight. Thank you.
$1,100 economy round trip on Qantas A380.
Hear that, guys?
1,100.
That's a long flight.
It is a long flight.
I mean, I'll do it. Let's go. Sydney. Here we come.
I was going to tell him. I was going to tell you. See if you can sneak up to the front. Is that where it was? It was the front second. You probably can't.
Top floor.
Yeah, that's where the tables are. Stuff.
I think it's blocked off, yeah.
American 2660 tower.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just do laps around the A380.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. Thank you.
2660, you ready? Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when we've talked about it before, when we were on that A380 doing the behind-the-scenes tour, you know, we saw every single part of that plane, and the first class was nice. Don't get me wrong, it was nice, but it was that business class seat on the second floor, that single seat next to the window. That was my seat. I saw that and I was like, oh, I could do 15 hours in this one. No problem.
All right, hotel, short of Quebec, American 26.
No comment.
So what's holding us back?
That direction.
RNAV Docker, 25 right, clear to take off, American 2660.
It's definitely on my bucket list. You know, Dad has been wanting to go to Australia for years. We were planning on going right before the pandemic, and then the pandemic hit. So.
LA Tower's got a 3484.
Also have to make it to South Africa.
Yeah, 3484 LA Tower, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Greg, member for 21 months is a gold member. How has it been 21 months already? Time flies when you're having fun. Great job as always. Who would 15-degree temps? Because I don't. Who would like 15-degree temps? I don't think anybody likes 15-degree temp.
Nope.
To see you, Greg. SWAT Cats, the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. My 4 favorite fictional airplanes or helicopters. Number 1, Firefox. Number 2, Airwolf. 3, Blue Thunder. And 4, Turbo Cat.
449, wind 23011, gust 16, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right.
These are all movies and TV shows, right?
American 59, runway 25
Very
right.
nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Runway 25 right, American 59.
Now taking off, this is American Airlines 2660 taking off to Washington Reagan National on an A321 Neo. Aviation King is asking, what camera would you recommend for someone who is starting off as a plane spotter? I started with a Canon Rebel T6. Not a very expensive or high-end DSLR camera, but you can get something like that and then get a variety of different lenses.
I guess the question would be, are you shooting video or stills?
At a 554, LA Tower, runway 25 right, line up to land. 25 right, line up to land, 95.
This is United Airlines 2449 taking off to Las Vegas on a 737-800.
Scale 9911 LA Tower, traffic holding position, runway 2209, gust 16, runway 25 left. United 554, wind 220 at 8, gust 16, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right. RNAV Docker, let's take off 5 right, 554.
This is American Airlines Flight 59 taking off to Kailua, Kona on an A321 Neo.
Oh, look, we can actually see the Hollywood sign.
Oh, yeah, crystal clear. Those dark clouds kind of went away.
November 0 Bravo Zulu, runway 25 left, line up and wait traffic 7 miles an hour.
Apparently it's supposed to rain pretty bad tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow's the worst.
Great. This is United Airlines 554 taking off to Cleveland, Ohio on a MAX 8.
3044, join Hotel at Juliet, cross by break on 175.
Hotel Juliet, cross Juliet, ground
770 Bravo Blue, RNAV type, runway 25 left, set to takeoff.
Taking up some of the sun over there at the beach. American Airlines Flight 2016 coming in from Philadelphia. It's an A321neo.
Alrighty, this just in. Looks like Lufthansa 452 Super diverting to Vancouver. The A380.
Well,
Order departure 0 Bravo Zulu, good day.
Probably a medical emergency.
I guess we won't be seeing the A380 today.
I guess, and Korean Air A380 running behind. At British Airways Flight 283 coming up from London Heathrow, 777-200ER, just 2 minutes out.
68 Lima Mike, wind 2307, gust 16, RNAV to Docker, runway 25 ready Foxtrot, clear to Docker. Yeah, it was 4752 Philly Tower, following one off the North Complex, runway 25 ready
Los Angeles Tower, good afternoon, Southwest 1277, 2700 visual 251.
And the Lufthansa Queen, Flight 456, coming in from Frankfurt, the 747-8 Intercontinental, 25 minutes out, running 59 minutes behind. Air China, the 777, now pushing back.
It's flight 988. We'll be taking off to Beijing.
How's your coffee?
It's good. Delicious. How's yours?
It's good. Thank you.
Yeah. It's pretty busy. Busy Starbucks.
It was busy?
Yeah. And then some people were looking at me like, I feel like they knew who I was. You know, they give you that look.
They were probably like, what is he doing here? Shouldn't he be at the airport?
Shouldn't he be running a live stream?
This is Speedbird, the 777-200ER, coming in from London Heathrow. Next arrival on the north side on 24 left.
Flight time from London is 11 hours.
9911, make golf cross 25 right ground.
I think I'm gonna try those Doritos.
Oh, I was hoping you would open it.
Did you get a bag?
No.
Oh, I thought you got one. All right, yeah. We'll open them up here.
Departure, Sky was 4756. JetBlue 888, LA Tower, taps across downfield, following one off the north complex, and we 25 right line up command.
Make 25 right line up.
All right, so our friends. What am I doing? Gotta hit the button.
4133, LA Tower, wind 240 at 9.
Hit the pedal.
Pedal to the metal.
Doritos in the flame-grilled Whopper. Doritos. By the way, it says on the bottom, burger not included. Isn't that great?
It's awesome. We already had some earlier, though. Protein style.
Oh, I was like, you already had these.
No.
All right.
Burgers. Thanks, Bob.
It says Doritos X Burger King have partnered to bring you the flame-grilled Whopper-flavored Doritos. A Dorito that tastes like a Whopper. Flame-grilled beef, ketchup, and pickles. There we go. Taste the full Whopper experience on a chip. This is the Triangle Whopper. Believe it. Can you believe that?
This is either going to be really good or not.
Right, let's do a smell test here.
Does it remind you of Burger King? Do you want to have it your way?
It reminds me of a taco salad. That's what it smells like. That's what it smells like, a taco salad. All right, here we go.
I'm scared.
JetBlue 888, wind 23010, gust 16.
I'm trying to get a taste here.
Sorry, 25 right, take off, RNAV doctor.
Tastes like lettuce to me. I'm not a fan.
Lettuce.
It's like lettuce, right?
Try another one. I'm telling you, it tastes like a taco salad. If you guys have ever had like a taco salad, that's what it tastes like.
Did you like it?
It's not bad.
It's not my cup of tea. Where's the Vegemite? I'm just kidding.
They have a special livery. Pixar Pier livery.
Oh, let's go. This is Alaska Airlines. It's flight 1331 coming in from Liberia on a 737-800 in the Disneyland Pixar Pier livery.
Do any of our mods want to try the Doritos?
Oh, I'm sure they would. They're talking all about it right now.
Well, give them the bag.
Wait, we have to see their facial expression, their reaction.
Okay, well then come over here.
Come on, guys. Don't be shy. You know how Bob is. Bob.
We got British Airways to 777-200ER making that right-hand turn out to Kilo. Air China 777 making that left-hand turn. I'm sorry, right-hand turn on the Lima. All right. Up first. Robert, where are you going? We can't see you. Get over here. Get right. Don't be afraid of the jockey cam. All right, go for it. Well, Danny, don't eat. We can't see you.
Interesting.
All right, this is interesting. All right, Danny, come over. I don't bite. Here we go. What do you think?
Yeah, it was 4133 cross from me, 25 right.
And are you a Doritos person? And you taco salad. Is that lettuce. Tastes like
Right?
lettuce.
It tastes like lettuce.
All right, Vince, Las Vegas. He's here with us as well. Good to see you, Vince. All right, go for it, Vince. Your first thought, first thing that pops into your head.
Wait.
Lettuce, tomato, smoky, yeah.
I don't think you should be eating this.
Why?
There's gluten in there.
Oh, jeez. Spit it out. Don't swallow.
He has a gluten allergy.
Oh, no. I didn't even think of that.
He's being a trooper. It's okay. Are we going to be okay? This is
all right.
If we have to rush away, we'll rush away.
You had that look on your face. I thought, oh,
like,
geez, what does it say? Do not eat?
I'm like, Kevin.
What?
Look who's here.
Well, well. Is he come to talk on the show? Well. Good to see you.
Hello,
Happy
sir.
New Year.
Oh my gosh, what? Wow, what a delight.
Are you okay to talk? You are?
Here.
All right.
You can take my headset.
Oh, the headset. All right, here we go. All right, well, step on up.
Oh, my.
Look who's here.
Howdy, y'all.
All right,
Which
come
camera
toward
are we
me.
looking at here?
All right, so that's Jockey Cam, the one
Okay.
over here. All right. What are you doing here, Later Tater?
Oh, I just thought I'd stop by, say hi, and
hello.
warn you that you're stuck with me for another year.
Oh.
So, yep, there's the big revelation. One more year of Tater.
Oh, my
So,
gosh.
Yeah. I hear Tot is giving me some competition,
Yeah,
so
he
I
is.
have to step it up just a little bit. But,
So
yep.
breaking news.
Breaking news. Yeah, they told me Friday. So one more year of Later Tater.
Well, that's good.
So,
well, how do you feel about it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think you love this so much that you just don't want to walk away.
Well, there is some of that.
Yeah.
That also means I don't have to come up with a plan for another year.
There you go.
So there's that. My mom, not so thrilled.
No?
Yeah, well, she turns 80 this year, so this will be the last year. Because, we got to take care of family stuff.
Right.
But, one more year. There's going to be a lot of big changes coming up. We're going to see all the stuff on the north side. Month from now, not even.
Are we still on track? We're still on
We're
track?
still on track. As far as I know, the weather may have slowed things down a little bit.
Okay,
Every time it rains, that kind of throws a wrench into construction. But right now, we're still on track for like second week of February.
Okay.
They're going to flip-flop the north side runways. 24 left will close. 24 right will open. Originally, there was going to be about a week delay. Now it's going to be hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make up some time there because that already is delayed.
Wow.
But, so yeah, 24 right will open up, and then 24 left will close. And so you'll see everything, all the big stuff over here.
Right.
Because the 380s can land on 24 right.
Right.
They can't take off on 24 right. So all that, it'll be just like last summer or last fall when everything's coming across and departing on 25 left.
Since I got you here, that's one of the most asked questions. Explain to us why they cannot take off on 24 right and they must take off on 24 left or 25 left and not 25 right. Can you explain that to everyone?
Well, long story short, they don't fit.
Yeah.
The plane is just too freaking big. The issue, and without getting too deep in the weeds, the issue on the south side here on 25 right, I can actually launch a 747-800 on 25 right.
Okay.
It has to go from intersection Foxtrot. It can't go down to the very east end because there's no way for it to get there.
Oh.
we can't put it on taxiway Bravo, which is the taxiway closest to 25 right.
Right.
Because of wingtip clearance. There's just too much stuff too close to.
Right.
And in order for me to run it off of 25 right, taxiway Bravo has to be completely empty. All 2 miles of it.
Wow.
And so the only time we do that is on the overnight shift when the north side runways that it would normally use are closed.
Okay.
And so we can launch it off of 25 right. But like I said, Bravo has to be completely empty.
And we've seen a few times the Queen going backtracking on 25 right.
Yes.
Using the actual runway as a taxiway. Yeah.
Yeah, and that, I mean, you've seen the operation here. That takes a huge amount of time for that to happen. And meanwhile, nothing else is happening on that runway.
Right.
And so we try to avoid that just because of the hitch in the operations. But it's going to be something we have to work with.
I was going to say, last spring and summer having to deal with the A380s here on the south side, I'm sure knowing that it's coming up in less than a month, you guys are a little bit more prepared for the long duration of that.
We are. It's like we did last summer where there are, plans for, okay, when we're having to do this, we're going to do these other things to accommodate the operation. And it's going to be things like working with the approach control to give us extra room between the arrivals, because you need extra room to get that thing out. And 25 left is normally an arrival runway. We're landing on it right now.
Right.
And so normally when we're using it just as an arrival runway, those airplanes can be as close as 2.5 miles apart. There's lots of stipulations in there, but they can be that close. I need to give a 380 off of 25 left. I need bare minimum about 7 or 8 miles, because it takes that long for him to get onto the runway and go.
Right.
And I can't let him go until the previous arrival is off the runway down here. And meanwhile, the next arrival still trucking along, and every now and then it doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
But we have some options on this side that we don't have on the north side right now. If it's getting really tight, I may be able to get the arrival to sidestep and land on 25 right. Can't do that on the north side right now. It'd be a really bumpy landing with all the bulldozers and things.
Yeah.
But that doesn't always work either, because sometimes the pilots say, we're unable. They aren't prepared for it or what have you. And so we try not to have to do that at the last minute. And, if they can't, then they go around and get to try it again. That makes for some interesting stuff, because normally by that time the 380 or the 747-800 is already rolling. So now you're going to have 2 out here somewhere because of wake turbulence from the departure.
Yeah.
The guy going around is going to turn early, and he's going to be probably right over your head here in an early turn.
Nice.
So that he's not directly behind the heavy jet creating the wake turbulence.
Interesting.
That we
can I ask you a question? You've been here in the tower since what year?
2002.
2002.
Yeah.
Is what we're seeing in the last year with all this construction and all this moving around, is this like the most challenging situation you've seen at the airport?
In quite a while. Construction is usually what does it. And of course, there's always something under construction here. And that's the nature of the beast. At pretty much any big airport, there's always something under construction, because it takes years to plan it, give it approved, get it done. And so there's already stuff that's in the planning stage now that won't happen for years. But
and they're actually expanding taxiway Delta all the way to the west.
Delta, yes.
It's currently under construction, right?
Well, that just opened Friday, the same day they told me that I got to stay. Taxiway Delta between Lima, which is right in front of us here, and I'm sorry, make sure I know what I'm talking about here. This is Lima. What I'm thinking of is Papa over here.
Okay.
Delta between Papa and Alpha Alpha, which is out the west end. That just opened on Friday.
Oh, okay.
That's in preparation for when we lose 24 left, we are also going to lose taxiway Echo down there. Because just like what we did on 24 right, all of this it's not runway construction, it's taxiway construction. And all of these are runway exits. And so at some point you have to close the runway so the construction crews can get out there and actually pour concrete right up to the edge of the runway and move the lights and do all the other things. And so when they close 24 left, they will finish the exits that they've started off of 24 right. When you're over at the parking garage or the H Hotel, you can probably see where they've started those.
Oh, yeah.
And they come as far south as they can without getting into the runway safety area.
And since we're talking about that, can you explain, because one of the most asked questions is, what exactly are they doing there? And you've explained it to me, but it's probably coming better from you.
I just make it up as I go. What they're actually doing is, if you look at a current airport diagram of LAX, you look at the north side, and the two north side runways, the 2-4s or the 6s if you're going the other way, have very few exits between them.
Right.
And so when you're landing on 6 left, because we tend to land on the outboard when we can and depart on the inboard. And when you land on 6 left, there are very few opportunities to get off the runway. The first one is actually pretty much right in front of us here, taxiway Yankee, which is kind of an angling. We would call it a high speed, except that it's not. I don't think it quite meets the official definition of being a high speed. There's angles and distances and things, and we don't have that here, but we call it that anyway. But that is so early in the runway that most arrivals can't make that exit. It's just too soon.
Right.
The only other opportunities are a couple of 90-degree turns, which require the airplane to come to almost a standstill, particularly the big guys. You've watched them. They come to almost a complete stop so that they can make that turn for taxiway Tango, or now taxiway Romeo, what used to be Victor and Whiskey. That's one of the things that happens when you stay here for so long. Everything changes.
Everything changes.
Yeah, these used to be called something else. Those used to be called something else. You can tell I'm having a good day when I can't remember what they're called.
Well, can I ask you, so if we do reverse ops, east flow.
All of y'all at home, keep track of how many questions I have not answered so far.
If Echo is closed, does that mean if we have a reverse ops day, east flow, does that mean the A380s now have to come to the south side no matter what because Echo's closed up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be fun. But a lot of them do anyway. But yeah, they'll have to be over here, and east traffic with a 380 is a lot of work for us because there's really nowhere down here for it to go.
Can I ask you, why do the A380s, I know Emirates usually comes over here to the south side, why do they choose 7 right for takeoff rather than, most of them go to the north side?
Right. Every now and, 7 right as opposed to 6 right, because 7 right is longer by a couple thousand feet, about a half mile, almost, I don't speak metric today. I'd have to think about it for a moment, but because runway 6 right is 10,285 feet, I think. Falling flowers. 7 right is 11,000 and something.
Right.
If they could get 7 left, there would be another 1,000. They just don't fit there. So it's the distance of the runway. 7 right is also wider.
Okay.
That's actually 7 right is and 2-5 left are designed for the big airplanes, what we call design group 6.
Okay.
380s, 748s, C5s, the random Antonov 124. We actually had one here.
Yeah, just last week. Yeah.
All of those are considered airport design group 6, which is how long it is, the wingspan, the weight, whatever. And when you're designing an airport, like you do, that comes into play as to how far apart your runways and taxiways are, because you're worried about wingtip clearance.
Okay.
And so that's why, for instance, we can't put them on 2-5 right or 7 left, except for taxi. They can taxi on that runway.
Right.
But they can't use it for landing or takeoff because they're just too close to the stuff next to them.
Okay.
So yeah, 7 right is longer, and
Okay.
Plus, and we were talking about this earlier, actually, one of the other things that comes into play is what's off the end of the runway. 7 right, there's not much off the end of that runway.
Yeah, yeah.
If you go to the north side, 6 right, you've got the hotels, the parking garages and things that stick up, and they aren't that tall. But if you're sitting there doing all the takeoff calculations, that's one of the things that has to be considered is obstacles off the departure end of the runway.
Interesting.
And where it really matters is if you start taking off and then one of the engines quits. And above a certain speed, you have to be able to keep going. You know, they call it decision speed, where you either stop or you keep going. And all these airplanes above a certain speed will be able to keep going. But they have to figure out, okay, what's the obstacle clearance?
Right.
And a lot of times you watch them, and it's like, he didn't need that runway.
Yeah.
And no, he didn't, because everything kept working. If he lost one of those engines, it would have gotten a whole lot more interesting down there somewhere.
Yeah. Out near the Proud Bird. Yeah.
Yeah, there'd be, hopefully not one more.
Yeah.
But yes, so that's another one of the things that comes into it. One other little trivia thing is the slope of the runway. Because these runways, they look level. It's 2 miles long, but it's higher at that end than it is at that end.
Right, yeah.
And it's, the east end of these runways, 25s, is 94, 98 feet, something like that. The departure end is about 120. This is feet above sea level.
Yeah.
So,
interesting.
It is, yeah. And so that also comes into the calculations a little bit because it's an upslope if you're going this direction. Not a lot. You figure 2 miles?
Yeah.
But if your airplane weighs 500,000 pounds or more, it's going to matter.
Interesting. So can I ask you, is that why sometimes we see the Delta A330neo come over here to the south side and sometimes chooses 5 left versus the right?
Well, and the 330neo, like I saw one this morning, it was going to, I want to say, Tokyo.
Tokyo, okay.
So it's one of the long hauls.
Yes.
And
keep talking. I'm just gonna grab these departures.
Oh, we have something happening. Well, I mean, it's that's sort of a thing right now. Y'all probably notice we are really slow right now. This is our slowest time of the year. Nice 777-200 there. Bye. So, United has the oldest flying 777.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's 777. Yeah.
They've got, because they were the launch customer for that airplane. They have the oldest one. It's still flying. It was here not too long ago because one of the guys pointed out, oh, hey, that's so. And
we have.
Oh yeah, you can probably look it all
Lufthansa
up.
Queen.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure enough.
All right, real quick, we have a few super chats here. Let's see. Michelle Johnson, the $7.47 super chat says, "I noticed no one asked for seconds." Oh, cool. Would you like some Burger King Doritos?
The bag is the wrong color. Bob knows my favorite flavor.
I was going to say, you want to take those up to the tower with you. Go for it. Galaxy Knights becoming a gold member. Thank you so much, Galaxy Knight. SWAT Cats back with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Where did Later Tater get his sweater that he's wearing?
Oh, some mail order catalog. I will think of it in some point because they send me emails regularly, but it is a one of these online clothing boutique type places. It's the one that sends the catalog and all the pictures are watercolors instead of actual photos.
Really?
Somebody will know who that is. Yeah, it's not cheap. I bought it on sale and it still wasn't cheap, but orange is my color. So, here we have Lufthansa. I have to say, I really like the old paint more than the new.
Oh yes, and we like the really old paint.
Oh yeah, the retro or the.
Oh yeah.
There's another word for that.
So back to the airport's kind of slow. Normally this time of the year, is the weather on the East Coast affecting travel as well?
I'm sure it is. The weather on the East Coast, the whole MAX 9 debacle, all of those are coming into it right now as well.
Yeah.
the last few days, we haven't even hit 1,500 operations a day, which is a little on the low side. I mean, that's a slow Saturday for us.
Yeah.
Normally.
When does it start? Closer to March? Is that when?
Spring break.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
there will be a bump around spring break, and it will taper a little bit during April, and then it starts building for summer.
Okay. Should be a busy summer, right?
I hope so. We'd sure like to see more airplanes. The passenger count is up. I mean, I don't know if we're up to pre-pandemic levels, but we are definitely close. But the thing is, it's bigger airplanes and they are full.
Yeah.
Which is great if you're an airline. If you're a plane watcher or a tower controller who gets paid based on how many airplanes you talk to, well, not quite so much. So, if you notice, American has started bringing their MAX 8s back. We didn't get them for quite a while. Starting, I think this month we started seeing American MAXs again. So
I think we had another question here, Steven.
Okay.
You work today?
I got off about an hour ago.
Oh, you just got off.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
I sent you an email saying, hey, do you mind if I stop by? I'm sure you'll see it later.
I didn't even check my email.
Well, I don't check mine either, so we're even.
Jesse with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Jesse. In the interest of this channel, you should ask him how they determine if a 747 will go long or not. We're talking about the cargo.
A lot of times it's down to what they're doing. In most cases, there are two possibilities. One, I don't want it to go long because I need it off the runway because of whatever's happening behind it.
Right.
That's the usual case. The other option is I need it to go long, i.e. down here, because there's stuff blocking the exits further up the runway.
Right.
And so 74 rarely makes Alpha 7. That's the one angled exit off of 25 left coming to this side.
Okay.
But there are, if you look again at the airport diagram, you'll see there are, we call them the south pads. That's basically Qantas freight, Nippon cargo freight, right there basically at the end of Alpha 7. And there are 5 parking spots there. They all push onto taxiway Alpha, and they will block, or at least momentarily block, exit from Alpha 7. And one of the cardinal rules for ground control at LAX is you do not block the runway exits. Because if you block the right exit, then he can't get off. The next guy, what's he going to do?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And that is a thing where we've had go-arounds because the previous arrival could not clear the runway, either because he missed the exit we were planning on him taking, or there was something blocking him where he couldn't finish the exit, or whatever. But yeah, that's a thing. So quite often, if we want them, you'll hear the tower controller tell an airplane, plan to exit here or there, or, and it depends on normally what ground control is doing.
I was going to ask you, I think we talked about this in the podcast. Out of all the different roles that you play here with ground, tower, north, south, tower, or ground, north, south, you were saying the most challenging position is ground
control
south.
On this side, yeah.
South, yeah.
Which is basically what we're looking at. We call it ground 1, and it is all the stuff here on the south side of the terminal complex. So all the airplanes coming out of terminals 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, eventually terminal 9, which is where the American Eagle box is now. American Eagle is going to move over here. You can see the construction area, right? You see the construction between the end of the MSC and the American maintenance hangar. That used to be a ramp. Now it's a big hole, and that's going to be an extension of what we call midfield satellite concourse. I think they're actually calling it the West Gates at Tom Bradley or something like that.
Right.
Anyway, the American Eagles are going to move there.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what's happening here.
Oh, okay.
So that where they are now can be demoed for Terminal 9.
So, have you heard, and I've asked this question to everyone I know who works on the property LAX, is that hangar going down? It's gotta be, right?
Eventually it is. The problem is that American still has a lease on it.
Okay.
That's been the holdup on various things around the airport where, LAWA, or Los Angeles World Airports, the actual operator of this airport,
right,
has plans to do things, and that's sometimes why stuff waits.
Okay.
Is, well, we want this space, but currently somebody has a long-term lease on it. That lease expires whenever.
Gotcha.
And we can just, opt to not renew it. That's what happened to Coast Guard. We used to have Coast Guard based here.
Oh.
And Coast Guard's operation was over here, and it had to make way for taxiways and the MSC.
Wow.
So they got evicted when their lease ran out. We're watching El Al for those of you listening along. Yeah, they came in about, I talked to them early this morning.
I was going to say, that's an early flight.
Yeah, 6 o'clock this morning or something. Yeah,
So
they
you
come
usually
in while
work
we're
nights,
still in what we call over-ocean configuration.
Right.
So they landed on 6 right while we were departing on 25 right, which is an interesting operation. We only do it on the overnights, and it's for noise abatement. So the good folks east of us can sleep. Well,
I got to tell you, I don't live too far from LAX, and when the reverse ops happens, you know it right away.
Oh, I live in Long Beach, and I know.
Yeah,
it happened yesterday. We were west traffic when I left at 1:30. By the time I'm at home walking the dog at 2:30 or 3, and it's like, wait a moment.
Yeah.
That ain't right. And sure enough, they had to turn shortly after I left because the wind just picked up to the point that the airplanes weren't taking the 25s and the 24s. We had several departures apparently say, we can't take this. There was a 380 that went around. And from what I heard, I didn't see it, but they basically did a touch and go on the north side.
Oh, the Qantas A380.
Yeah,
oh, yes.
Where they went around sort of at the last minute, and
we've talked. I think a lot of people always they think if it rains in LA, we're going to have reverse stops, and it's not really. It's not that.
It's not automatically the rain. It's the wind that comes with it, or sometimes does. The other reason that we'll get, what we call east traffic, you're calling reverse ops, but we're doing west 90-some-odd% of the time.
Yeah.
We've actually had people train in the tower, and their whole training time, they never get to see it go east.
Wow. That's
rare. So there are years it never happens.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
But that happened a few years ago. But the other thing that drives east traffic will be the Santa Anas.
Oh, so the Santa Anas do impact LAX.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do. We try not to, but if it's strong enough, then the wind shift hits here too, and we'll turn the boat.
Interesting.
And it's. Man, the air is awful when that happens. Everybody's got allergies.
Yeah.
There's dirt, grit, and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And so
you should see the top of the computer on days like that.
I can imagine. Sheesh. So.
Well, that's one of the most asked questions because people just. I've been told from other people outside the airport that you guys, that's the last thing you want to do is turn the airport around because it is a lot of work for you guys.
Really don't.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work for us. It's a lot of work for people other places that you never see because they aren't here. But when LAX turns the boat, that affects everybody else in Southern California because all of a sudden routes all through the area change.
Gotcha.
Because we've got airplanes climbing over here instead of climbing over there. And particularly the long haul stuff that goes out to the north has to somehow get over the mountains, which we can't see because there's clouds, but trust me, there's mountains over there.
Right.
And there is not a lot of room for them to do that.
No, we've had some instances where some 777 pilots.
Well, that was. But what normally happens though is that they will. We have one like I remember watching a Tahiti. Remember Tahiti used to fly 340 300s, which I'm sorry, but that airplane is a dog. And
you're talking about the 300.
Yeah,
the
340.
300.
Yeah, 343. And which is not all its fault. It was designed with a different engine in mind, and that engine didn't happen. So a 340 basically has 4 engines off of a 320. That's they. I mean, they look.
Right.
You know,
Right.
picture those cowlings on a 320, and all of a sudden, okay, yeah, that fits. That's where those things came from. So it's already kind of starting from behind. But Tahiti flew them out of here really heavy because they're either going to Paris or they're going to Tahiti.
Right.
Both of those are a long way from here. And so I remember watching a Tahiti 340 take off runway 6 right, and he had to turn out to the north to go over the mountains, and he wasn't climbing. And so departures calls down and says, hey, stop departures. And we watched as they turned to the right. Then they turned to the left. Then they turn to the right. Then they turn to the left. The whole time he's struggling to climb high enough that he can get over over the mountains. And the mountains are not tall, but
Which mountains are we talking about? Were we talking about the Santa Monica's or the San Gabriel?
These would have been the San Gabriels.
Okay.
Because he was on what we call the Gabri departure.
Okay.
But they're tall enough, and we have to have extra terrain clearance when you're going over mountains because mountains do weird things to the wind.
Right.
And so you can be flying along, and those of you who've flown cross country, and everything's smooth until you get to the Rockies, and all of a sudden it's not smooth.
Right.
You get past the Rockies and it's fine again. And that can happen up in the flight levels where you get mountain waves and all that, where the wind blowing and it hits the mountains and there it goes. And then on the other side, it comes back down. And that's what you're really worried about, is you don't want an airplane caught in that, and it gets caught in the wind that's coming down, and it can't climb as fast as the wind is coming down. That can be bad. So we provide extra altitude when you're going over the mountains. And it takes a while for him to get up there because he just took off out of here at basically sea level. So I see Rudy pointing at something.
Yeah, Rudy's being director over there.
Well, I mean, we have Scandinavian taking off. We have, that looks like British Airways on the north side, maybe. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, because, JFK, Newark, LaGuardia, they're in New York.
All those Yankee places.
They're constantly changing directions, and they all have to work together,
it's EVA,
correct?
not British Airways. Yes, they do have to work together. The traffic level at those 3 airports is much more equal amongst them than, and they're close enough that what affects one is going to affect the others.
Okay.
Whereas LAX is the 900-pound gorilla in
Southern California.
And so, if we go east, everybody else does whatever they have to do to stay out of our way.
Gotcha.
And there are times where everybody else is east except us.
Yeah, we always hear about that. Yeah,
we've seen that. And there are some things that change for us when that happens, particularly like John Wayne. We have routes that go down the coast that go past John Wayne or Orange County Airport, and they either go north or they go south. And so we have routes that go past that, and depending on which way their airplanes are climbing and descending, our guys have to go one side or the other to stay out of their way. So that, but that's a fairly minor thing for us. So do we have other questions?
Yes, we do. Well, I think JB LAX Videos with the $2 Super Chat says, tell him to say contact departure. Well, that's Tater Tots.
That's Tots bit. We tried swapping one day, and I couldn't pull it off.
Was that New Year's Eve? No.
It might have been. It was, it's been since Christmas. But
no. New Year's Eve, they all were doing you later. Later, Tater.
Okay. My evil influence has spread.
Yes.
So, yeah, I do remember trying to pull it off one day, and it broke my stride every time I tried, because I'd stop and think.
I do remember that.
It's like, because it messed with my rhythm. Rudy's over here nodding. Yeah, you ain't got rhythm.
Can you try it real quick?
Yeah. Contact departure.
There you
it would
go.
be SoCal
I like
departure, but yeah. So, yeah. You'll know it's my last day when you hear that, because they won't stand for that.
Armin V, one of our great mods, says, where can a person submit an application so they can officially rename the ATC tower to
Tater Tower.
Tater Tower. I imagine they'd have some candidates before Tater to name that tower. But I'll pass it along. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to hear it. But keep it in mind, because eventually we're going to get new tower or towers. There's some discussion that there'll be one for each side.
Wow.
I can't imagine I'll still be here when that happens.
Yeah.
Because that hasn't. The idea has just started. I mean, they don't even have a location yet. So
it's amazing to say that, because everyone views the current control tower as new, but we're talking early 90s.
It's relatively new. I mean, yes, we moved into that tower in 1996. The previous tower, the white one, over by Sepulveda, dates back to the early 60s, if I remember right. But, it's like any other governmental project. It takes a lot of planning, and of course, we're in California, so there are additional considerations for earthquakes. And honestly, where are you going to put it? I mean, y'all are looking at the airport. The airport is the most open space there is for about, several miles in any direction other than the beach. So I would guess that eventually we won't need towers.
No, you don't think so?
It's heresy to say that.
Are we talking AI?
Well, I wasn't going that far, although theoretically it could be done.
Yeah.
But
here, come toward me just a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm watching Rudy wave at somebody who honked. I hope they were waving with more than one finger.
Honk for AVL.
Yeah. So, but there have been studies done using cameras instead of, a great big tall building in the middle of airplanes.
Interesting.
And we have a few cameras in the tower here that we use to see ramps that we cannot see from the tower. But there have been, and I know they've done some of this in Europe, where they've actually got a few airports where the controllers are somewhere else. And there are there are towers or cameras on towers or wherever, where they can see where the airplanes are, where they're going to be. They can use infrared so you can see it, even in the dark or in cloudy conditions. And I could see us doing some of that.
Yeah.
The big if is, what do you do when the camera breaks? The power goes out.
Right.
The data link goes down. That's the big, and so that's probably going to be the biggest sticking point to going to what are called remote towers.
Yeah.
Is how do you, what do you do for a backup?
With that in mind, I think I've asked you this before. Obviously, you call that the cab of the tower.
Yeah.
So obviously that there's no one with TVs, no one's got a cell phone, no one's doing anything up there. Is there anybody in an office up there that possibly is watching these live streams as maybe another outlet to kind of see things on the other side?
I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know that they are, but
so next time we see balloons floating up, I'm always like, if you guys are watching in the tower, you got balloons over the two floors.
Well, we can sometimes see them. The pilots will often tell us, there's balloons, there's birds, there's drones, there's lasers. I mean, all the fun stuff. The biggest issue I have with balloons is depth perception. I can see the balloon. Where is it?
Right.
Is it over the taxiway? Is it over the building? Is it over the runway? Because I can just see the balloon, but how far away is it really?
Right.
That's a little tough. And the wind's blowing it, so it's not going to stay there for long anyway. But
that's true.
But so,
all right.
Anyway,
there's a few other questions.
Yeah, I was going to say we probably got questions in the chat at this point. Rudy's handing me something.
This is a question for me. Any recommendations for a good microphone for plane spotting streams, preferably under $200? Thanks, I love the streams. Well, let's see.
This is a microphone for you?
Oh, we're taking a photo. All right. It's a microphone. Tell you what, send me an email.
I was going to say, I can recommend some other YouTube channels that could address that, but we're doing a runway check. You can see city ops out there.
Oh, yes.
I don't know how much checking they do at 50 miles an hour, but since that's still slower than any of the airplanes.
Tater, you're going to find out at SFO. I just did a ops tour.
Oh, did you?
Them. Yes.
Oh, how cool. So, all right.
Brian has a question with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Brian. Happy Sunday,
Money
guys.
talk,
Hi,
y'all.
Later Tater from Lancaster, where
Howdy.
ATC up here takes over after they leave LAX. For how long, I don't know, until the next handoff.
What happens, I say, you hear me say contact departure, and the airplane switches to SoCal approach, or Southern California TRACON, which is based down in San Diego. They work the airspace directly above LAX. They go up to about 15,000 feet. At that point, they hand it off to Los Angeles Center, or LA Center, who's actually up in Palmdale, close to Edwards Air Force Base. And they work it from there up to the flight levels. They butt up to Oakland Center to the north and Albuquerque Center to the east.
Okay.
And and that's how we keep the workload manageable. You add more and more airplanes. We can't add an infinite number of controllers, much as we would like to, but budget and so forth. And so that's how we keep the workload manageable, is you break it up into smaller sections where one person or a team of people can keep track of it. So that's why we were talking earlier about, we have ground controls, multiple ground controls at LAX. We can break it up into 3, where we were talking about ground 1. The south side here is considered by some to be the most difficult ground position in all of the United States.
In all the U.S., huh?
That's, and I'm not the one who did that study, but I got my butt kicked on it earlier today, so you got that going for you. But when things really start getting crazy, particularly if we have to go east traffic or reverse ops, we'll open up what we call ground 3, and ground 3 takes some of ground 1's airspace, and so we can divide it, and you'll hear this happening if you hear the ground controller or the tower controller telling airplanes to contact ground on 121.4, which is the frequency we normally use for ground 3. And you guys being here on the hill, one of the things that ground 3 takes is taxiway alpha. That's the taxiway right here in front of us. It serves most of the air freight ramps.
Right, okay.
Ground 3 also takes some of the stuff at, if we're west traffic, the west end. If we're east traffic, the east end.
Okay.
And basically what ground 3 does is they catch arrivals with occupied gates. That's part of what ground 3 does. Is it just, in ground 1 will offload those guys on the ground 3 just to get them out of their hair. So we don't do that a lot. We actually have one of our new controllers get signed off on ground 3 just the other day. So we'll probably be opening it up a little bit more for him just to get some more stick time. And but yeah, that's sort of our offload position.
Gotcha.
Ground 2 works the north side of the airport. We don't have many provisions for splitting that off yet. As taxiway Delta and that stuff finishes, we may actually come up with a ground 4. There has been some discussion of doing that. But that's how we divide it up. At 5 o'clock this morning, one ground controller had the whole airport. And as things start spooling up, we open up ground 2, where the ground 1 controller, because normally we would combine it all to the south side, and then we'll open up the north side. The ground 1 controller is still working the north side. It's just that you have to combine it here or there, and we combine it here. But he'll give all the north side stuff to the north side ground controller, and they'll be doing some frequency swapping, because normally we try and have them all on the same frequency just so that it's easier to keep track of everybody. If they're on multiple frequencies, you get a situation where there's one of them on this frequency, one of them on that frequency, and each one of them doesn't know about the other. And so they think, oh, hey, there's something going on, I'll talk. And then you're trying to catch both of them. So if they're all on one frequency, they hopefully can kind of hear each other, because one of the shortcomings of our radios is that only one person can talk.
Right.
If 2 people try to talk at the same time, it generally ends up being, you've probably heard some of this, where, it's all of a sudden it just becomes noise. And one of the tricks for training at LAX and some other busy places is you learn how to pick up hints out of that noise of who it was. And normally one of them starts talking before or keeps talking after the other one, and you can catch parts of it. And you just go with that. And you'll also a lot of times hear, a pilot say blocked, where, that's, clearly they didn't hear anything.
Right.
And and because if you do it just right, if I start talking at the same time you start talking, and we both stop at the same time, neither one of us knows that our message didn't get out.
Oh boy.
Until whatever you expected to happen doesn't. And it's like, so-and-so, why aren't you doing such and such? Well, you didn't tell me. I was like, so that, if I could change one thing about our system, it would be the radios. And eventually, that's going to happen. We're going more and more to digital data link, where basically I can text the plane. This is how you're getting from here to Dallas.
What are we going to do on the live streams? We can't hear you guys.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll come up with something for you. But that's also a long ways down the road. I mean,
right.
Where that's been doing the most is in oceanic stuff, where they're out in the middle of the ocean, and up till now, the only way we talk to those airplanes has been long-range radio, which is kind of like shortwave.
Right.
And you're counting on frequency propagation and skipping and things to be able to talk to airplanes, and it doesn't always work, and sometimes you're using this airplane to talk to that airplane.
Yeah.
And we're getting into satellite, where you can send the data link and bounces off of a satellite somewhere, and we can talk to that guy in the middle of absolutely nowhere.
Nice.
Well, we can text him, and they can text us back.
Right.
And so that's how we're going for stuff like that. We do that here at LAX for flight plans, where a lot of if you dial up clearance delivery, you a lot of times won't hear anything going on, because he's just hitting send, and we give an automatic acknowledgement from the aircraft that they've received the clearance, and we're good.
Yeah.
And then if we have an amendment, send, we give another acknowledgement that they got the update, and we're good.
Oh, interesting.
So it's going that way. We can't use that for control instructions yet.
Okay.
So we'll be talking
how far
for a
are we
while.
talking? 10 years, 20 years, 5 years?
Yes.
Somewhere.
Somewhere in there. I mean,
5 to 15 years.
I mean, we're transitioning, but I'll be done before it is.
All right, real quick, back to the chat room real quick. Greg with the $5 super chat says, I vote for Later Tater to be a plane spotter with the Plane Jockeys when he retires. Well, you're going to have to wait another year, huh?
Yeah. Just keep waiting.
Titan 777X with the $5 super chat says, will there be a podcast with Later Tater and Tater Tots?
Oh, that's a big ask, because we don't work the same schedule. And so the days I'm off, he's not, and vice versa.
Oh, boy.
So I don't know about that, but I'll mention it to him, because we'll have to get all three of us in one place at the same time.
Now, I did ask him if he wanted to do a podcast, and I guess he's still pondering that decision.
Well, that's between y'all. So.
Yes. Oh, he informed me the other day.
So, I hear Bob's being unfaithful with the Doritos.
Always. I tell you, that Bob.
Jeez.
That Bob.
It's so hard to get good help these days.
I'm telling you. Jesse back with a $5 super chat says, what is it like when Air Force 1 and 2 comes in? And speaking of you...
We actually have special procedures for that I cannot discuss. Thanks for calling.
But the last time Air Force One was in, you were up in the North Tower that day.
I think I did talk to Air Force One. In fact, I think I screwed it up. But
no.
But
just another day. Right?
It's just another day.
Yeah.
It's, with all due respect to, it's a pain in the ass. Because
you shut down the whole airport.
Particularly with Air Force One, everything else stops.
Yeah.
And and there's no definitive end to it. We're waiting for the motorcade, we're waiting for, the stairs, the pictures, whatever it is that they're doing. And so, and they've got a schedule. They've got whatever they're going to do. We're in hurry up mode, or hurry up and wait mode. But meanwhile, everything else keeps moving. Airplanes are calling to push back. We can push some of them. We can't push other ones. It depends where they are. Airplanes want to take off. Airplanes want to land. Some of them can, some of them can't. And it's a moving target as the VIP operation goes on, because as the VIP moves, now we have to stay away from wherever the VIP is.
Okay.
So when the VIP is in town, wherever location they are, there will be a no-fly zone around their hotel, their house, their whatever. And they're going to lunch. Oh, well, the no-fly zone just moved over here. And, they're doing a lecture. Oh, it's over here now. And,
You cracked me up. I think you were in the North Tower that day when they were doing the practice run with the Ospreys that day.
Yeah.
And you were talking to a Delta pilot. You said, enjoy the air show, because you're not going anywhere.
No. Delta was sitting there at the departure end of the runway waiting their turn to go. And we had, the Ospreys were doing a rehearsal run. And the crazy thing is, they did the rehearsal run with Ospreys, and then they grounded all the Ospreys. And so there was this mad panic. All of a sudden, they had to replace the Ospreys with other helicopters because of the crash in Japan, I think it was. And rest in peace to those folks, because, they died for their country, and we thank you. But, and so here comes this gaggle. There's like 3 Ospreys and a couple of helicopters, and they came from up north, and there's this route that they're going to fly, and they're going to hold at such and such a point. And as I recall, there was some wake turbulence involved somewhere. I couldn't let them in right away.
I think there was an A380 that just came in.
Yeah. And the thing is about wake turbulence, sometimes the pilot can waive it, say, I'll accept responsibility for the wake turbulence. And at which point I say, okay, do whatever you're going to do anyway. The 380, I don't have that option, and they don't either, because the wake turbulence behind the 380 is no kidding. And there have been instances where an airplane 20 miles behind that 380 still catches the wake.
Wow.
So, it's, if you want to wave the wake turbulence behind a 737, in most cases I can do that. A heavy jet or a 380, my options at 380, there are no options. You're going to wait. They came in, and then, as I recall, they basically came to about almost to the tower, and then hooked a right turn flew down the runway, and then they landed out the west end and hung out down there for a little while, and then they left again.
Right.
But I mean, it is really impressive to have this flight of Ospreys and military helicopters, and they're 1,000 feet above the ground or whatever it was. And
but you're right, it was an air show.
It kind of sort of was an air show. I have a great job. They pay me to look out the window all day and tell these folks where to go. It beats working, I got to tell you.
And I asked you when we did the podcast, are you kind of an av geek? And
this is, if you like looking at airplanes, this can be a great job. The one rub is that sometimes you can't look at the airplanes because you got something else you got to do. This happens regularly where somebody says, "Oh, have you seen such and such?" And it's like, "No, I haven't, and I can't look right now because I'm doing my thing over here." So it's There's that. You hear about, oh man, you should have seen the MD-80 that came through the other day. I heard about it, didn't see it. So that is a thing. But in general, this is a great job to look at airplanes. That's my job, is to look at the airplanes. All
right, real quick, let's go back to the chat here real quick. Let's see. Quality Mobile Video with a $5 super chat. This is Kevin. Talk about, tall ass, but Hawaiian Flight 1 on Wednesday and
Hawaiian 2.
Hawaiian 2 on Monday. Any chance to capture? Not tomorrow.
Monday.
Tomorrow.
I think we got like a 100% chance of rain. I'm surprised you're out here today, actually, because it was wet this morning.
We got lucky.
But, about lunchtime, it looked like there was a storm basically at the other end of the airport. And we watched it coming, and it's like, we're going to get wet. And I come back upstairs from lunch, and it's like, what happened?
No, it was like a bubble around LAX.
Happened.
Skittles with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Skittles. Hello,
Hey,
later,
Skittles.
Is there any chatter about FAA possibly upgrading or modernizing the next-gen communication program used by NAS?
National Airspace System. There probably is. I'm not in the loop on that, so I'm going to have to sort of punt on it and say probably.
There you go.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I mean, we're always looking at updating stuff. The update cycle can be pretty long because you're talking about government contractors, and the contractors bid, and then the money has to be allocated, and Congress has to allocate the money.
Right.
And Congress kind of hasn't been real good at that lately. So I think we'll leave it at that.
All right. Well, we got more questions.
All
if
right.
you don't
Well,
mind.
carry on. Nice Delta 76 over there.
All That's Random, a member for 18 months, is silver member, says, OMG! The taters loving the stream.
Well, thank you.
And Greg with the $5 super chat says, hey, the more later tater we have in the tower, the better, and keep cracking us up with your Bob responses.
Yeah,
you know, let's talk about that for a second, if you don't mind, because
quiet.
I think a lot of people, you've explained it before, that, well, like a tater taught the other day.
Okay.
I'm all alone in the tower. You explained it to us when we did the podcast.
Okay. Yeah,
You've got nobody on your radar,
the
right?
Shenanigans on the frequency.
Yes.
Basically, in order for me to pull one of those stunts, and let's be honest, that was an absolute stunt. There is nowhere in my job description is there anything about entertaining the YouTube public. I'm sorry. I'm glad you enjoy it. But in order for me to feel comfortable doing that, I have to have nobody on my frequency. And there also have to be controllers working with me who are in on the joke, so to speak, or who don't care. There are a couple of folks I work with that's like, that's very cute, now quit.
Yeah.
And so, well, I'm working with so-and-so today, that's out.
Gotcha.
But basically it has to be a one-on-one situation where we're the only ones listening reasonably. I mean, there's no airplanes that...
Right.
There's no chance for any kind of air traffic miscommunication to occur, is essentially because I can't be even hinting at any kind of distraction or detriment to service or safety. So
yes,
there'll be times that it seems like nothing's going on, but there are other things going on, like the 747 over there.
Yeah, what's going on with the cargo on the north side?
Rudy's telling us he's a queen. Okay, thanks for sharing.
We've got the cars
Pacific?
over here. Cathay Pacific Cargo, 747-400.
Well,
now what would be going on in this instance? Because usually this is a south side.
This is normally
arrival.
a south side arrival, and there are a couple of possibilities. Possibility number one is the arrival controller didn't realize this is a cargo flight, which happens because Cathay uses the same call sign whether it's passengers or freight. It's still Cathay whatever.
Okay.
We know in the tower that it's cargo or freight from either the aircraft type or the flight number, because we know our regular passenger flight numbers, and Cathay does regular freight out of here also, and so you learn which is which. The guys working, approach and center don't necessarily know that.
Okay. But not always.
Not
we saw
always.
Cargo Lux land on the north side the other day.
Yeah. Well, it was cargo. They did like 3 in a row.
Yeah.
There was Cargo Lux and Cargo Jet.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure that's obvious. But the other possibility, and I think what was happening there, was that, yes, we know they're cargo, but for reasons we can't get them to the other side. A lot of times you'll see those guys actually, because they come down from the north, you'll see them fly basically over the airport almost. They're actually, and then they basically do a teardrop to enter the pattern for the south side. But in order for them to do that, there can't be other stuff happening on the south side. So if there's a bunch of stuff taking off out of Long Beach, for instance, the aircraft taking off out of Long Beach climb into that space.
Okay.
And so you can't be descending the cargo guys while, Yeah, we try to avoid that. That's
See,
bad.
these are things we don't think about.
Well, no, because Long Beach is way over there.
Yeah.
But in airplane speak, it's right there.
Right.
And so, there are times where LAX Tower is having to coordinate our traffic with what's happening at Long Beach, because some of their airplanes fit into the same stream that ours fit into. And so what will happen is they'll launch one, and then we will time ours to fit in behind theirs. Or sometimes we'll launch one and tell them, okay, now you can go, and fit theirs in behind ours. It kind of depends on what's happening, but they go into the same stream. That's particularly for guys going up to like the Bay Area, San Francisco, San Jose, because it's, in airplane terms, that's close. They don't have much maneuvering room to get those guys into one line, and eventually they have to be in one line for LA Center to give them to Oakland Center, who actually runs the stuff going into NorCal, or Northern California TRACON, who does the arrivals, does the approach control into the Bay Area. And so there are lots of letters of agreement between all the different facilities of what we're going to do with our airplanes before we give it to you, and what you have to do with it before you give it to the next person, and so on down the line.
Okay.
And so we can't give them too many of the Bay Area guys all at once, because they have to end up in one line. And Long Beach launches them, we launch them, Burbank launches them, and they all have to end up in one line.
Interesting.
So,
wow.
yeah, that happens.
The one thing that comes to my mind, the Honolulu flights, certainly in the morning. You've got some United 777s. You've got, obviously, Hawaiian A330s.
I mean, there's about a half dozen airplanes that all go from here to Hawaii about the same time,
but it's all
times a day.
Usually north side takeoffs. But once in a great while, they'll come over here to the south side.
Yes.
It seems like they all kind of either go north or all south. That has something to do with
It has something to do, a couple of things to do, but part of it is that they don't always follow the same route from here to there, depending on what the winds aloft are doing, because they don't want to fight any more of a headwind than they absolutely have to.
Gotcha.
The other consideration is the military doing something offshore, because the military has warning areas offshore where they're shooting missiles and things, and generally you want to keep your airliners out of that. And so if that's happening, if one of those warning areas is hot, then we have to go take the airplanes around it.
Gotcha.
And so, yeah, you'll see sometimes a lot of them are over here, some of them, and we have ability to split them sometimes, where some are over here and some are over there, because eventually offshore they will go different routes. I mean, we sometimes actually will have both routes going at the same time. It's not our call as tower controllers, but sometimes, and so if we get the north route on the north side and the south route on the south side, then they can basically go independently of each other without fouling.
See, there's so many different elements we don't even think of.
Oh, sure. This is all inside baseball type stuff that just 99% of the time it doesn't matter. It's invisible to people just looking at the planes. The planes come, the planes go.
Right.
Getting into the why did he do that?
Yeah.
And it's almost always, well, it depends on, half a dozen different factors that are completely invisible because they're not here. They're there.
I guess when people ask me, Kevin, why is it taking off on the north side? I guess I'm just going to put my hands in the air and say, I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes...
Could be anything.
It could be anything. I mean, sometimes the pilot will ask for one side or the other. We can, and again, without getting too far into the weeds, we try to run the north side and the south side like two separate airports.
Okay.
In order to do that, the airplanes on the north side have to be going that way to the north. The airplanes on the south side have to be going to the south.
Right.
If you've got guys on the south side that have to go north, or guys on the north side that have to go south, we end up with this problem.
Gotcha.
And we have procedures to make that work. When things are slow, it's not that big a deal. When things are busy, it's advantageous for the south guys to be here, the north guys to be there. And that's why you'll see sometimes, certain times a day, lots of Southwests and Deltas coming over here to the south side. And they're right there at the end of 24 left, and yet they're coming over here because they're going to make a left turn offshore.
Right.
And if they go off the north side, that means that nothing can happen on the south side while he's out there. And there are times that we do that intentionally because the runway's going to close or some other little thing. But, okay, here comes Cathay. I don't know where he's parking today. They, every now and then, when they're in the 400, which that's a 400.
They stand north of the south side, right?
They will, every now and then, they'll get parked at the northeast corner down there at Charlie 1. There's a little air freight ramp down there that can take 2 heavies. And they might be going there if there's not enough room in the south or the southeast corner, the ICC ramp, to take them. But they normally park at the ICC ramp. And they usually bring 748s.
Do you think he would have crossed up at Quebec if he was coming to the south? Or is it easier to cross at Quebec than Lima from that direction?
The challenge for either location is that they can't line up with the crossing because of the geometry of the taxiway. And so it's like we talked about with the 380 departing earlier. He's got to make a 90-degree turn to come across. And generally, they don't want to stop halfway through that turn because that means the nose wheel is going to be cocked at an angle, kind of like the front wheels in your car.
Right.
It's a lot harder to get your car moving when you're in a turn than it is when the wheels are straight. And it's the same thing for them, except that it's on a much larger scale, and it can overstress the nose gear to have to use breakaway thrust because it takes a lot of power to get the thing moving. Once it's moving, it's a lot easier to keep it moving than it is to get it going in the first place. It's like driving a stick shift car. The toughest thing is getting started from a stop. Once you're rolling, you're fine, but it's that first little bit. Now, here's the big question. Is he going to turn or not? I'm thinking not, so he may be going to Charlie 1. This happens a lot where, and I haven't looked to see what's at the ICC ramp, but when we get 748s at the ICC ramp, in order to put a 748 in there, we lose 2 normal spots.
Oh, wow.
So if we have 2 748s in the ICC ramp, we've lost 4 parking spots for 2 airplanes.
Oh, wow.
And so that may be what's happened here. And I mean, they may be here or they may be coming where they're scheduled. And so that may be why he's going there instead of coming across to the south side like he often does. Another one that often parks on the Charlie 1 ramp is Asiana Cargo. We had one of those earlier today, actually. And there's some others. But a lot of it depends on what's going on in the ICC ramp because that's generally the preferred place for them to go. But they got to be able to fit.
Right.
So that's one of the downsides of the 748.
And they're still talking about redoing the whole cargo south side of LAX, right?
I don't know what the long-term plan is, but I think eventually they would like to clean up all this stuff. Yeah. We've got little hodgepodge things, and replace it with one long, cargo complex where you can do like FedEx or the South Pads, where everybody just pulls straight in and you push back out. The problem is you've got all these different leaseholders.
Yeah.
And so you've got to either buy out the lease or wait it out. And I don't know how much demand there is because a lot of the cargo is shifting to Ontario.
Oh, yeah.
FedEx is moving a lot of their operations from LAX to Ontario, which is where most of UPS has. We get like 1 or 2 token UPS planes a day. But you go to Ontario Airport and you'll see loads of them.
Yeah.
And my understanding is FedEx is moving a lot of their operation there as well.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big facility.
It is. Yeah, they can put a dozen airplanes down there. They've already started shutting down their maintenance facility here. They've got a facility on the north side to handle the DC-10s and the MD-11s.
Right.
Which are basically going away.
Yeah,
they may have gotten rid of all the 10s at this point. I talked to a FedEx MD-11 just yesterday or the day before. But they are being phased out. And the FedEx maintenance facility here specialized in those airplanes. Yeah. So those guys are being repositioned to, I want to say, Indianapolis, where they're moving that facility. And
all right, real quick.
Okay.
Got some more.
Carry on.
Quality Mobile Video back with a $5 super chest. Love Tater.
There you go. Thank you. It's always nice to have an appreciative audience.
Ajudan Infantry. Good morning from Indonesia. Kevin, Later
hello.
Tater is amazing. In the Big Sunday Show, good job, Kevin, on your interview with Later Tater. Well, thank you so much.
Well,
I didn't
nicely
expect
done.
this today.
Well, yeah.
One of our great mods, Soul Searching Emily. Hello to Later Tater. Can you explain
Howdy.
the bidding process when
boy.
ATCs look to move to different airports? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Wow. Okay.
You've come some experience with that because you've kind of
I've
been around.
been around a little bit, and we have people transfer into LAX. We've had people transfer out of LAX. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. In a nutshell, it's based on seniority and need of where you are versus where you want to go. So LAX is short-staffed right now. In order to get out of LAX, you need to want to go. It's even worse staffed than we have. And there's a few places that qualify. We had somebody go from here to New York TRACON a few years ago because they are perennially understaffed. It's an expensive place to live. It's very convoluted airspace. And so they basically have a standing bid out. If you want to go to New York approach, come on over. You can get out of almost anywhere if you're willing to go there. And there have been times where our staffing is bad enough that you can, if you want to come here, it's, red carpet, come on over. It doesn't matter where you're coming from.
Wow.
But the flip side of that is that when we get to a certain staffing threshold, or we go below that threshold, which is about 80% of your allotted controllers. We're allotted about 50 controllers right now. And, that's an interesting LATAM.
Santiago 2023. They actually had the same livery on a 8 and a 9. I believe this is the 8.
Okay. Yeah, that's neat.
It's colorful.
It is. And that's one of the neat things about seeing, the specials, because otherwise they all kind of look the same.
Right.
But, the one-offs where it's commemorating something or another, those are kind of neat to see. And those are usually temporary because 2023...
Yeah.
So, but back to the transferring thing, when you get to below a certain percentage of your staffing, it's about 80%. If you don't have at least 80% at where you are, you're not allowed to leave to go anywhere else.
Wow.
Because you got to have a certain number of folks just to make the place run. And that's kind of where LAX is right now. We are hovering just below 80%. We've got folks who would like to go, and they're really hoping that the trainees coming in do well so that they can. It's kind of a feast or famine thing. There are times where we're fat and we've got people all over the place and you want to go, sure, And there are times where it's going to be a 2-year wait to get out.
Wow.
And then it comes down to where it is you're trying to go. Can they wait that long? And sometimes they can't. It's not as easy a process as we would like for it to be, because you can't walk into your new place, wherever it is, and immediately, start working, because every airport is different. The runways are different, the taxiways are different, the airspace is different. Some of them have mountains, some of them don't, all that kind of stuff. And so every controller, when you transfer, you go back into training to learn how to work the traffic at that new facility. It's just like pilots. You transfer from a 737 to an A320, you go back into training to learn how to fly the 320, because it doesn't operate the same as the 737. The wings do the thing and the motors do the thing and all like that. The rules don't change, but the techniques to make that particular airport work aren't necessarily the same as what you were doing at the last place or what you're going to do at the next place. Every place has its little ins and outs. And so there's a spool-up time, and at LAX, that spool-up time is measured in years. It can take 2 years for somebody to walk in the door before they're a full-fledged controller.
Oh.
And that's a long time. There are places that it's longer than that. New York TRACON, we were talking about earlier, 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's a big ask. It's a long wait.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What you were talking there, I heard a Spirit pilot chime in.
Okay.
Did you feel like you needed to respond to him?
No, I pretty much ignore the pilots. It's it's.
I mean, do you feel like you're always listening? You're always
vaguely aware of what's
yeah.
going on,
Yeah.
around you, because there are times where I'm working ground, say, and what I'm about to do on ground depends on what the tower just said or is about to say. So I'll be listening out of one ear to see, is he going to say clear for takeoff or Travis going to cross to that guy that's taking the runway? Because if he says clear for takeoff, that means that he's not about to cross that arrival that's sitting in between the runways, which means I can run something through the intersection without worrying that it's going to get blocked. If he says Travis is going to cross downfield, ding, here they come. And I need to be ready, and I need to make sure my stuff is out of the way so that the new guys crossing have someplace to go.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that much real estate here. I mean, it looks like it from here.
You said this airport was built for a 727, not
basically,
an A380.
Yeah. Anything bigger than a 727, a 737, 320, 321, anything bigger than about 321, there's a restriction somewhere on this airport.
Wow.
And it's, but yeah, you look back 30, 40, 50 years at how much this airport has changed. It all used to be over there.
Right.
Way back in the day, it was on the other side of Sepulveda. It was a big deal when they built the Sepulveda tunnel so that the airport could spill over onto this side without Sepulveda having to go around the end of the runway, which at one point it did, apparently.
And that's amazing because Sepulveda, which is basically not too far from us, I mean,
just
east of Sepulveda, that's not a lot of space. I mean,
no, it's not. But airplanes were smaller. They were, It's, but it's neat to look at old photographs of this airport from decades past.
There was a north-south runway.
At one time,
right
there was
where
a north-south runway somewhere right about here.
Yeah.
Long time ago, I think there was actually something that sort of went diagonal, sort of here-ish somewhere.
Okay. Interesting.
But at this point, I think it's all been reworked enough where even a modern-day aerial photo, you wouldn't be able to see much anymore, just because it's all been redone again and again. Or we put something on top of it. But well, there goes Spirit.
I mean, obviously, a lot of construction in the next few years here.
Oh, yeah. Well, because, we have the Olympics coming.
Right.
And I think we're hosting the Super Bowl again at some point.
27.
But the goal, the big driver is the Olympics, because the last time we did the Olympics was in 1984.
Yeah.
And it's, and there was a bunch of airport construction then. And of course, traffic has only picked up and the planes have got bigger and all of that. So that's the goal, is the Olympics in, 28, I believe. So.
All right, real quick, back to the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Paul MK, a member for 27 months, is a platinum member. Says, hi, Kevin. Back to LAX on Wednesday on British Airways, flight 281 as usual.
Wednesday.
See you. Started my 2-week visit. Great show as always. Go Data. What a guy.
Oh, yeah. Well, thanks. Come on down.
Sylvia S., a member for 15 months, is gold member, says, hello later, Tater.
Howdy.
Kevin Rudy from Breezy, Michigan. Tater, you are extremely fascinating to listen to. I can listen all day long. Awesome show.
Well, the thing is, there are people who have to. You have a choice. But, freezing Michigan. I actually went to Michigan. I was in the UP this past summer. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful, yeah.
In August.
Yeah.
And, I went to Mackinac and crossed the bridge, and, we have a big plane. Oh, this is Latam leaving.
Is that the beauty?
Whoop. Yeah. Pedal to the metal. For those of y'all that don't know, Kevin's got a foot pedal down here where he swaps cameras around.
Just started today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, if guitar players can do it, why can't you?
I feel like I'm playing a musical instrument.
We need to get Kevin a wah-wah pedal. Y'all work on that.
What is that?
They'll tell you.
Armin V, back with the Super Chat, one of our great mods. Question for Tater. Do you think there will ever be a need for more than 4 runways at LAX? Maybe expand into the ocean in the near future as does Hong Kong?
Well, Short answer, no.
But in the history of thinking at this airport's
already much bigger than they ever thought it was going to be.
They want to add a third runway on the north side.
Well,
that was the thinking back in the day,
At one point, I don't know about a third runway on the north side. There were intentions to move 24 right further to the north, just like we moved 25 left a little bit to the south. Not a lot, but a little bit. Enough where we have room for the taxiway between the runways. We don't have that on the north side, and the plan was to spread them far enough that we could. However, you've been over there, 24 right, there's a fence.
Yeah.
There's, Lincoln Boulevard.
Lincoln, yeah.
And then
Route
there's
66.
houses. And funny thing, people in houses don't like airplanes in their backyard.
Right.
And so moving the airplanes closer, that was a non-starter.
Yeah.
There was, I believe, one of our mayors, I'm not sure it's the one we have now, but there was a mayor who campaigned for office, and that was one of his campaign promises is we ain't moving the runway.
Yeah, not moving the runway.
And it didn't happen. So we're stuck with what we got. And so the high-speed exit project that's taking place now, I think part of that is, I don't want to say a reaction, but okay, this is plan B. We can't move the runway like we wanted to, so we're going to put in, the high-speed exits. And the idea is to be able to get airplanes off of 6 right or 24 right, 6 left or 24 right, easier than they can now, because at the east end, like we talked about before, there's 2 90-degree exits.
Right.
And so the reason that matters, it takes longer for them to make the turn, which means it takes longer for them to get off the runway, which means it's longer before the next guy can land on that runway. And the more space you have to put between the arrivals, the less arrivals you can take. And so this airport cannot handle as many airplanes when we're east as we can when we're west.
So what's going to happen when Terminal 0, which is adding more heavy gates and whatnot up there in the LA exit, you already have issues up there with the north side. That's going to be a challenge,
it's
right?
It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know. I'm not going to hang around that long.
Because what, two years out?
Not a couple of years.
Yeah.
But there's also going to be an issue because apparently Terminal 9,
yes,
my understanding is Terminal 9 is going to have gates that can accommodate a 380.
Oh.
That's,
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense except that the only way to get it there, and this is the bone of contention, is that the only way to get the 380 to that corner of the airport is for it to taxi up the runway. We can't put it on the taxiways over there. So that was the suggestion from the people making the plan is, you can just back taxi. Which, yes, we can. But you can't do anything else while that's happening.
Wait, I'm just being Mr. ATC guy here. Couldn't you land on 25 left, make a left onto Lima,
Alpha.
and then Alpha, and then go down?
Perhaps.
Crossover?
The issue is, how do you get there? Because a 380 can't do Foxtrot between the runways.
Okay.
I can put a 748 there. I don't believe I can put a 380 there.
Okay.
And I can't take them any further than the runway.
Okay.
So that they would have to do something about taxiways, Bravo and Charlie, for that to work. Not saying they're not gonna, but that's at least not the plan I heard.
And from what I understand, the reason why that would be probably the Lufthansa A380, if it's still around, would go there because apparently Terminal 9 is a Star Alliance terminal.
I've heard that. Yeah, so they're trying to get all the everybody so they can be together because of all the connections and whatnot.
Right.
So that would be a definite possibility.
It's like a chess game.
It's a chess game, but the pieces keep moving and it's picture a chess game where a lot of your players are knights. You've got each player has 2 knights and they do weird stuff.
Yeah.
Imagine you've got a whole army of knights. And they can jump here, they can jump there, they can do all these things. But one of the things about having a knight is that there are places you can't get to with your knight because that's not one of the allowable moves with that piece. Unless you go somewhere else first. You go here, then you can get to that spot. Well, that's 3 moves later. Sometimes we have to do that. and you'll see airplanes staged somewhere,
Yeah.
waiting for other things to get out of the way or waiting for something to open up.
The beach,
the
right?
beach, yeah. Well, because that's a safe place to put them because not a lot happens down there.
We're talking
most
about the
of
far
time.
west side.
Yeah, we're talking about the west end, Alpha, the remote gates. We'll stash airplanes sometimes that have long waits for departure.
All right, real quick, we have a American
big something's
777-300 ER now rolling down to 5 right.
LA Tower, my 25 left for the last.
Oh, we got a Blue Tail Spirit rolling out. I mean, there's not too many of those left at this point.
Yeah?
And it's going to be interesting because now that JetBlue probably isn't going to be able to buy out Spirit after all.
Yeah.
There were a couple of headlines that Spirit's maybe going to be in some financial difficulty.
$9 billion in debt, from what I was told.
Oh, no money. And we print more every day. So, but the other thing is, cast your minds back to when this whole thing started. It wasn't JetBlue. It was Frontier. Y'all remember Frontier?
Yeah.
They don't fly here anymore.
No.
They went to Burbank.
Right.
But Frontier was the one that first made the news by talking about we want to buy JetBlue or merge with JetBlue or whatever. I'm sorry, with Spirit. And then JetBlue comes in, oh, no, and it turned into a bit of a bidding war.
Yeah.
And Frontier finally is like, y'all go on.
Yeah.
And, of course, now the courts have just decided that, no, we're not having that. The fact that JetBlue's emails during the discovery process, it was revealed that JetBlue's, planners had figured out they could raise ticket prices in some cases by something like 40% once they owned Spirit, which would, of course, be slightly non-competitive.
Yeah.
Which was the whole sticking point. My question is, now that JetBlue's out of the picture, is Frontier going to come back?
Oh, I never thought of that. Well, look at you, ladies.
Because, you got Frontier, who is another ultra-low-cost carrier, and Spirit. They've got fleet commonality.
Yeah.
They do the same thing. I don't know if they have route, overlaps or not at this point.
Plot twist.
Yeah, plot twist. So as the airport turns, tune in next week.
The airport turns. There's always some aviation drama news floating around there somewhere.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
So, stay tuned. We'll see how that plays out as the year goes.
All right, let's go back to the chat real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Christian with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Christian. Hey, fellows. Captain Stan and I are operating flight American Airlines, flight 3206, Los Angeles to Albuquerque. We'll buy you a drink sometime if you ever get our takeoff.
Yeah, that costs extra.
206.
3206.
Hopefully we didn't miss it.
Yeah.
All right.
I know, he only gave you $5. It's show me the money.
William becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, William. And Heather with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Heather. Appreciate that you bring all that encompasses aviation. It's
Words
so
are
much
hard, y'all.
more than a plane spotting. Thanks, Kevin Rudy and the mods, and later Dater for the visit.
Oh, you bet. Y'all should see this. I mean, I realize you've got the gate cam, but the sun is right there. The laptop's right here. And so the glare and
yeah, it's this time of the day where you can see where your screen is just dirty.
I can fix my hair. But actually reading the screen, there's a lot of squinting going on.
Yes.
So,
yes. All right, let's get back to that real quick.
All right, what else do we have here?
Danny,
this is your big chance, y'all.
Super chat. The one and only later dater. Since you started at LAX, what has been the most significant emergency mayday that resulted in a safe landing? Is there one that comes to mind? I think I asked you that when we did the podcast.
You may have, and I probably
And I don't think you said you've been really lucky.
Answer
that
the question. I have.
I remember what you said. You said you've been really lucky.
There's a tree around here somewhere. Knock on wood. In all honesty, my career goal since day one has been to not make the news. I have been in the unfortunate position of sitting at home watching the TV news and hearing one of my co-workers' voice as part of a replay in a news story. I don't ever want my mom to have to go through that. It's all bad. Even if the story ended well, no. And I've been very, very fortunate. I've watched airplanes crash. I've worked airplanes that crashed later, but I've never had to be on the other end of the radio as somebody turned into a smoking hole in the ground, and I hope I never do.
Yeah.
That would be hard it's hard for anyone to take.
Yeah.
I have worked LAX. It's a different scenario because a lot of the emergency stuff happens somewhere else, and we just sort of give it at the end where we get a phone call, so-and-so's an emergency, or they're minimum fuel, or it's, hydraulic issues, or the flaps are stuck down, or they won't come down, or whatever. Or a lot of times you'll see one where there's been some issue, the airplane's coming back.
Right.
And it was a long haul, and so it has enough gas to fly halfway around the world. And a lot of these airplanes don't have the ability to dump fuel. I mean, old airplanes did. The newer ones don't. And instead, they'll circle sometimes burning fuel for a while, but they'll do an overweight landing. And that's considered an emergency just because there's, a better than zero chance that they're overweight, so they're going to have to land fast because it takes more air flowing over the wings for the heavier weight and all of that. High-speed landing means hot brakes, and hot brakes can catch fire. I have seen that here where an airplane landed, had hot brakes, the brakes eventually caught fire, and which is amazing that you think that the brakes actually catch fire. But they do. And one of the things that happens...
let me ask you real quick, because there was one instance that did happen here at LAX in the last maybe 4 years.
Okay.
Philippine 113 pressure stall came back very heavy.
Yeah, very heavy.
Blew out all the tires on the landing.
Yeah. But what also happens, and it may have been another Philippine, but I remember a Philippine 7-4 that had hot brakes, started blowing out tires, and ended up stranded on taxiway Bravo right in front of between Terminal 6 and Terminal 7, if I remember right. And the airplane was stuck there for a couple of days because one of the things that happens when you have hot brakes is that all the wheels have what are called blowout plugs, because what you don't want is for the tire to blow out if you can help it, because you get shrapnel and debris. And so if the wheels and tires get to a certain temperature, they actually have blowout plugs that will melt and deflate the tires so that they don't pop, essentially. Of course, now you have a flat tire, and that happened on that aircraft where the brakes caught fire, and you could just sit there and watch one tire after the next just bleed down.
Wow. And
none of them popped, but they ended up with like a dozen flat tires.
Jeez.
And that's a lot of work. And there weren't a dozen spare flat tires at LAX.
Right.
Funny thing about that, and they don't carry them with them, so they had to be brought in.
Wow.
So that's, I think we've drifted slightly off the question, but...
that's all right. We're learning a lot.
What else have we got here?
Renee, a member for 20 months, is a dumb member, says, Later Tater, it was such a pleasure to have you on here. I'm learning a lot today. You need to stop back often. Thanks for teaching us so much about LAX today.
Well, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. And thank you for paying my salary, by the way. For those who are not aware, most air traffic controllers in the United States are civilian employees of the federal government. So I'm a civil servant, basically. I work for Uncle Sam. My salary is paid for, at least in part, by fuel taxes and ticket charges and that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm a public servant. And so thank you very much for my job. I appreciate that. So do my creditors, actually. They really appreciate it. So does the dog. She likes to eat.
Kevin Pegram back with a $5 super chat. Says, cheers to Later Tater with so much knowledge around about the operations at LAX. Great having you on the show, Later Tater.
Oh, thank you. I just make it up.
Matt A with the super chat. Thank you so much, Matt. Staying for the SpaceX launch at 6 p.m.
Oh.
Love this conversation, Tater.
Yeah, well,
very interesting.
Hopefully,
just saying.
we'll still have clear enough skies. You can see that. We saw they launched a couple weeks ago. That was really impressive.
Yeah, we were out at the parking garage.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it all depends on the cloud situation.
It absolutely
does. If it's cloudy, going to cloud up again, which it might as we get closer to 5.
Yeah.
Take a look.
But we actually timed it last time from when they launched to where we could see it was like 35 seconds or something from the time it left before we could actually see it come up above because there's the mountains over there.
Right.
That they have to get up above that before we can see it from the tower.
Right.
But that was really impressive because it goes off and it heads sort of to the southeast to take advantage of the Earth's rotation. And that was really, really impressive. What else we got?
Oh, well, let's see. Matt said, name the pedal cockroach.
Oh, how many times you want to step on that thing?
I'll tell you.
Does it make the crunchy sound?
Heath Shelton with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Heath. After 30 years of not making the playoffs, the Lions are now 1 win away from going to the Super Bowl. Final score, Detroit 31, Tampa Bay 23. Wow.
Is that a sports ball thing?
Well, I'm from Michigan originally, so Lions winning.
Oh, is that a big deal?
It's kind
sorry,
of
y'all. Tater doesn't do sports ball.
Thanks. Thank you, Heath. Dave HT with the super chat says, love the educational moment with Later Tater. Thank you so much,
you're
Dave.
welcome. You're welcome.
Ryan with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Ryan. Does the tower operations change when Air Force One is arriving or departing? Do Secret Service come up to the ATC tower? Oh boy.
It sure is a nice day today. Are y'all going to stay around for the SpaceX launch?
At least they're trying, right?
Yeah.
They're trying.
So, but
all right, moving on.
Yeah, moving right along.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you for your super chat.
Warren, a member for 19 months, is a gold member. Says, hey, Kevin, did Later Tater and Tot get their shout out on the scent of the
Yes, the radio. I will admit I'm not a Steely Dan fan, but I appreciate it. Tot did too. So thank you very much.
Cool.
We had fun looking up the call letters of the radio station in Australia to see where that is. And thank you very much. That was fun.
Yes. Thank you, Warren. Terry with the $2 super chat says, nice interview with the Tater. Lions win. See, everyone's very excited about that. Thank you, Terry. Becky England, a member for 24 months, is an Emerald member. Awesome support there, Becky.
Nice.
I finally made it to 24 months. Having Later Tater on is the best way to celebrate.
There
Thank
you go.
Kevin, Rudy, and the entire AVL team for this great content. Thank you, Becky.
Wow.
Well, I tell you, everyone's
You've got
excited.
way more dedicated fans than I do.
Sarah the Real Deal there in Boston with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Sarah. Later, Tater, we love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for raising the bar for others to reach on ATC. What made you stay another year? Were you determined to retire? We were thrilled to hear you're staying.
Well, okay. Long story, hopefully short, because that's not what I do best. I specialize in long story longer, but the sun's going to go down in a little while. No, actually, I had asked for a 1-year extension. This was in 2022 because I reached retirement. Basically, my drop dead date was January of last year. And I was granted a 1-year extension that ends the end of this month. It's based on your birthday because in the U.S., civilian air traffic controllers that work for the FAA have mandatory retirement when you turn 56. The end of that month, you're done talking to airplanes. Unless you're at some place that has a staffing shortage and you're an instructor and you look good on camera. In which case, the facility requested that I be granted a waiver to stay for an additional year. That waiver runs out at the end of this month. they requested another one for me to stay one more year, which was just approved on Friday. So I had requested the one because in our retirement system, that one extra year made like a 9% difference in my pension. And that my plan was one and done. However, about February of last year, my manager asked, would I consider staying for another? And it's like, well, it wasn't really my plan, you know. But, you know, you gave me the one I asked for, so I'll give you the one you're asking for. One for me, one for you. And so that's where we are. Starting February 1st, I will be on that extension, which runs out January 31st of next year.
And that's it.
We're done.
That's it. All right. Well, you know what? If you were going to retire at the end of this month, I was going to do a show for you on the Wednesday from 3 to midnight.
Wednesday, which is not your normal day,
Not my normal day.
Oh,
See?
wow. So,
yeah.
Well,
I guess we'll wait until next year.
You got a 1 year postponement on that one.
Yeah, I got 1 year to look forward to it.
Well, and what is the 31st of next year? Because next year, this year.
Well, it's a leap year, right?
Yeah, this year is a leap year, so you give an extra day in there somewhere.
So it'd be Thursday or Friday of next year.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody can tell us. I mean, if there was some way we could look that up, I just can't. I have no idea. So,
all right, let's go back to the chat here real quick.
All right.
Jesse back with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Jesse. How accurate was the John Cusack, Billy Bob Thornton movie about the ATC? Do you all go on the donut runs and or hang out outside of work? Now, this is coming from someone who works in Hollywood. Jesse is an actor.
Oh, okay. Well, everybody in LA is an actor of some sort.
Yeah, but Jesse is the most well-known.
Okay.
What was it? Extra. Most well-known extra. You've probably seen Jesse in many
All right.
films.
Well, congratulations, Jesse.
Maybe he's an extra in that movie. I don't know.
Yeah,
Where are you, Jesse?
Not my favorite movie. I'm not a big fan of John Cusack or Billy Bob Thornton. Sorry. But there were air traffic controllers actually advising on that movie. So let's be honest, what I do isn't really all that exciting. And so there were some artistic liberties taken to make a movie work. We don't sing on the radio, hardly ever. So the closing scene, which is really the only one I remember, about one of them singing to somebody in the airplane, and no, sorry, we're not allowed to do that. The whole standing on the end of the runway while heavy jets land over the top of you and knock you down. They don't like people standing on the runway here. They get really upset about that. I've never tried it. I know there's some place where you can get right off the end of the runway, one of the Caribbean islands maybe. Somebody will tell us. St. Martin, where you can basically stand right behind a 747 and get sandblasted into the water. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it.
It's a good way to lose you. I mean, at the very least, wear a helmet and goggles.
Yes,
that's a really good way to lose your eyes. I mean, for grins and giggles, go watch the Mythbuster episode where they actually looked at jet blast. It's dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
You'll actually see that here. Well, you may not hear it on tower frequency, but if you're listening to ground control frequency, you'll hear an airplane or a pilot tell the ground controller, yeah, we need to do a cross-bleed start. And a cross-bleed start is basically where the pilot is jump-starting his own airplane. They'll start one engine at the gate. A lot of times they need to use ground power for this, or they'll use what's called a huffer or a start cart, which is basically
a very loud air start.
It's a very loud air start unit. It's basically an air compressor. It's about the size of a decent truck, and it blows enough air into the airplane that gets the engine starting or turning fast enough that you can actually light it off. Because jet engines, just like your car engine, they have to be turning to get them started, and and you need a power source to do that. In normal circumstances, they use air from the APU. The auxiliary power unit, almost all these airplanes have one. Generally, it's in the tail. Sometimes it's in the center section of the wings where they mount to the fuselage. Some airplanes have it there. Most of them nowadays have it in the tail. and you can pull air off of that to spin up the engine enough to get it started. If that's not working, you can still dispatch without the APU. There will be issues with air conditioning and stuff because that's where it gets its power, so they'll have to have air conditioning on the ground, and while they're starting the engines, there won't be any. But if they don't have an APU, they'll start one engine at the gate, then they'll push off the gate, and they'll put power on the running engine and suck air off of it. It's called bleed air, where they bleed it off the high pressure part of the jet engine to spin up the other engine. To do that, they have to be, above idle power. And the issue that you're worried about there is what's behind you, and it's jet blast. And so if we have to do that, we have to get city ops to come out, and they will actually block the service road behind wherever the airplane's doing the cross-bleed start, because a lot of times they need to be stationary while they're doing this. Not always, but a lot of times they need to be. And you don't want some catering truck tootling along past behind this airplane while he's up on the power, and all of a sudden the catering truck goes sliding down the taxiway. I've seen video of that. It's kind of exciting. I don't think I'd want to be in the truck when it happened. But that's an issue where we're worried about the jet blast. When we first started getting 380s here, we used to have, every time you launched a 380 off of 24 left, the city ops guys would go out and they would do a runway inspection after every takeoff to look for damage that was caused by jet blast. And initially we had a lot of issue with the runway and taxiway signs getting damaged by the jet blast, and they had to replace the signs and reinforce them and that kind of thing. And even now you can see it if we've had a lot of wind and dust and you have a big airplane go, or they go across a part of the runway that hasn't been used much, and they'll kick up a lot of dust as they go by. We have Qatar in their 350-1000s. They've got kind of crossways with Airbus a little while. I don't know if they've made up or not, but
they have.
There were some issues with the paint, which, I mean, it's a real thing because as we saw in Japan a couple weeks ago when that Japan Air 350 hit the Dash 8 on the runway and caught fire, you would look at the pictures taken the next day, and there's nothing left of that airplane. Because most of it is composite.
Right.
And yet, amazingly, everybody on that airliner survived. That is
but they were talking about how it's slow to burn, and that's why everyone was able to get off in a good amount of time.
The issue is, of course, that the composites, paint doesn't stick to them the same way that it does to the metal. So the whole preparation process has to be different. And in some cases, you actually have to use different paint, different chemistry. But you've still got metal parts on the plane also. And so sometimes you actually have to use more than one kind of paint depending on what it is you're painting.
Right.
And it's a learning process. I mean, it was really tough on Boeing when they were first developing the Dreamliner. They had a lot of issues with fasteners and things where how do you attach something to this composite structure? You can't just drive a screw into it like you do sheetrock.
Right.
They had a lot of issue with that, with fasteners, and that actually ended up delaying the program, some little while. Airbus actually benefited from a lot of that because they got to kind of sit back and watch. And they were second to the party, but they definitely had a head start with those issues just from Boeing doing a lot of the groundbreaking work.
All right, real quick, let's get back to the chat here. Oh, you guys are excited. Danny B, back with the super chat, says, will Later Tater look to stay in aviation somehow? So let's say you were going to retire on the 31st. Would you
31st of some month of some year? Well,
by the way, Friday next year. Friday.
It's a Friday. Okay.
You're going into the weekend.
Friday.
Retirement.
Wow.
If you would have retired on the 31st of this year, do you think you would have somehow stayed in some type of volunteer or some other job? Something, right?
Yeah. There are lots of other things to do in aviation besides talk with planes. You could actually fly to planes.
Oh, it's true,
And I am a pilot. I own an airplane. It owns me sometimes. And I also happen to have a mechanic's license, so I can work on the airplane after I've broken it. All of those are viable career possibilities. I'm mandatory retirement as a controller. Pilots get to work some years longer than we do. So that has been a mostly joking but slightly serious consideration that I might actually go fly the planes I've been talking to for the last 20 years.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would be something. I don't know. Well, because at this point, we're already hearing that the pilot shortage is we've kind of worked our way through a lot of that. FedEx and UPS have both been threatening to furlough pilots. I don't know if they've actually gotten to that point, but I know that as the passenger carriers have come back online after the pandemic, the big wave of air freight that UPS and FedEx had experienced has subsided some because a lot of these passenger planes have freight in the bellies. And in some cases, the freight actually makes more money than the people.
Right.
So FedEx and UPS have both seen a reduction in demand. And so they've been at least talking about reducing their pilot force. A lot of the passenger carriers are still trying to hire people. They've still got people in the training pipeline. It takes years, just like it takes years to train a controller. It takes years to train a commercial pilot. You can get the commercial license in less than a year, but to get into even the right seat of an airliner takes a couple more years of experience building and additional training, and years are years. There's only so much you can do to speed that up. And it costs a lot of money. So
basically, I think when people think that you were going to retire, you really weren't just going to kick back and relax. That was never really your thought.
No, I mean, yes, but I mean, for the first, probably the first month, there'd be a whole lot of doing nothing. Just because I haven't gotten to do that for quite a while. But
you work
doing
a lot.
Nothing is a very sort of open term.
But you work a lot. I mean, you're what, 6 days a week?
6 days a week.
And how many hours a day?
If I'm lucky, 8.
Okay.
Not so much, 10.
It's a long week.
It can be a very long week. And after a while, it's like, I like airplanes, but I've had enough. So there is definitely some of that. And there are times where it's just, I was having one of these episodes today where it's like the words just weren't coming out right. And, wording is hard sometimes. But no, there'll still be some sort of aviation involvement, controlling or flying or something.
And you can always come by here and...
Oh, yeah. Get a big box of rotten tomatoes and cruise by with my potato chip.
Thank you. 757 Chip of the $5 Super Chat says, thank you later, Tater. I'll try to get Kevin and Rudy to save some Buc-ee's treats for you next time. I dropped them off.
Okay. Well, so, that's... Buc-ee's is a sort of mainly Texas but southern U.S. thing for those of y'all other places. Buc-ee's is basically a chain of ginormous gas stations. They're best for road trips. There are some that have like 100 gas pumps. The best part is not only do they have lots and lots of gas pumps, they have lots and lots of clean bathrooms. The bathrooms at Buc-ee's are some of the best I've ever seen on road trips. So, and they got a whole wall of beef jerky and all kinds of other good stuff and lots of bad stuff. But yeah, Buc-ee's is awesome. If you get to go to a Buc-ee's, by all means.
All right, real quick. Ethan Brown with a $5 Super Chat says, big respect for all that you do, Tater.
Thank you.
And the same for y'all at AVL. Thank you. Well, thank you, Ethan. ND Carey with a $10 Super Chat says, later Tater managed to pull me out of Lurker's Lounge. Thank you so much for hanging with us today. Light-hearted question.
Okay.
What airline has your favorite call sign, and happy birthday month?
Oh, thank you. Oh, favorite call sign. Oh, wow. I mean, there's so many you use all the time. One of my favorites, one of the ones I think is funny, is Yukon.
Yukon.
Yukon. Yukon is an air freight operator that flies from here to Hawaii. And at least one of their planes says Aloha Air Cargo on the side. And
Not anymore. They got rid
of that? Oh, that was my favorite one because it just seemed silly to be saying Yukon to an airplane that says Aloha on the side. And it's like, you know where you're going.
Right.
So that was always fun. Somebody was 757 something or that's one of my favorite of the airliners. Sorry to see them gradually going away. I understand why. I mean, those airplanes are relatively ancient nowadays.
Yeah, he was on the team. Yeah.
Yeah, United and Delta still bring them here. American has gotten rid of theirs. And I think that's probably it for regular operators of 75s here nowadays.
Yeah.
They aren't big in the air freight world because they're narrow bodies.
Yeah.
UPS and FedEx both have a few, or did. I haven't seen a FedEx 75 in a while, mainly just because they bring bigger stuff here.
Right.
But yeah, they're gradually going away. But nearly everybody, pilot-wise, I've talked to who has flown them loves them.
Yeah.
They are relatively rocket ships, particularly
Absolutely.
the 200s.
Real quick, Danny B says, "You don't retire the best. Congrats on one more."
Yeah, well, thank you. Part of the consideration needs to be to go out while you're still on top, and that's part of the consideration because I know I'm not as good as I used to be. I mean, the pandemic, this is a skill that you have to practice. It's a use it or lose it skill, and during the pandemic, there wasn't anything to practice on, and we've been coming back up to speed, but I'm one of the oldest people in the building now, and this is a young person's game. It really, really is.
Yeah.
And so there's a reason we have mandatory retirement. I'm being kept on because there's a need, and I'm an instructor. And
Kennedy Steve said the exact same thing when I taught him at JFK. He said, "This is a young person's."
It is because it
game.
wears you out.
Yeah.
There will be times that, particularly ground control here, but it can happen. I've had it happen when I was working other places on radar, where you're just looking at a scope, but by the time you've been there for an hour or two, and normally you won't be there for more than 2, but a lot of times after 90 minutes, you're done. I mean, your brain just turns into tapioca.
Yeah.
And I'll see this sometimes when I'm instructing, and I'll be working with a student, and they start off great. And then after about an hour and 15, hour and 20, you can tell they've run out of steam.
Yeah.
And it can be hard. And this is one of the things you have to develop as a controller is it can be hard to keep going even when you've run out of steam because your relief isn't back yet. Or your relief comes in on the next shift in a half hour or whatever.
Right.
And that can be tough to keep sort of powering through. And sometimes that means that you start changing the way you work. There'll be times that I'll put an airplane between two others. And there'll be times it's like, I'm not feeling it. He can just wait. And you'll see that sometimes, particularly probably when you're over on the other side. You'll be an airplane sitting there at the end of 2-4 left, waiting to go. And it's like, well, there's nothing happening. Why isn't he going? And he may not be going for a whole bunch of reasons we've talked about, but one of them may be. But the next arrival, the two arrivals are not as tight as they can be, but they're tight enough that I don't want to try and put a departure in that hole. And depending on how gamey I'm feeling, how I feel about the guy waiting to go, how I feel about those two guys, but about all the players.
Yeah.
Because everybody has to be a player. And if you've got somebody you don't have a real good feeling about, it's like, I'll just wait. There'll be a bigger hole in a moment. I can call down to the arrival controller and ask him, hey, can you give me some extra space? I need to do a thing.
Right.
And, but, depending on your, exhaustion level, if you will, your tolerance for what you're going to try and do is moves. I mean, it's a moving target based a lot on how I feel and how I feel about the other players. But Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you have to be able to have the flexibility to move back and forth and change the plan sometimes on the fly, literally. And it gets harder.
Yeah.
It gets harder. I mean, I don't want to admit it, but it does. So, yeah, there's a reason that we have the retirement that we do. Rudy's from an airplane. Rudy has
our friends had these cards made. He's telling me the A380, not yet. It's up there.
Well, we saw
almost.
it go. That's Emirates taxing out.
But maybe I should turn ATC on the north side. What do you say?
Oh, okay. Well, let's swap it over. So, yeah, it looks like they're, at least on this, they're number one holding short. The 380, and maybe they're taking the runway now. Let's see. The 380, like we've discussed before, we need a bigger hole because it takes time for them to get on the runway and it takes time for them to go. And some of the operators are more goers than others. This plays right back in what we were just talking about, where some operators you have experience with, and it's like, I've seen this carrier, where they tend to get out there and go. And there are others that take their time, they run a checklist, they eat lunch. I don't know what they're doing, but there are times they sit out there what seems like forever.
Yeah.
Normally, but 45 seconds. I watched one time. I said, clear for takeoff. Nothing happened for 45 seconds. And, you're gradually dying inside because everything else is still moving.
Yeah.
And you tell the guy, next arrival, 8 mile final, and you may even tell the arrival, hey, traffic is going to be this, reduced your approach speed. I've had to go so far as, could you give me an S-turn to the north? I'm trying to buy time.
Yeah.
Because I need this guy to go.
Yeah.
And, I can't fly the plane for him. That was my first facility, my first supervisor told me, because I came in as a pilot. There they go. But told me, it's like, you've got to remember, you cannot fly the plane for them.
Right.
You're down here, you're talking to them, they're up there, they're going to see and hear and do things that, you're only going to know about if they tell you. But when it comes down to it, they're the ones flying the plane, they're the pilot in command, it's their call. So, there goes Emirates. That is the longest of the 380 flights that LAX gets. By distance, at least. Maybe time also. I'd have to go look. But distance-wise, the Emirates flight is, if I remember right, over 8,000 miles.
Wow.
And is several hundred miles longer than the next longest 380 flight from LAX. There are longer ones somewhere else in the world. When Emirates first came to LAX, they had 380s, but the initial batch of 380s didn't actually have enough lifting capability to make it nonstop. So they brought a 380 here for the intro, and then they started service using 777s until they got the next block of 380s, which had, more fuel or more gross weight or something that gave them the ability to make the flight. So, do we have other catch-up we need to do?
Yes. Let's see. Robert, Super Chess says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Robert.
Morning, Robert.
Flyer KG with the $10 Super Chess says, hello, Plane Jockeys. Thank you for this great time with Later Tater. Very informative. I get a kick out of what he passes off to the pilots. Adios, y'all.
Well, and there's a system there. I realize it's all silliness, but there is a system there.
Yeah.
Because adios, y'all, that's not the guys going to Hawaii. Aloha is not the guys going to Mexico.
Right.
So,
And
there's a system.
And the German pilots, you would say adios or no?
Oh, no, it's Alfredo saying.
Yes.
Alfredo saying, y'all.
There you go.
And, or au revoir to our French cousins.
Yeah.
Au revoir, y'all. Back in the day, we used to have, who am I thinking of? Aeroflot.
Mm-hmm.
And we had another Russian carrier for like a minute.
No.
Yeah, a long time ago. That will come to me, but they're gone now. Well, they're all gone right now. But Aeroflot was Das Vidania, y'all.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask me to spell it.
Do most of the pilots
like from the the other countries, do they understand what yaw
I
is?
doubt it. Maybe after they've been here more than once or twice, but I doubt it.
Do you ever get pilots that like throw it back at you, kind of like, "Hey y'all, all right, bye bye y'all"?
Every now and once, once in a while, I'll get somebody come back with we'll see y'all or something. And It's like, hey, he speaks y'all. So that is a quote. I have said that.
And explain, people maybe didn't look at the broadcast or the podcast. You're from Texas.
I am from Texas. We should have done an audience participation that day.
Yeah?
Yeah, we should have. Like play the music for 30 seconds, guess where I was from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the opportunity has passed. But I grew up in Houston, Texas. It's a great place to be from. That's one of the reasons I'm not horribly heartbroken that I've got another year here, because it means I don't have to go back there. Sorry, Mom. But they actually, you were talking about Michigan. They got frozen last week.
Oh yeah, they're frozen today too. Yeah.
Yeah, they had a couple of nights where it got down into teens. And South Texas just doesn't do that level of cold.
Yeah.
And so I mean they had serious issues. My sister's car wouldn't start. So we got Speedbird doing something. I heard
that's on the north side. I think that's the next takeoff. See, this is our dilemma, Tater, here at the end of the day, when we we got nothing going on here on the south side,
it's all over
and
there.
everything goes to the north side. Can you explain to me what's going on here right now?
They're camera shy.
The camera's shy.
Yeah.
Was that pilots requesting?
Sometimes it's the pilots requesting it. Sometimes it's ground control assigning a particular runway because of where the airplane's going to go. And Rudy's pointing at something.
Oh, he's pointing.
We got a China Southern.
There we go. 777.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier about the airplanes that go right when they get offshore. Right. This is one of them. Yeah, this one is probably headed somewhere across the ocean.
So Speedbird, the 777-300ER. That's pretty much a 50-50 chance north side, south side takeoff this time of the day.
It kind of depends on what departure procedure they filed for.
Okay.
Because one of them can go off both sides a little easier than the other one.
Okay.
And so right now, there's basically nothing going on. It doesn't matter so much which side he goes on because he's not going to get in the way.
So do they prefer the north over the south?
They prefer the north in most cases because they park generally here at the Tibbet or the Tom Bradley, and it's a shorter taxi, which is sort of ironic considering that they call for taxi and they're never ready. If you listen again, you'll listen to ground control.
Yeah, we need to listen to ground more often, I think.
You might. It can be kind of tedious, but one of the issues with British Airways, and I've never flown British Airways, I don't know what their cabin briefing is, but almost always they are waiting for the cabin. There they go. And so one of the things that you have to learn as a ground controller at LAX is don't take that guy right to the runway because he'll get down there and they'll say, oh, yeah, we're waiting on the back.
Yeah, we hear that a lot.
Yeah, which is really frustrating as a tower controller because by the time they get to the end of the runway, there's nowhere else for them to go. We don't have run-up pads where they can peel off and wait or anything. DFW does. This whole airport would fit in a corner of DFW. I've been up in one of their towers, and it's just ginormous. I'm jealous. They have places at the end of the runways where they can just, you're not ready? Fine, just go over there, and you can sit there as long as you want. And, we don't have that here. And so if an airplane gets to the end of the runway and cannot go, there are sometimes I have the option to hold him there, and maybe I can get the guy behind him to go from the intersection. The guy behind him sometimes isn't prepared to take the intersection, or he doesn't have the data to take the intersection, or he's too heavy to take the intersection. And at some point, if the first guy really just can't go, the only thing I can do is put him on the runway and have him taxi down the runway so he can get out of line, because the line goes to the runway and there's nowhere else to go. That takes a long time. It feels like forever.
Yeah.
But that can be really frustrating. And particularly on the north side right now, because my arrivals on the north side are about every 5 miles. That spacing has been coordinated with the approach controllers because of the runway closure, and the idea being that an arrival every 5 miles, we should be able to give a departure out between them, all things being, equal. They aren't always, but I can't bring somebody down the runway to the next exit in a 5-mile hole unless he's a real goer. I wouldn't try it with British Airways. It's a heavy jet. It's going to take a long time to make the turns. Now he's got to taxi down the runway. Now he's got to make another turn. Meanwhile, the guy on finals doing at least 120.
Yeah.
And, 120 is 2 miles a minute. And that's not very long. And I need to have British Airways or whoever all the way off the runway before that arrival crosses the end.
Right.
So, British Airways, I don't know if they have to do their briefing in 100 languages or what it is, but their briefing always seems to take a while, and so they generally are not ready, and so ground controllers learn to hold them back until they're fully ready for departure.
Interesting.
There are some others, but Speedbird is the one that seems to be the biggest example of that.
I'm never going to be able to look at them the same now, later Tater.
So, and another one we have like that on the north side is WestJet.
Yeah.
WestJet being Canadian, they have to do the briefing in English and in French. And because that's the way, it's the Canadian law.
Yeah.
And which is fine, except that WestJet parks at Terminal 2, so they're like spitting distance from the end of the runway.
Right.
And so they can get to the end of the runway before the briefing is done.
Right.
And so that's another one where we've learned to kind of, hey, are they done in the back? Before you get them up to the point where, because at some point you can't turn off anymore.
Right.
What else have we got?
Our friend John with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, John. Good to see you, Tanner. When they close 24 left, will the A380s land on 24 right or 25 left?
Yes, they will. 24 left, yeah. 24 right, they can land on 24 right, they just can't take off on it. So there will still be some arrivals over there because of, and we talked about this earlier on, the taxiway Delta, taxiway Echo situation.
Right.
The portion of taxiway Delta that has just opened that goes from Papa to Alpha Alpha is restricted to airplanes 767 and smaller.
Okay.
So if you're playing along at home, aircraft design group 4, anything bigger than that cannot use taxiway Delta, which is going to be a problem when Echo is also closed. So, yes, the 380s will be able to land on 24 right, but regardless of where they're parking, they're going to have to come down here to get to it.
I was going to ask you that. So they have to take the bridge route
They'll have to take
no matter
the bridge.
What, right?
Yeah,
okay.
for y'all playing at home, the home game.
Yeah.
The bridge route is southbound on Alpha Alpha, hold short of taxiway Charlie. And about halfway down, just past Echo 17, there's a checkpoint 3. There's a sign that says checkpoint 3. And at that point, you contact the next ground controller. And depending on whether ground 3 is open or not, you contact ground 3 or you contact ground 1. And so one of the little tricks of working ground 1 is even if ground 3 is closed, you've got to have that frequency somewhere you can hear it, because some pilots will call the wrong frequency because they don't know. So,
can I ask you this though? And I'm throwing this out.
Okay.
Because of that situation on the north side, are we going to see more A380s maybe possibly arriving here on the south side on 25 left?
Possibly. I'm not going to commit to anything because
I think anything's up in the air.
But anything's up in the air until it lands, and then it's not. The issue, and I think we've talked about this before, the issue with the 380s and the 748s on this side is that getting across the runways.
Yeah.
Because once they start across, I can hold them in between. I can have them like on Lima here, right in front of us. I can have him come, say, from the Tibbet, and this happens, where they cross 25 right and hold short of 25 left.
Okay.
That's fine. They can do that, but I can't use 25 right while he's sitting there.
Okay.
because he's sticking out
Right.
onto the runway. I'm not allowed to put him on taxiway hotel at all. I mean, I can, but now I've lost both runways, which is, I mean, you don't want to do that. But, so the moment I start him across 25 right, ideally, I want to be able to get him all the way across.
Could you throw him further to the west? Cross over at Quebec? Is that?
Well, but the same thing still applies. He's too big to fit between the runways on any of the 90s. And it doesn't matter if he's here or there, I still can't use the runway behind him.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's the issue. And it happens the other way. If he lands on 25 left, I need to be able to get him all the way across because I can't hold short of 25 right and still use 25 left.
Gotcha.
And, of course, while he's crossing 25 right, now I can't use it for anything else, which is the same as everybody else crossing 25 right.
Could he land on 25 left, make a left onto
Yes, he
Alpha,
can.
and then come back around, and you can hold him and wait?
We've had to do that on a couple of occasions where we know he has no gate.
Okay.
And so a lot of times, we'll roll him all the way to the end and exit, put him here, or we'll have him here, exit here being taxiway Lima right in front of us.
Right.
Or he'll exit at Lima, turn right, and go down there.
Okay.
There are some issues doing that as well if the weather's really bad, because putting him there gets him too close to the ILS antenna. And, you know, 1 million pounds of aluminum does funny things to navigation signals.
Right.
So there's that's a whole nother discussion of, you know, protecting the ILS critical area and where we can put him and where we can't. And that changes depending on what the weather's doing.
Yeah.
You know, I have a situation this morning where I put somebody in a place that later is like, well, I can't keep him there anymore because the weather just went down.
Yeah.
And so now I have to move him. But so, we prefer, and that's why we prefer the 380s landing on the north side, because we're trying to avoid the runway crossings here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, see, I'm telling you.
I mean,
we're learning a lot.
Well, and it's all operation stuff.
Yeah.
That the 380 and the 748 are just so freaking big.
Yeah.
That they just don't fit. I mean, there's a whole list of. I mean, our operating procedures manual has an entire chapter on what we can and can't do with the 380 and the 748. And a lot of it's listed. You can't go here, you can't go here, you can't go here. He can't turn this direction, but he can turn that direction. He can use this intersection, but not the one next to it. But he can, but he can only turn this way from the intersection. He can't turn that way. There's lots of that kind of stuff.
So it should be, this should be interesting coming up starting next month, because you have one additional A380 you didn't have last summer, the Lufthansa, which comes later in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, that was are they swapping out for the 748, or are we down at Lufthansa right now? I haven't been keeping score.
Oh, well, the A380 should have been here by now, but I guess it's running late. So
maybe. Rudy's waving.
5. Oh, it's 5. 5, yeah. So it's about an hour and a half late. But I'm just saying we didn't have that in the spring and summer because they didn't come back until October. So now you have another additional A380 to deal with in the afternoon and early evening.
Well, and Qantas has time shifted one of their 380s that used to arrive and depart in the morning. And now, if I remember right, it departs like at lunchtime. Qantas 12.
Oh.
I think that's the one that time shifted from morning till later in the day.
Oh.
And that just happened or is about to happen. It still arrives. Qantas 11 arrives fairly early, 7-ish.
Yeah.
But they stay later before they leave.
Right.
I think I read somewhere. But and it's part of the challenge, of course, is for the airport operations guys, because they only have so many gates that can hold a 380. I think it's 8. Maybe 10, depending if you count the ones out at the West End.
Oh, right.
We put 380s out there, but no one wants to park there. Well, because to park out there means everybody's riding the bus. And you see the buses running around all the time.
Right.
But you've just spent 10 hours in the back of a 380 or a 74 or a 777 or whatever. You don't really now want to have to ride a bus just to get to the place to collect your luggage so you can go clear customs.
Right.
That's they don't like parking out there if they can help it.
All right, back to the chat real quick.
All right.
Ken, Greg with a $5 super chat says, later, Tater, what are your thoughts on the MAX 9 situation.
Oh, what a mess. And I don't know if y'all been watching. We still have MAX 9s operating here.
Yes.
Copa, maybe among others, but I know Copa is still flying the MAX 9.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's because they have...
It's a real door.
It's a real door.
It's a real door,
So
yeah.
it doesn't have the plug issues that the U.S. carriers have, because Alaska and United, both of whom operate 7 or MAX 9s out of here, both of them don't have the actual door. You can still see the spot where the door is, or would be, or could have been, but it's got a fake door, I guess.
Yeah.
They're probably now wishing they just put in the door and been done with it. But we have MAX 9s here on the airport. All those airplanes are basically grounded right now. I know Alaska had one that sat at Terminal 6 for a while, and it's gone now, so I think
they're all sitting in front of a United.
Yeah, United has a bunch down there on their maintenance ramp. But Copa's still flying theirs. The other interesting thing is Copas are not registered in the U.S., so there's a possibility that they have a loophole. But it's a crazy situation because Boeing needed more good roofs right now, and that's, it does sound like it was at least partly a contractor issue. The irony of the story is Spirit Aerosystems, the company that built that thing, used to be Boeing. They split that off about 20 years ago, early 2000s. Boeing split that division off, and it's now a separate company. And I'm wondering if maybe somebody's thinking that wasn't such a great idea right now. But that ship has sailed, so they're in cleanup mode right now.
Yeah.
My impression from the information I've received, and I don't have any kind of inside information on this, everything I've seen is stuff that's publicly available on the interwebs or the paper or whatever. It sounds like a hardware problem where it's not the plug door itself, it's the way it's installed or not properly installed or something. I mean, it sounds like a mechanical, somebody didn't do their job issue. Yeah. And the difficulty is that to look at this thing, you have to take off part of the interior because it's covered up by a panel on the interior of the airplane. So you've got to take that off. It's not something you can just walk down the aisle and look at. And it's not something they would normally have to look at. So I think that's, the FAA had said that the grounding order would be reconsidered after, I think, 40 airplanes have been inspected. And I think they've gotten to that point. I don't know what decision's been made, but I know it's costing Alaska and United a lot of money because both of them are canceling flights because they don't have the airplanes to fly them. And that's an unfortunate thing. Fortunately, this is a fairly quiet travel time of year, but they were canceling flights regardless. And the weather, of course, now they're canceling more flights. And I imagine we'll get the MAX 9 back by spring. It sounds like there's going to be some sort of, my guess is there will be some sort of mandatory inspection and repair program where you can't fly the plane until you've done these various things, whatever they are. And then you'll be able to put the plane back in service once it's been determined that that is a safe repair. And there's certainly motivation to do that because planes cost a lot of money.
Absolutely. All right, back to the chat real quick.
Carry on.
Quality Mobile Video back with a $2 super chat. The Stater has to have a FSFF account. Where's the first trip? FF. Frequent flyer?
Yeah. One of the things about being a public service employee is we are not allowed to show favoritism. And so I'm not, for instance, allowed to own stock in any kind of aviation enterprise whatsoever. I can't own stock in Boeing, good thing, or Raytheon, or Gulfstream, or Challenger, or American Southwest, any of those. We're not allowed. And the whole point being, we want to avoid the appearance, just the appearance of any possible conflict of interest. The U.S. aviation system works primarily on a first-come, first-served basis. There's some latitude, of course, for operational necessity and making things work and that kind of thing. But generally, there's not supposed to be favoritism in our system. And so I don't have a frequent flyer account. Some of my coworkers do. I mean, we're not prohibited from doing that. I happen to fly Southwest a lot, but not enough to actually merit having any kind of frequent flyer thing, because I fly Cessna Airlines. So, and I definitely don't have a frequent flyer on that.
Aviation Mike, one of our great mods with the $5 Super Chest, is thrilled to have Later Tater on the stream. So informative. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Aviation Mike. Christina becoming a silver member. Thank you so much, Christina. And 413 Lake Life, member for 13 months, is a silver member. This is great guest, Kevin. Can't wait for Boston in spring.
Oh, you're going to Boston?
Well, no, we're going to New York City in
That's
in
just
March.
like Boston, just spelled different. My mom's from Boston, by the way.
Oh. All right, real quick. JP76 with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, JP76. Later Tater is amazing to listen to and to put a face to the voice. Thanks for showing up, Mr. Later Tater.
Yeah.
Very happy to hear he's on for another year. Please buy the man a coffee. Can I interest you in a sidecar donut?
I work for the government, and I don't drink coffee.
Oh.
I'm an air traffic controller, and I don't smoke. I'm from Texas, and I don't drink tea.
What do you drink up there?
I'm keeping Coke in business. Diet Coke.
Diet Coke in your Buc-ee's?
Yeah, in my Buc-ee's mug, yeah. It's a great, it's made by Yukon Outfitters. It's one of the, it's not a Stanley. Sorry.
Not a Stanley.
Apparently that's all the thing. I didn't get that memo. But I'll stop at Subway or 7-Eleven on the way in, get a soda fountain, put it into the Buc-ee's cup. That ice is still ice at the end of an 8 or 10 hour shift. So yay for insulated mugs.
And you get that at Buc-ee's?
The mug, yes.
The mug at Buc-ee's?
It is a Buc-ee's mug. Has a little Buc-ee on the side, the whole bit.
There you go.
So, yeah.
George with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, George.
Hey, hi, George.
Did you ever work at TradeCon?
Yes. Everywhere I've been except LAX is what we call an up-down, where you're in the tower, but you also work in the radar room, or the TRACON. TRACON being Terminal Radar Approach Control. And LAX is a tower only because there's just too much going on for us to do both. But everywhere else I've worked, slightly lower level facility, you do both, where you'll be in the tower one day, you'll be in the radar room the next day, or you're in the tower for, in the morning, you're in the radar room for, the afternoon or whatever. You go back and forth. The challenge in facilities like that is a lot of times they need more radar controllers than you need tower controllers. But all controllers have to get time on all the positions every month to stay current. And you get to the point where you just can't keep all the radar controllers current in the tower. And that's when they start looking at splitting them. Mm-hmm. One of the places I used to work was Memphis. When I was there, Memphis was an up-down, where you'd be in the tower, you'd be in the radar room. They're now separate facilities. They've split it, where you're in the tower or you're in approach, and that's all you do. Nice little Learjet. Those things are, I was going to say surprising. They're amazingly quick.
Yeah.
And, they're biz jets just like biz jets, but somehow the Learjets, you kind of got to watch out what you're putting them behind, because they may catch up. Yeah, so it's a shame that they're gone. They built the last Learjet. I think last year they actually they shut down the production line.
Southwest Air 521 with the $2 super chat says hello from McKinney, Texas.
I know where McKinney's at.
Bob Cool Ranch Doritos.
Yeah, McKinney has a Buc-ee's. So Trans-Aero, yes.
And Ball MK, Trans-Aero, I'm guessing, was the old Russian airline.
You are correct, sir. They had they were here for like a hot minute. It seemed like maybe a year and a half. They had 747s, 777s, and 76s.
Wow.
They were pretty airplanes. But they're gone. I believe the 748s that are destined to become the new Air Force Ones were originally ordered by Trans-Aero, who eventually was not able to take them because I could be wrong on that. So we can crowdsource that, and somebody tell me if I've tell us if I've misspoken there, but I believe that's the history of those airplanes.
Huh.
There goes Lufthansa.
Making that right-hand turn onto Echo up there.
It'll be on
Dan with the $20 Super Jet, who's standing right next to me. Great day at the Hill and chilling with the AVL family. Nice to see Later Tater out here. Dan's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday, Dan. Mine was last week. No, 2 weeks ago.
Come here, Dan.
A while back.
We'll put a face to Dan over here.
Step right up. So
I've got nothing to show here, Later Tater.
Yeah.
Look at these.
Well,
look at these. There's nothing out there.
The irony is
here's
that
Dan. Happy birthday, Dan.
Happy birthday. The irony is that Rudy gave me his headset, and now his ears are cold. Now I understand why you wear the headset. Because the wind is starting to pick up. It's getting a little chilly, and she's trying to take a picture, and I keep getting out of the picture.
All right. Come over here, Rudy. People are concerned that
Rudy has cold ears.
He's still here.
So Rudy's still here.
All right. So we got some more super chats here.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, look at this, Tater. You got nothing.
No, we really don't. The Tibbet is completely empty. I mean, there's nothing sitting there at all. There's no tails. There's one Volaris over there on the other side. Yeah, what time? Okay, yes. This is every day. This is kind of a lull.
Yeah.
If you want to come shoot touch and goes at LAX, 4 o'clock in the afternoon is a great time.
Yeah.
So y'all come on down. We need the traffic count.
Andy Powers with the super chat. Thank you so much, Andy. Later Tater, it was so nice to listen to him as I've been in aviation for near 50 years.
Oh, wow.
As a plane spotter in the UK.
Oh, all right.
A home aviation watcher, as I always watch airline videos with Kevin and Rudy on Sundays.
It's a lot nicer to watch the airplanes someplace warm.
Yeah.
Dry.
True.
So, yeah.
Right.
So, but
good to see you, Andy.
Yeah.
And Fred.
Hey,
for
Fred.
29 months. This is Silver Members.
Nice.
What a great day with Later Tater.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
And William with the $20 super chat. Thanks so much, William. What a treat we got today by having Later Tater on the big Sunday show. Stop by more often.
Yeah.
Glad to have you around for another year.
It really is a big
LAX.
show. I had my physical last week, and the flight surgeon said, you're 10 pounds heavier than you were 2 years ago.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah. Too many of those donuts.
So you're going to pass on the donuts?
Yeah, we're passing on the donuts.
How about the Whopper Doritos?
Yeah, we're passing on the Whopper and the
right.
Doritos. Thank you very much. But, yeah, there's a little too much Later Tater.
Southwest Air 521 back with the $2 super chat. This is Lufthansa flight 452 is coming in from, where did it go? Vancouver.
That's Vancouver.
No, Vancouver?
What were they doing in Vancouver?
It was Vancouver.
Did they divert?
Yes, they diverted Vancouver, yeah. Cameron, the super chat says, Later Tater, how difficult or easy it is to maintain situational
awareness. A lot of times this will be abbreviated because this is a big issue in the pilot community as well. But they'll abbreviate this as SA for situational awareness. And situational awareness is basically being aware of what's going on around you besides what's right in front of your face. And this is a big issue for tower controllers. We were talking earlier about, I'll be working ground and I'm keeping one ear open for what did tower controller just say.
Right.
Because I need to, be prepared for airplanes doing whatever. But you also, as a tower controller, I'm kind of keeping an open ear for what's the other tower controller got going on. Because if, this happens sometimes where he's got to go around.
Yeah.
And the issue with the go-around is always, okay, that just became an extra airplane. We were counting on that airplane landing. Now it's not. Where is it going to go? And so you've got to come up with a plan pretty much on the fly and you'll have had some kind of idea. I mean, we always have an idea of what you're going to do with it. But it's like, okay, given the situation I've got right now, where can I put that airplane? Mm-hmm. Or who do I have to move because this guy's coming? And so as a tower controller, I'm keeping an open ear for what the other tower controller behind me is doing. And hopefully they're doing the same, because if he has a go-around, he may need to borrow some of my airspace because he doesn't have any room left on his side. He may not be able to turn, the go-around or the departure to get out of the way of the other. He may have to turn it onto my side. And that may mean that I have to turn my airplane to give him room to do that. Or I may have a go-around, and he's got a helicopter that's over the middle of the airport.
Yeah.
And the go-around climbs theoretically to 2,000, and the helicopter is theoretically at 2,500. So they should be separated. Should be is the operative word, because a lot of times the go-around, they get started climbing, and a lot of times they were not that far from 2,000, so it's very easy to blow through it. And so one of the first things, we'll call out going around, it's like, where are the helicopters? Because the helicopters can be anywhere, and that may matter. So situational awareness is key for us, and it can be very difficult if there's a lot of stuff going on. Rudy's waving because I guess that means something's happening.
Queen.
Things are happening.
Yes, the Lufthansa Queen.
Oh, okay, right. We saw that. So she'll be going. Oh, Rudy's got the display over here. Okay, there they go. Okay, yeah, in fact, we can hear he's talking to TV9 right now. That's a helicopter. Chances are, there's something going on, because he's telling one TV helicopter that there are other TV helicopters.
So does North Tower always take care of the helicopters? Media choppers?
Not always. That's one of the positions we can actually split off. And if there starts being some sort of big media event, a police chase, for instance, where you've got a couple of police choppers maybe, and a bunch of news choppers trying to get in there, we'll try and split off helicopters where a controller can just deal with that. And not try and timeshare the helicopters and the 747s, and because that guy just took off. There's somebody over here fixing to land, and it's very easy. Talking about situational awareness, it's very easy to get sidetracked by the helicopters, because there's a lot of talking involved with the helicopters, and you can very easily get sucked into that. Meanwhile, there goes Lufthansa. Here comes, I think that's Iberia. And that can be a very difficult thing to try and stay focused, and yet also have sort of this bubble around you of all the other stuff that's happening.
Right.
It can be particularly distracting if you're busy and everyone else is not. Because if, a bored air traffic controller is a dangerous thing, because they'll start talking about sports ball or, what have you. I mean, fantasy football, is that a thing still? I've certainly heard about that for a while. Bitcoin was the big topic of conversation. I'm glad we've moved on from that. But it can be very easy. You've got nothing going on to sort of get into some sort of little side conversation.
Yeah.
And so you can have people behind you in their side conversation while you're doing this guy, in the helicopters. And to keep focus on your stuff without getting sucked into that, but you still got to keep an open ear, because they may have something over there in the middle of the Bitcoin. Oh, there's an airplane.
Yeah.
And, so that can be a difficult thing, because there's so many things that can pull your attention here, pull your attention there, and you can't. This is one of the traps, is developing tunnel vision. You can't do that, because it's, and even working radar, where it's all theoretically right in front of you, you can be focused on this corner of the scope. They're all round, well, most of them, and then something's happening over here, and all of a sudden you look up and say, oh, carp, so. We talk about developing a scan, and this is a pilot thing also, because pilots, not quite so much as they used to, but you look at older aircraft and there's just this sea of instruments, and some of them are really important, some of them are less important unless something happens and all of a sudden it becomes important. But a pilot has to have a scan where you're watching this one, but you're cross-checking with this one, and then just crossing, and we have to do the same thing. I'm watching my runway, but I'm also looking at the radar, what's coming, or what happened to that guy that just, is there something at the end of the runway that wasn't there when I said clear for takeoff?
Right.
All that kind of stuff. And so, our job is situational awareness. And it can be a job.
Yeah.
That's why we
you have a job, I'm telling you that, Lady Tater.
But it beats working. Every day of the week it beats working.
Scrambled Egg 81 with a $7.47 super chat. Thank you so much, Scrambled Egg. I missed the Cool Ranch Taco
works results.
Oh,
So
do we have a
say,
survey?
Hola to
Well,
later Titter. You sure you know any of those?
hola,
cool
amigo.
ranch-
I'll tell you that the bag is half full, so they apparently aren't that big.
YVR pushback guy with the super chats. Great to see Tater on the stream. Excited to see the Lufthansa
Howdy.
A380 for the second time today.
Okay.
Watched it leave there in Vancouver.
Oh, okay.
How far out is she?
They. I don't know. I'm sure Rudy can find it on here somewhere. But
it's 36 minutes away.
Okay.
452. All right.
Ooh, it's going to be close to sunset by then.
Yes. Kevin, member for 13 months, is a gold member, says, hey, Kevin
Get it
and
back.
Rudy, nice stream. Where did the 13 months go? I'm telling you, time is flying by.
They're on last year's calendar. That's where they went.
Balakat with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Balakat. Exciting day. Lufthansa flight 452 passed 2 miles from me. Went outdoors to listen to A380. Not a Seattle visitor.
I don't think they get 380s as a regular basis.
No, that's true.
So-
Yeah, later Tater, what a treat. Thankful for one more year.
You're welcome. I'll send you a bill every couple of weeks. So,
Thank you, Bellacat. Uncle Pat, a member for 18 months, is gold member. Says greetings from a chilly East Texas.
yeah, Texas is having a cold winter right now. So, yeah, I've heard about it from my mom and my sister. They last week, I think it was, had a couple of nights that got well into the teens. I mean, severely freezing. All the pipes in the barn froze. We lost one of the cows. So, who do we have?
We have,
There's a plane. There's a plane. The plane.
A350-1000 coming in from London Heathrow, flight 7.
Virgin, then. Say it looks like a Pilatus to me in the foreground, but
stick with the heavy there on the north side. And the next arrival for 24 left.
And Virgin's interesting because they have the 350s and they have Dreamliners.
Right. I would assume eventually they're going to bring back the Manchester direct flight.
Probably. I mean, that's seasonal, wasn't it? Isn't it?
I think it was before the pandemic.
We're sort of in the off season right now. There's a bunch of seasonal carriers that we don't have right now.
Right.
You know, it's
Condor.
Yeah, the one with all the stripes
seems to have.
Oh yeah, ITA. We haven't seen them much lately. I haven't noticed French Bee much lately either.
No.
So, and it's funny because you don't notice them when they're gone. You just notice when they show up again. It's like, oh, I haven't seen that airplane for a while. But day to day, it's like most of them you don't miss because you're doing other things.
Right.
You just keep going. So, but yeah, it's cold in East Texas, or it was. What do we have next?
Vinya with a $5 super chat says, later, Tater, do you ever allow student pilots to do touch and goes at LAX?
We haven't lately. During the pandemic, there was a period where you think this place is dead now. You should have seen it at the height of the pandemic in, early spring of whatever year that was.
Oh, yeah.
There was a period where we were doing 400-500 operations a day, and that's for the entire 24-hour period. And this place was a ghost town.
And you had one controller for north and south side.
There were times that we were doing that for when we didn't even have a vaccine or anything yet. We were doing the social distancing, and the traffic was quiet enough that we didn't need that many controllers. So yeah, there'd be one ground controller, one tower controller, and you stay in your corner, you're over in that corner, and we did that for a while, and we rotated. We changed the schedule where we had basically isolated crews, where we had folks doing 5 days on and 5 days off. And the whole idea was that if we lost a crew from COVID, we had other people who had never come anywhere near those people who could backfill. And there were a couple of times where we had close calls. We had to do deep cleans of the tower, and we operated from some other place. Normally we did that on the midnight shift when it's even deader than it normally is. We try not to call it the graveyard shift because that just sounds bad.
Yeah.
But we call it the mid shift. but it tends to be fairly quiet here. There are times that almost nothing's happening at like 2:30 in the morning.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Like
We've done our 24-hour live streams.
Oh wow, you had a lot of filling to do there somewhere.
Oh yes, it becomes Uncle Kevin's story time.
Yeah. Okay. So there's just enough traffic to justify keeping us open as a tower.
Right.
Because you get the air freight that comes and goes in the middle of the night, and then there's the red eyes that leave midnight-ish, and that tends to run till midnight 30, 1 o'clock, sometimes as late as 1:30. If you're still busy at 1:30, then it's going to be a bad day, or it's been a bad day. If there's weather, like on the East Coast, and a lot of those planes, JetBlue, gets hit by this particularly hard. But, they're late coming in, which means they're late getting out. Ruby's waiting at oh, this is one with cool Alaskas, isn't it?
Yeah, Pixar Pier.
Okay, yeah, they've got some really cool. Is this one with Woody on the tail?
Yes.
Y'all may not be able to tell it on the video, but we're beginning to lose our light.
Oh, our cameras are good enough.
Well, yeah, Kevin has this bazooka that he's calling a camera, but yeah, it's definitely.
Believe it or not, it's funny you say that because I've had people call the police on me saying there's a man with a bazooka on the north side of LAX.
It's because they haven't ever actually seen a bazooka.
No.
Bazookas.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, some of these lenses are really impressive. I mean, I think that guy over there has a lens that costs about as much as my car.
Yes.
So, alrighty.
All right.
Where are we here?
And I'm not holding you up, am I?
Oh no. I mean, you'll know because I'll just leave.
But hey, Kevin, Rudy and Lady Tina have a favorite airplane or livery?
Favorite airplane is extinct now. My favorite of the airliners was the TriStar, the Lockheed TriStar, which was actually built not too far from here, up in Palmdale. I think there is still one flying. It is a aerial.
Is it NASA?
NASA, I think, or it's on contract to NASA. Yeah. I think it's operated by Raytheon, perhaps, on contract, but it's some sort of a special observatory. And I would imagine it's a bear to keep that thing airborne nowadays.
Sure.
Because Lockheed, of course, that was the end of commercial aircraft for Lockheed. I don't know that they broke even on that project. That nearly destroyed Rolls-Royce. This is back in the late 60s, early 70s. This was the first generation of really high bypass engines. And I think that's the RB211 nearly wiped out Rolls-Royce because of development on those engines. And I mean, they're amazing to hear. They had this really, really distinctive growl. But the TriStar was my favorite. And it lost out to the DC-10, which still flies in some limited modes. The Air Force has some that they use as tankers. FedEx had some. I think they finally parked the last of theirs. FedEx actually put a lot of money into their 10s later on. But they converted the DC-10 to have essentially the same cockpit as the MD-11, taking it from a 3-man crew to a 2-man crew. They got rid of the flight engineer, and those were called MD-10s. And I don't know if they did them for anybody else, but FedEx specifically developed that for their own fleet, because at one point they had loads of them.
Yeah, we used to see a lot of them here.
Yeah, we used to. But, but the good old TriStar. And a lot of them ended up in Victorville, actually. That's where Delta's TriStars went, was Victorville. There might still be a couple of them there, slowly sinking into the sand.
Yeah, like to get out there.
So,
SDS Daddy with a $50 super chat.
Wow.
Thanks so much, SDS Daddy. Said, this is fantastic. I'm a 35-year pilot and have never heard and experienced this level of detail from the other side of the mic. Well, there you go.
Well, okay, you're welcome. Well, and there's not a great outlet for this, honestly. I mean, controllers don't do TED Talks generally.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to mine. But we do on occasion have outreach programs. They're Used to be an operation called Operation Rain Check, where we actually invited pilot groups to come tour air traffic facilities. 9/11 put a real dent in that, and the pandemic pretty much finished it off.
Yeah.
There have been some limited efforts to restart pilot tours where, we bring pilots through and they get to see, what's on the other end of the radio. Particularly for student pilots, it's good for them to see that there's a real person at the other end of the transmission, because it's for a lot of student pilots, the most intimidating thing about the whole flying thing is the radio.
Yeah.
Talking to the controllers. And
they get nervous?
They get nervous.
Yeah.
A lot. Initially, it's like, what did he say? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? And, this is not something we do at LAX, because going back to that earlier question, we generally don't have student pilots here. I mean, they may be students with whatever airline, but I don't normally have trainers showing up here. LAX is a Class B or Bravo airport. Student pilots are not allowed to fly here on their own. That doesn't mean their instructor can't come in with them, but their instructor is the pilot in command at that point. We generally don't do touch and goes. Finishing up the question earlier, back during the pandemic, we did to a limited extent because there was nothing else going on. I said, sure, bring the Cessna in. But, you've watched Friendly, the operator has a Caravan. Actually, this past week they've been using...
took it out, yeah.
This past week they've been using Pilatus PC-12s.
Apparently the Caravan is gone. Never did come back to LAX.
I did not. No, that's a shame. But it's a shame, but it's not, because that airplane doesn't fit really well here. He's great on final because they can haul down the final and keep up with most of the jets who are trying to slow down.
Right.
Going, not so much. He trucks down the runway and he's pedaling as hard as he can. But a single-engine Cessna, he's going to be climbing at about 90 or 100. Meanwhile, the 737 behind him is doing $150.
Yeah.
And so it's, it takes some extra work. I mean, that's what we do. But normally, if I'm launching that airplane, I'm planning him as a crossing hole. So I'm going to launch him, and then I'm going to cross in front of the next departure while I'm waiting for him to make it to the other end of the runway and turn away. So it's the speed differential can be a challenge. And so we don't really encourage flight schools to send their 150s and 172s and Cherokees and whatnot over here.
I think I saw a Piper land on the north side like a year ago.
You may have. I have flown my own airplane in here once just for grins and giggles during the pandemic. And, but there is no aviation gasoline at LAX. If you come here looking for fuel, you better be able to burn Jet A, because that's all they've got. There is no avgas here at all.
Oh, wow.
And, honestly, there just isn't a demand. There'll be days when we don't have a single piston airplane anywhere near. But it has happened on the odd occasion. The airport policy is we do not allow practice approaches and that sort of thing just because it ties up the traffic.
Right.
And they're not that compatible with the rest of the operation. And don't forget, we have weight turbulence considerations. Ruby's waiting. Something else is happening.
What's going on, Rudy?
He's something.
What is that, Rudy?
Wait for it.
It's a what? A cargo jet.
Oh,
jeez.
Okay. Well, yes.
Gotta get
that.
that.
It's an all sign. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, see, I think this is one of the better. Someone asked about airline names earlier. This is one of the most appropriate ones because what are they? They're a cargo jet. I have to admit, I don't remember where they go from here. I believe that company is actually Canadian. Yeah. But it's an appropriate name. I like that. Cargo jet.
Yeah.
So, but have you seen one of the cargo operators has started coming in with 330 freighters?
Moss.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're picking them up from various other folks who are retiring their 380s, and I saw one the other day, but I would bet they got from China Eastern because they haven't repainted it yet. The blue tail, you know,
Yep,
which
we saw it.
and I like the China Eastern, you know, paint in general, just because it's got
cheap line.
It's you know, it's more than just a white plane with a logo,
right?
Which is the current trend, unfortunately. But although I really like what JetBlue's doing. I say that
like
as
the
they're
all blue?
pushing a white airplane, but yeah, the blue paint job with the chiclets on the tail, I like that.
Chiclets, yeah.
Well,
wait, do they still make chiclets? The gum?
No idea. Somebody tell us. Do they make chiclets? I'm a Trident chewer myself, but chiclets.
That's a good. I like that.
Having a back with a flash show. You know, and at first it's like, oh, they got paint from Southwest, but they're not actually the same blue, but you have to see them together to see the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know what JetBlue calls theirs. Southwest calls theirs cornflower. And the JetBlue blue is definitely in the same family, but it's not quite the same. But
Okay, Super Chats. Just Aviation says, please wait for Airlines to land. I'm flying in on it. Where is that?
Let's see. Airlines is...
It's some South America.
Yeah, it's one of the... I'm trying to remember because that's... We used to have one that was... The call sign was Airlines, and they are no more.
We have
and then we have Viva, which used to be Airlines. It's very hard to say because there's too many syllables in there. But they're now Viva. It says Viva on the side of the plane. That's helpful. But they were, I think, they had to wait for someone else to shut down before they could get the call sign. Oh, hello. This is interesting. Somebody's
MD-11 coming in
Must
from
be
Memphis.
Fred. Yeah.
FedEx Flight 518.
Okay.
And these never go all the way to Lima.
No, well, FedEx doesn't like to taxi way down here because that means they have to taxi all the way back.
Gotcha.
But I actually tried to push one down here one day, and it turned out to be a day where you were somewhere else. So, wah, wah. But
Murphy's Law.
Well, you know, it's but
I mean, I would assume if it's heavy, might as well go all the way to Lima, right?
Well, and they do on occasion because FedEx on occasion carries horses.
Right.
So.
I think that was the one time we did see it go to Lima.
Which I didn't know until recently, and so maybe they started doing it because someone else quit. But you can FedEx your horse, ladies and gentlemen. I can't imagine what it costs to FedEx a horse.
The day that we saw it go all the way, I think it was Quebec. It went all the way to Quebec. That was the Kentucky Derby weekend.
Oh, well, okay. Another one that carries horses a lot is
Coletta.
Yeah. Call sign Connie, by the way.
Right.
And they apparently contract to all kinds of other folks because you'll hear a call sign Connie, and there's no telling what the airplane's going to look like. It might have Coletta on the side with red and gold stripes. It may have nothing on it at all. They've got at least one where it's an all-white airplane, and somewhere is the registration number, and that's the only marking on the whole plane.
Right.
And then they've got several that they fly for on contract to DHL, I believe, as do some other operators.
Danny B with a $2 super chat says, do you up the tater when AVL is on the air?
Not really. No. You know, I think we mentioned before, but we don't do YouTube in the tower.
Right.
And it's actually blocked on the government computers. And I hear a helicopter somewhere. And isn't that another FedEx up there?
That is.
Okay.
So too many power lines up there.
Yeah, we'll have another Fred here in a little while. So
Rusty with the super chat says, shout out MSY New Orleans ATC in 03. Destrehan.
I got to LAX in 02. I came here from MSY. Somebody asked earlier about Tracons. MSY, New Orleans International, is a tower and a Tracon. So you can be in the tower or you can be down in the radar room. somebody asked about emergencies of some sort much earlier, and I do remember one from when I was in New Orleans, and we had an emergency of sort. This was actually while I was still in training on radar, and we had a air freight come through early in the morning, shortly after sunrise. This was back when the Federal Reserve still flew checks around the country. You remember checks, the little piece of paper that you wrote to?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, the way those got around was the Federal Reserve contracted with a bunch of small air freight carriers to haul them all across the country. And that used to be how a lot of pilots built experience between being a CFI or a flight instructor and their first flying, real flying job was, flying checks or check hauling. We had one come in one morning that was supposed to land at New Orleans, and he checked in on frequency and, expect vectors to whatever and this, that, and the other. And then the next time I called him, nothing. And called him a couple minutes later, nothing. And for the next 10, 15 minutes, we just watched them fly across the scope. They didn't answer. There are when we have somebody that doesn't answer on the radio, there are various things we do to find out if they can hear us, but they can't talk to us. We can ask them to ident where they, there's one of the radios in the plane basically talks to the air traffic control radar, and they can hit a button on there where it lights up on our scope. So we can ask them to do that. We can ask him to turn or do some other thing where I can tell that he hears me, but he can't talk back. But that's certainly a possibility. We did all that stuff, nothing. And so it's like, okay, let's see where he goes. I'll just get everybody out of his way. And they just kept trucking right along, which was fine until they eventually got to the edge of my radar. And New Orleans, for those of y'all who haven't looked or haven't noticed, New Orleans is basically on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico. And so if you fly south from New Orleans, eventually there's nothing left. And he flew kind of off the bottom of my scope and kept going. And New Orleans approach works that airspace as well in what we call non-radar, where I know what's out there and I have a map in my head, or I can look at it on the overhead, but there's no radar coverage. This was that's how long ago this was. It was in the 90s. And he's like, well, okay, he's level at 4,000 feet or whatever it was. I just make sure I don't have anybody else out there at 4,000 feet. Call a facility next, and they'll, say, hey, did this guy come back to you? Did he come? Nothing. And it's like, well, and so he's been off the scope for probably 5 minutes. And then all of a sudden they call. And I don't remember the call sign, and it doesn't matter, but all of a sudden they called up and say, New Orleans approach, this is, so-and-so, and my instructor is all excited. It's like, what happened? It's like, whoa. We need to, question number one is how much gas is left on this airplane? Because he was planning to land at New Orleans. He's flown way past New Orleans. How much gas you got left? You may not have enough gas to get back. And so it's like, how much fuel y'all got on board at this point? And okay, they have enough. So, gave them clearance back. Anyway, long story, slightly less long. Sorry, y'all. But basically, they had both. It was a pilot, co-pilot. They both fallen asleep. It was just after sunrise. It was about this time of year, as I recall. So they would have had the heater on. And it can get nice and toasty in the front seat of a Baron. And so they just, say, we fell asleep.
Oh,
it's
my
like,
gosh.
and so, but until we got to talk to him again, it's like, no idea. We kind of called over to the Coast Guard station. There's Coast Guard based at Navy Callender. Well, I think it's Callender Joint Reserve Base now, but at the time it was Navy Base Callender. There were Coast Guard helicopters based there, and we called them and said, hey, we've got this airplane that we've lost contact with, and he's going out over the Gulf. And so they were making preparations to go kind of put a follow me on it to see, so we managed not to have to do that. But that was an interesting situation. So don't fall asleep in the front of your plane.
Yeah, don't fall asleep. Jeez. I can't imagine. Wow.
So I probably talked to like 100 super chats at this point, but no, if you came in 03, you missed me by not that long. That would have been pre-Katrina, by the way. That's like one of the big events in New Orleans, of course, is Katrina, right? Which was 2005.
Boeing pilot with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Boeing pilot. I flew in and out of LAX for 26 years. LAX airplane spotter in the 70s. Later, Tater has shed a lot of light on LAX operations. Chances are that we have talked over the radio. Thanks
quite likely.
us.
Quite likely. I mean, it's and that's one of the things about what I do is I've talked to, in some cases, hundreds of pilots in the course of a day. I will never meet any of these people.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be one of them standing right here.
Right.
No idea. No, I don't know their name. I don't know anything about them other than whatever I hear over the radio. And sometimes, and I think we've talked about this before, but as a controller, that's really all I've got to go on is what I hear from the pilot, what I hear him say and how he says it and what I see him doing is a lot of how, we talked much earlier about, situational awareness and the times that, when maybe you're not on your A game, so you're gonna kind of wait with it. And that's one of the things that goes into it is some of the feedback that I get from the pilot. It's like, that readback was a little shaky, or he doesn't seem to be, you watch them taxi out. And some of them are clearly ready to go, and some of them kind of dilly-dally down the taxiway. They're looking at the flowers or whatever. It's like, I don't think he's quite ready yet.
Yeah.
But that's all that stuff goes into control decisions that we make.
Yeah.
Where, do I think I can squeeze this guy out in this hole? And I don't, who is it that likes to say, I've got a bad feeling about this? But so that's what we've got to go on.
Can you? So when you're a ground controller, you're up in what position of the tower?
Ground control.
If you're south, you're looking basically.
You're looking this way.
Yeah.
The ground controllers are generally on the western half of the tower, and the tower controllers are normally on the eastern half. That's just the way it's laid out. The idea being that the tower controller is got an unobstructed view of the runway thresholds.
Okay.
You want to be able to see the guy on the runway, or the guy about to land on the runway, or the guy who's holding short of the runway. For reasons. And that was, without getting too deep into it, that was one of the issues in 1991 with the US Air SkyWest crash, is the intersection where that happened. From the old tower, you basically couldn't see that intersection because there were lights and things blocking, and that was at night, and so you couldn't see what was happening there.
Right.
So.
Interesting.
But,
More super chats.
Okay.
Paul MK back with the super chat. Thank you so much, Paul. The U.S. Air Force contracted to purchase 2 of the bankrupt Russian airline Trans-Aeros undelivered 747-8 Intercontinentals from Boeing, which was storing them in the Mojave to prevent corrosion.
The Mojave Desert is an awesome place to store your airplane. You can put your airplane out there and it will last for ages. There's just, it will be full of scorpions or something. That was actually, you may remember Qantas was storing a lot of their 380s out there during the pandemic. And that was one of the situations they discovered, was that they had to take special measures to keep the varmints out of the planes.
Wow. Rudy's directing me that there's another
another thing? Okay.
The 11 about to touch down.
Oh, okay. The other Fred. More Freds.
This one looks a little different. Is this a... Looks like it's kind of coming down with his nose down a little bit more than the other one.
There he goes. I mean, at some point you have to flare. Well, technically you don't have to, but it's going to be a really rough landing if you don't. So anyway, thank you for confirming that it was Trans-Aeros 748s may eventually become Air Force Ones. Although I think Boeing is regretting that business decision also, because that has become a ruinously expensive project. And so, yeah, but maybe someday. Well, there's somebody. Who's that on downwind? Is that the Lufthansa?
That is the Lufthansa,
hey, we may get to see him. But
what time did you start work today?
5
a.m.
A long time ago. Yeah, this is day 5 for me. Fortunately, I do not have a morning shift tomorrow, because 3:30 is really early.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dog was like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Well, you want to go out?"
Because you're normally what, night shift for the most part?
Last year I was straight swing shifts.
Okay.
And this year we're a little tight on staffing, and so some of the shifts that we ran last year we don't this year, and so I'm back on rotating shifts, and the adjustment is brutal.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So, but we'll see. The schedule maker told me just today that there was a possibility I could go back to straight swings.
Okay.
I'm not really a morning person.
No?
No. Sorry. So, anyway.
Sarah the Real Deal with the $5 Super Justice question. Do you have to have more eye and hearing tests each year since you need to use your senses to be 100%?
What was that? I don't have my glasses on. I can't hear you. Short answer, we do the same thing as pilots. So I go through the same physical as a commercial pilot, slightly less strenuous than airline pilots. Air traffic controllers have to pass a Class 2 medical, which is what's required for pilots, commercial pilots. Airline pilots, or air transport pilots to be specific, have to pass a Class 1 physical. They have to pass that every 6 months, if I recall. Mine is every year. Private pilots can have what's called a Class 3 physical, which is every 2 years. And so, yes, we do have the annual physical, same flight surgeon that the pilots go to, same form, and same tests for the vision and the hearing and you have an EKG and all that fun stuff. So that's always something to look forward to.
Thank you, Sarah. ZX82, the Super Chat says, which airline has the best paint job?
Best paint job.
Ooh. We were talking about the A350s.
We talked about the 350s and the paint that won't stay on them. There are a lot of really nice ones we see at LAX. The ITA with the blue ones.
Oh, yeah.
That's really eye-catching.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I like the new jet blue. The blue with the. I'm sorry.
Real quick
I'm
here.
Your mic here.
Seems like this 777's kind of going a little fast there. Right?
Well, he's motivated. They may have connections to make. He may have had one too many coffees. That is a little quicker than I would expect an American heavy jet to taxi.
But that's normal. That's okay? You can do that? Okay.
Yeah.
There's no speed limit on the taxiways?
There probably is, but I don't enforce it. There is a speed limit for the ground vehicles.
Right.
There is guidance in the airport's information manual that's generally aimed more at light aircraft pilots, where at one point the guidance was your taxi speed should be no more than something like a brisk walk.
Okay.
That's clearly unrealistic. That said, there are occasionally operators here who strive to match that performance, and they are really frustrating sometimes. It's like I could push that airplane faster than that. No one's ever taken me up on it, thank goodness, because I'm pretty sure I'd throw my back out. But
there's a new A350 here at LAX, the Turkish A350 900.
Yeah, Turkish has started bringing 350s in. Air France has started bringing in 350s also from time to time. So, I mean, it's clearly we're going to be seeing that airplane for quite a while. Those are good airplanes. My personal opinion, the 359 is the best looking Airbus they make. So that's worth exactly as much as you pay for it. But of the various Airbuses, that's, I think, the one that aesthetically is most appealing, is the 350-900. Not a fan of the 330. It just looks kind of awkward. But anyway.
Vinya with a $10 super chat says, with everyone talking, accents, the risk of communication stepping on each other, etc., do you ever see ATC instructions being sent electronically to an aircraft so pilot can see them on the screen? You were kind of talking about that.
We talked a little bit about this earlier. There are some things we do that with now, but those are basically flight plans or clearances, which is, and by clearances, I mean the initial section where before the pilots left, they file their flight plan, say we want to go from here to there via this route at this altitude, this speed, so forth. And then they will call, in the old days, they would call clearance delivery, which is one of the positions that we work, to pick up their IFR clearance. IFR for instrument flight rules. All these guys that you see, all these aircraft you see, pardon me, are flying under instrument flight rules. The other option, of course, is VFR, or visual flight rules, where you're basically looking out the window, and that's what you can do. I can do that in my Cessna. We expect more from your airlines, but you pick up your IFR clearance, and this is where the air traffic control system tells the pilot, okay, based on what you filed, this is what we approve. And a lot of times it's basically exactly what they filed, and the clearance will be you're cleared to New York JFK Airport via as filed. There'll be a couple of things I have to specify, but we now can send a lot of those via data link, where it goes straight from the control tower and it shows up on a screen or a printout in the cockpit. Where the first audio contact that we have with the airplane is when they call ground control for taxi or for pushback. They've already got the clearance. We have digital confirmation that they've received the clearance, because they have to accept it. The fact that I send it to them isn't enough. They have to accept it, and I get acknowledgement that they accept that clearance. And if they don't like it, they can not accept it, and I can see that, okay, they didn't accept it. At that point, there's probably going to be a conversation. We get this with Emirates a lot, because they will file a route and our computer will try and force them onto another one, and if you don't catch it in time, it gets sent to them, and then they call back and say, yeah, we can't fly this. And it's like, yeah, I know you can't fly that, stand by. You make the computer send it to them, and everything, So, but yeah, that's where it started, because nothing's moving. They're sitting at the gate or whatever, and so there's, that's baby steps. But yes, we're going that direction. The difficulty is that, and this happens with everything in aviation, you can't just put in a new system and have it replace the other one overnight, because there are, hundreds of airplanes here. There are hundreds of control towers and radar facilities and all the other things, and all those have to, all the equipment has to be upgraded. Right. That takes time. It costs a lot of money. Yeah. Most of the airlines don't want to spend more money on more radios just for air traffic control. And so there's normally a phase-in period where over some number of years, equipment gets phased in, and we are just coming out of the end of one of these phase-in periods for a system called ADS-B, where the airplanes, instead of using air traffic control radar to see where the airplane is, the airplane actually reports to us where it is using GPS. Yeah. And that system is basically mandatory in this area. But it's an expensive system. It cost me several $1,000s to put it on my Cessna. Right. And that's Cessna. So, imagine American, who has hundreds of airplanes, and you can't put a Cessna system on a Boeing. They'll need a real system, not a. So, so to get back, it takes a long time to transition to a new system, and while you're doing that, the old system still has to work. So the two systems have to work in tandem. They can't interfere with each other, and that's one of the sticking points. Is that you've got to basically have two side-by-side systems doing the same thing, and that costs more money. So we're transitioning to digital data link, where basically I can send a text message, if you will, to the pilot, and he can acknowledge the text message back to me digitally, kind of like when you send an SMS, you get the little check mark saying they received it,
right?
And you give another mark, something saying they actually read it. Because in air traffic control, no instruction is considered given until the pilot acknowledges it. So if I tell the pilot do this or do that, and he doesn't acknowledge that he's going to do this or do that, it's just like I never said anything in the first place. You can't, you can't use that for separation. So, you'll hear sometimes the pilots go after it. Particularly on tower frequency, you'll hear this a lot, where I tell an airplane, like this Delta that's exiting here, exit Hotel Niner, then at taxiway Lima, hold short, runway 25 right. I have to hear him say, hold short, runway 25 right, Delta, whatever his flight number is. If he doesn't say almost that verbatim, I can't use it for separation, which means if I clear somebody for takeoff on that runway, then I technically have just had an operational error because I haven't guaranteed separation with this guy who just landed. He may do exactly what I asked him to do, but I don't have acknowledgement that he's going to do that. And so a lot of our system is based on the check and the balance. That do this, I'm going to do this. Okay, now I can use that. You'll hear that a lot on tower where somebody gives a funky readback. And, for instance, you'll hear this a lot. Yeah, we'll cross the left, hold short of the right. That ain't good enough anymore. There was a time, okay, that's good. I know what you mean, and I still know what he means, but legally, that is not good enough. And if anything happens and they pull the tape, they say, oh, tower controller, that guy did not give it, that wasn't a good readback. So you'll hear a lot, the controller saying, I need you to read back this. And it can be, and I think a lot of times the pilot just doesn't realize what he said, or that he didn't say what he thought he said. I mean, it's,
I got to be honest with you. I listen to you guys all the time. This is one thing. This is why I don't think I could ever be a pilot. Sometimes I feel like I'm dyslexic.
Well, we did a study a while back and discovered that 5 out of 4 controllers are dyslexic.
Yeah, but you would give me that, and then I would have to repeat it back to you, and knowing me, I would repeat it back wrong.
Well, and this happens a lot too. You'll hear it a lot on this side, where somebody, say from the north side, like the GA guys, the biz jets that land on the north side. This happens a lot because they're coming down from the Bay Area. They'll land on 2-4, but they park over here. So they've got to cross both the 2-5s to get to the ramp where they're going to park.
Right.
And you'll hear tower tell, BizJet 123, cross runway 25 right, hold short, runway 25 left. And they'll read it backwards. Yeah, we'll cross 25 left, hold short, runway 25 right.
Yeah.
And I know he means, what I said.
Right.
But you listen to the tape, and it's like, that isn't what you told him to do.
Yeah.
And it happens a lot. It's a recency thing. And so, a lot of times it's like, I know what you meant, but verify hold short, runway 25 left. Because if he doesn't, and then he ends up on the runway, God forbid, and anything at all happens, like my supervisor hears it, then I'm on the hook because I have not, our job is positive separation. This airplane will not hit that airplane, period.
Right.
And that's how we do it.
All right. Let me get back to the chat here real quick.
Now. Yeah, we need to catch
Kiwi
up. I'm sorry, y'all.
ASMR becoming a silver member. Thank you so much. Sammy the Third, a member for 22 months. It's a platinum member. This amazing stream with the later tater. Add me to the list of viewers who've learned a lot and have toured the Phoenix Tower and TRACON.
We've got some folks here who have been who came from Phoenix, and we've sent some to Phoenix. So there's been some back and forth there.
Kiwi Whispers AMSR, member for 9 months. Silver member says Air New Zealand would like Churbro, y'all?
Churbro? Okay. I'll have to work on that.
Ships are cool.
Churbro.
Becoming a silver member. Thank you so much. Ships are cool. Carlos Garcia with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Carlos. My friend was in ATC here in Albuquerque. I was able to tour the facility and watch them in action. Quite the experience. He's retired, so I can visit again. Oh, I can't visit again.
So,
all right, Carlos.
We've had a number of retirements, in the last, well, decade or so, we've had a bunch of folks at LAX that hit retirement. The FAA is still sort of in recovery mode because we hired a whole bunch of people in 1982 to replace the ones that got fired in 1981. And we're eligible to retire in most cases after 25 years at the longest, some cases earlier. And so you figure, okay, 1982 plus 25 years gives you 2006, 2007, somewhere in there. And so there's been a big wave of the folks that we hired back then have been aging out of the system. And we've been basically backfilling ever since. And now some of the folks that came in to replace them are beginning to time out.
Wow.
So, okay, here comes the other. Yeah, this is not my favorite Lufthansa. I'm sorry. We're looking at
the
Iberia
newer.
here. Yeah, it's so boring, boring, boring. And it's not that different from the old one, but
it's the cowlings. There's no color in the cowlings.
There's no color in the cowlings, and they lost the yellow, which I think was supposed to be the moon or the sun or something. There was some significance to the yellow at one point, and that was a splash of color that is just gone. Fortunately, it's not gone on all of them yet, but yeah. Sorry, Lufthansa. But
Is Rudy still here?
Yeah, Rudy's still here. He's his ears are frozen, but he's still here.
All right, I know
I should
you guys
probably
are
hand off back to him at some
sending
point.
more. Well, I want to get through the super chats because I know people are asking
Oh,
you
I'm sorry.
a question
Yeah.
here. So
Okay, well.
let me.
Okay, we must have had official sundown because you can see the beacons on.
Disco Lane, all lit up.
It's going to be if it's not already. Yeah, that's we have to turn the airport lights on at official sundown. We still have some daylight here, but this is basically turning into dusk. And so if you see the airport beacon on, it means either it's after sundown or we're below VFR conditions. VFR conditions in the U.S. is a ceiling of 1,000 feet above the ground and 3 miles of visibility, 3 statute miles of visibility, I believe. It's one of the weird things. It's statute instead of nautical, which makes no sense at all. But then we've got Allegiant here. They used to have 757s. We were talking about 757s a long time ago.
Yeah.
And they actually...
MD-80s, too.
Yeah, had Mad Dogs way back in the day. And they actually do have a flight 757, I think. And it's like, you're not in the 757 anymore. You can't use that number.
Also, McQueen going to be taken off on 25 right as well. INDK8, the 499 Super Chat says, happy 40th birthday, Dan. Love Kate.
Oh. Happy birthday.
E-Man 506 with the $2 Super Chat. Lady Tater and Rudy Chipmunk duet today.
Whoa, what?
I don't want to hold you up for that.
They're going to have to... That's going to be one ginormous super chat.
Yes, Freddie O with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Freddie. And Cloud75 Gaming with the $2 super chat.
Oh, wow.
How would a government shutdown affect ATC?
Short answer is it basically doesn't. We keep operating. We may not get paid, but we keep operating. We're public service employees, so we keep working even if the government is not. And I mean, your Army works that way too, so at least I think it does. But essentially...
Did you just get retro?
We get retro.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get retro. I think it happened one time where they cheated me a day, but it was long ago. And but that's the whole issue is that in the government you can't spend, this is the ironic part, you can't spend money that you don't have. And so the whole issue with government shutdown is they haven't approved a budget, and so if you don't have a budget, that means you don't have the money, so you can't spend it. And where that's really going to matter is that, the FAA has talked about hiring lots of new controllers. you cannot hire while you have no budget. And so if the government shuts down, the first thing it stops is hiring and training. And that's not a good thing where we are right now.
Right. All right, we do have that Queen Cathay Pacific cargo. Actually saw land.
Oh, is that that
7-4?
7-4? That's how they got on 25. Okay, because they just came out with the Charlie 1 ramp. That's a fairly quick turn. I've been here much longer than I realized. But
rolling down 25 right.
Yeah. I never get tired of that. Never. They don't often have time to enjoy it, but I never get tired of that.
Yeah, we always say that. It's always a little better on 25 left, but we'll still take that.
Well, yeah, it's a little louder.
Still beautiful.
Well, I mean, but it matters. You know, when we go into noise abatement procedures at night, we don't take off on 25 left, except for the 748s and the 380s that have to have it.
Right.
And we only will use the inboard runway, 25 right, because it is several hundred feet further away from the houses that are behind us right here.
Gotcha.
And one of our controllers lives here in El Segundo behind me somewhere, and he says you can actually hear the difference.
Oh, yeah.
Which I would not have thought, but...
All right, a little bit more here.
All righty. Yeah, we're...
Liam, $2 super chat says thanks for all that you do. Great industry tater.
Thank you. Thank you.
YVR pushback guy with the super chat. Lufthansa on the downwind at 10 minutes out. That's how far back I am. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, I remember.
Jesse, are the locker rooms and showers in the tower? Inquiry minds want to know.
They are not in the tower. We do have a locker room. We do have showers. They're down in the base building.
Okay.
Not all air traffic facilities have that because we're not supposed to live here. But, well, the idea is that in an absolute emergency, we could.
Okay.
They had to do that in New Orleans post-Katrina.
Yeah.
You know, they brought former New Orleans controllers back to work MSY in the aftermath of Katrina while the controllers who lived there recovered from having their house washed away and so forth. And so, yeah, they had cots, they had sleeping bags, and, you know, folks lived there for a couple of weeks while everything got sorted out.
Skittles back with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Skittles. Later, Tater, I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to you. You're a wealth of knowledge and experience. I've learned a lot just by listening. LAX is truly lucky to have you back for another year. Thank you, AVL, and later, Tater.
We'll see if they think that way next year. I used to have a cat named Skittles, by the way.
Ah, Vinve back with a $10 super chat. His thoughts about the Haneda incident.
The amazing thing is that everybody on Japan Air lived. You look at the pictures of what's left of that airplane, which is basically nothing. I mean, the pictures I've seen, there's like the wing survived, and that is it. And everybody on that plane survived. And that is nothing short of amazing. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work, but so often it doesn't. I mean, the tragedy is that it did not have to happen at all. Yeah. Just like the tragedy here and tragedies various other places. I heard someone discussing just this morning or maybe yesterday that they are looking at revising some air traffic control procedures in Japan. Oh, here you go. Korea rolling a little long here for us.
All right.
They don't often.
No.
But
this is for you.
So yeah, that's it's an unfortunate situation that airplane ended up on the runway when it wasn't supposed to, and the controllers clearly didn't think it was there. And you know, there's obviously some miscommunication happening there somewhere, and that's really, really unfortunate. And my heart goes out to those folks.
Central 13 southbound on
Foxtrot, Papa short of Charlie, ground point does Papa checkpoint. Have a good day.
Hey, Papa, hold short of Charlie, and then 12175.
Yeah, we were talking earlier in that exchange we heard just now, Papa short of Charlie. That is what we call the south route. For an airplane that landed on the north side that's coming to the south side, they'll taxi southbound on Papa, they'll hold short of taxiway Charlie, and about halfway down there's checkpoint 2. And they switch from north ground to either ground 1 or ground 3, depending on which one is open. We also have a north route, which is basically the opposite thing going up taxiway November. You go north on November, and you hold short of November 2 because that's the entrance to the west side of the Westgate Tom Bradley MSC complex. And you contact North Ground, who's the one that runs the airplanes in there, and that way they can sequence the intersection. One other route we have is you'll hear the west route. This is another ground control thing. You won't hear this on tower unless tower is working ground for some reason. West route is basically on the south side. You go either Bravo or Charlie, depending on which one you're given, and you hold short of Alpha Alpha, and you contact North Ground. So
I guess I have North Tower still, don't I?
It sounds like it. These are the routes that we knew that are published. Generally, as a ground controller, I only use them with aircraft that I should have a reasonable expectation they're going to know. So the air carriers, airplanes that are based here. But if it's particularly a biz jet that may never have been here before, I don't assume they know the route. And so, it's technique, but I'll just give it to them. It's not that difficult. Taxi via Papa, hold short Charlie, contact ground, da-da-da-da-da. But they are published routes with the idea that it's a little simpler to say taxi via the south route than have to say all that other stuff. So,
Sheeta Ham, 65 with the $5 super chest. Later Tater, absolutely love listening to you explain all this. Thank you for your time. Also, San Fran bound next week.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
We've sent folks from here to San Fran, and we've had some come the other way. So, yay, San Fran.
Vignette back with a $5 super chest. This is a student pilot talking the ATC is sometimes stressful.
Sure it is.
You're never going to know who you're going to get. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's isn't that a Forrest Gump quote?
Yes. Yes.
But it's true. I mean, as a controller, I have an expectation of the pilot that I'm talking to. Sometimes the expectation and reality don't quite correspond. And the same thing for the pilots, where there's an expectation of what the controller's going to say and what we're going to do and what how we're going to basically our professionalism, if you will.
Yeah.
Some of us are better at it than others. I have good days. I have not so good days. There are some controllers that apparently have a reputation somewhere for being awesome, or maybe not.
Yeah.
And you don't really know until you dial up the frequency who's working right then. And if you dial it up an hour later, there's a decent chance it'll be somebody else. So, yeah, the idea is that we're all roughly equivalent. We're all trained at LAX Tower. We're all trained to do everything.
Yeah.
So you'll hear me on ground one day. You may hear me on tower a little while later. I may be reading clearances or flight plans or whatever. But all of us are supposed to be able to do that, and there's an expectation that we're going to do it in a professional manner. And there's a little latitude for some silliness sometimes, but not all the time.
All right, let me get back to the chat.
Yeah, we need to finish up here.
Ryan, member for 7 months, is a gold member, says Falcon 9 Starlink launch attempt again at 6 p.m. Pacific. Do launches from Vandenberg affect LAX traffic?
No, we get to see it. I say no. There are a couple of routes that will be temporarily discontinued just to stay out of, because one of the things we have to worry about is if the launch is not successful, there is basically an area downrange where there may be falling debris, and you don't want your airplanes in that area. So that's a concern. So yes, I guess there are some, but we still launch airplanes. So something else is happening because Rudy said so.
Oh, Korean Air flight. Korean Air flight 11. Very
That should be
delayed
a
here
super.
today.
I think that's a super. Or a 380. This thing looks better on you than it does on me. Although this has better audio than my work headset does.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah, the headsets we use now are the same headsets that you'll see in Apollo 11 mission
Oh, boy.
control. Yeah, they're Pantronics, I think is the company that's been making them for like 100 years.
Wow.
Yeah, the government contract is probably what's keeping them in business at this point because it is archaic technology.
Bob, get Tater some Sennheisers.
Man, that would be a dream.
So two A380s are running late here today.
Well, they need to run faster then, don't they?
I would assume. I mean, the airport's not extremely busy at this point.
No, it's not
so
extremely busy.
It's not going to
There's
cause.
not delays at LAX right now. We had issues yesterday, of course, with the weather. We may have tomorrow with the weather that we're expecting.
Yeah.
We definitely were having issues with the winds. I know earlier the 380s, the other Korean or the Asiana 380 rolled really long, landing 2-4 left. He rolled past Alpha Alpha, and somebody else did also because they were getting a bit of a tailwind on the final. And so with a tailwind, although the airspeed is the same, your speed across the ground is increased, which means that you're moving that much faster when your wheels hit the ground and you have to use the brakes. That's one of those weird things about airplanes that are different from cars.
Just had the Finnair A350
Oh,
in
it's
the
the
One
One
World
World.
livery.
Do they still have the one with the dots on the tail?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
I haven't seen that one in a while, but
I got to tell you, for a general white livery on their normal livery, not this one, I really do love Finnair.
well, there's no mistaking who they are. I mean, Finnair in great big letters down the side of the plane, which, I mean, that's, why not? I mean, that's how you're advertising who you are.
But it's beautiful. It's simple.
It works.
It's all white.
Yeah, it works.
All right, let
So,
me.
yeah, let's
Ron Stream
catch up.
20 Twitch. A member for 1 month is a gold member. This is Good Day from South Australia.
Oh, it's summer there
Later.
right now. I
Yeah,
bet it's
later
warmer
today.
than it is here right now.
Yes, later, Tater. Great things we're learning. Thank you so much.
Good
And
eye, mate.
Skittles back with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Skittles. Later, Tater, I appreciate your passion for following the rules, protocols, safety procedures, and the teaching us about your job with such fever. It's infectious.
Fervor, something like that.
Fervor.
Yeah. I don't-
It's amazing to
I
see
don't know
and
about
listen
that,
to.
that rules part, but yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Skittles. And Gary with the $5 super chat says, say hi to Rudy in person earlier. And
Hi,
didn't want
Rudy,
to
in
bother
person.
you, but love the content. Huge fan. Thank you for stopping by. And
Oh, yeah.
FTHL Luke with the $2 super chat. The stream is beyond awesome. Thank you, Tater.
Oh, I can't take all the credit for that.
Michael with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Michael, awesome show today. Love later Tater was icing on the cake.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, thank you guys.
Yeah. Ooh, look at all the pretty lights.
It is pretty. Ryan with the $5 super chat says, I have a Lufthansa 727 departing LAX back in the day on my channel. What an odd sight to see.
Wow, because Lufthansa won't have had 727s here for decades.
Well, that's what this airport was made for, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at it, it goes back to a DC-4 age. I mean,
Yeah.
this airport really came into its own after World War II, because in the pre-war era, most of the airlines went into Burbank. It was Burbank Air Terminal, and this was a factory airport. You had...
Was it Burbank or Glendale?
Yes.
Glendale, yeah.
I wasn't here, so
the one that now Disney now owns.
Yeah. But yeah, LAX. There was, because most of El Segundo was airplane factories.
Yeah.
And Hawthorne, of course, they've got their own airport, but North American Aviation used to have a big production here, and lots of World War II airplanes flew out of here.
Lanka with the $2 super chat says, "How are you running power and Wi-Fi to stream?" Oh, we got battery power everywhere.
Power.
Angie Bailey with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Angie. Wow, thank you both for great content on today's show. It's most definitely award-worthy, and we all very grateful and appreciative.
Oh, well,
thank
you're
you
welcome.
so much, Angie. All right, I don't want to hold Tater here much longer. Danny with the super chat.
Oh, hey, is that a gold Southwest?
Oh, look at that.
Classic gold. I used to call those corn dogs. Of course, they used to be brown. Yeah, they used to be browner than they are now.
Yes.
But
yes.
Back in the day, that would be especially in the transition phase when some of them were brown and some of them were blue. It'd be wait for the corn dog. Yeah, I don't get to say that anymore. Don't get to say follow the mad dog, wait for the diesel 8. Don't get to say that anymore either. Man.
This is
getting
more
old
gold.
stuff.
I don't remember it being that gold. Yeah, but I think you're right.
Well, this is what's left of the golden hour. So.
This is what they sometimes call the blue hour. As you can see the bluish tint on everything. All right, Danny. I have to say the best guest in AVL later, Tater. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience with the stories.
Well, it's been my pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks to all y'all for paying my salary. I think I mentioned that, but I work for you. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. All right, well, we won't hold you here much longer, though I think...
Is that basically it? We probably should let Rudy do his thing.
You mean the chipmunks? Oh, yeah. You would turn that light on.
Can you see the light?
Chris Starnes with a $100 super chat through PayPal says, "Great show as always. Keep up the good work." Thank you so much, Chris. All right.
I just realized there's an Airliners International show postcard on the sign behind me.
Yeah, it was yesterday. Chris, thank you so much. And Matt with a $15 through PayPal says, "Thanks for the great show." Thank you. And ND Carey with a $20 super chat says, "The day I tune in, later Tater is on. I'm sorry to have missed some of him. So good to see him. Please thank him for being so awesome. Later Tater."
Hey, you always have the replay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. For what it's worth, y'all, that's how come the streams are never more than 12 hours long.
Yes.
Because after 12 hours, YouTube won't archive it. It's just gone forever.
Gone forever. Just vanishes. Well, I'll tell you, everything's blue right now. Look at that.
Am I blue?
Steve becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Steve. And Kevin back with a $5 super chat. It's been extremely great to have you as a guest on the show today, later Tater. Hope to see more of you again on future shows.
Well, you're stuck with me for a whole another year, so who knows what's going to happen.
Josh with the super chat. Thank you so much, Josh. Enjoying the later Tater Talk. The same as always. Thank you so much. All right.
That'll be my podcast. Welcome to Tater Talk.
With that being said, I don't want to hold you here anymore. You've been up.
We need to let Rudy have his headset back. His ears are frozen.
Thank you so much for stopping by here today.
It's been a pleasure.
I'm sorry I didn't check my email.
That's
what you get, right?
Well, but no. Come on, Rudy.
Surprise.
Yeah, come do your thing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sure you don't want a donut? All right. Would you like any more stickers? No, okay. Everyone's good with stickers up in the tower? All right.
Later, Tater.
Later, Tater. Tater. Bob's over there. Have a talk with him about getting Doritos up there.
Yes. Tell Bob to clean up all this confetti.
Wow.
Well now.
What a treat that was, huh?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, when I looked over and I saw him walking towards us, I'm like, no way.
He says he sent me an email. This is what you get for not checking your email.
Well, yeah. I figured he was gonna be on for a little bit, so I'm like, here you go. You can have that way. You can have a hands-free experience of an interview here.
Yes, thank you. All right.
So yeah. So now what?
So there is that launch.
Oh.
Matty Cran, educational videos for kids with the super chat. Thank you so much, Matty. Just joined the stream. Great to hear Later Tater. Hope you liked the tribute added in my last. Couldn't find a Later Tater audio snippet, but I used the best American accent. Yes, in your video, he had the little control tower and he had the little text bubble come out and says, Later Tater.
Oh, I love it.
Thank you, Matty Cran.
Great.
So is everybody's anxious over here?
Yeah.
So what's the thinking?
The anxiousness is everybody's hungry.
I'm starving. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
I'm starving.
And I didn't want to be rude, but I'm like, it's okay. We're gonna finish soon. Don't worry.
And they all want to go to Proudburn?
Yeah. But we're looking at the clock, so we're like, we better wrap it up soon. But I know there's the launch, so it is a sticky situation.
It's a sticky. We're in a pickle. We're in a pickle situation.
Yes, we're gonna be pushing tin really soon. So I don't know. What do we do?
I'm afraid I think it's gonna have to be pizza tonight.
Pizza? Pizza?
Now here's the thing. If you guys want to go to the Proud Bird, go to the Proud Bird. Don't let me stop you from going to the Proud Bird.
I don't know. I mean, what's the consensus? I just know everybody's hungry, so I think people just want food.
Well, the launch is an hour out. Okay, no, I can't. Okay, here's the thing. I got here at 6:10 this morning. I'm coming up in 12 hours of standing right here. So for my own safety and good, I think it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah, and I do have work tomorrow. I've been thinking about that, so.
All right.
Yeah.
We never did the last giveaway.
No, we didn't.
We got to do that.
Yes.
All right. Do I need to remind you what the giveaway is for?
Nah. Okay.
The official AVL on the Fly hoodie. This could be yours. Up next.
Alaska 1406 following company 737 on 4 mile.
Give me 1 second here. Just got to put something in for Bob. All right, so here are the rules. You do have to be an AVL member. Obviously, if you're still in the chat, still with us here, then you're in luck. You're going to see the code word that is going to be up on the screen. It's all in green. You're going to repeat exactly what you see. All caps, no space. All caps, no space. Do it 1 time, 2 times, 3, 4. If you do it more than 5 times, then you'll be erased from the race here.
Oh.
Plus...
Sorry. I'm like, where's Rita? She's talking to Later Tater.
So basically, you have until the end of this music. If you don't say I'm here in the chat and acknowledge that you're here and you accept, then we will pick another name. If you are the name that Nightbot will announce in the chat, then you will be sending an email to info@airlinevideos.com with your name, your address. This is a hoodie. It runs a little smaller than the t-shirt, so if you go for a medium, go for a large, etc., etc. We need your size and the color, shipping address, size and color, very important. All right.
Alrighty.
Boy, oh boy.
Are we gonna get a quick glimpse of? I think we are. There it is. 100th anniversary with Qantas.
Oh, look at that.
There you go. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. It's Flight 95 coming in from Melbourne.
All right.
That looks great at night. The flashing beacon.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Bob, are we ready? All right.
Where's Bob?
We are ready. Let's roll it. AVL is your code word to enter for your chance to win this official AVL on the fly hoodie. All right. This could be yours. Enter AVL there in the chat. I feel like I need to check my email. All right. Jenner.
Time is running out.
Oh, there you go. I just found Later Tater's email in my email.
Oh, hey, Kevin, I think Tater emailed you.
Hey, yeah. Sorry. All right. Enter AVL for your chance to win this official AVL on the fly hoodie. You can go check out all the colors at shopavl.com. If you don't win today, we'll do this every Sunday. And of course, if you like this hoodie and you really want it, you can help support the channel by just going to Shop AVL and purchase one as well. I know I have plenty. I got them in all shapes and colors, designs, everything you can think of. All right. Is now officially up. Do we give 15 seconds once the music ends? Is that when we do the 15 seconds?
Yeah, because the music's still technically playing in real time right now.
So, okay, so we'll play the music 15 seconds after that. I'm confused. I've been standing there for almost 12 hours.
You haven't announced the winner.
Oh.
We don't know who the winner is.
Kevin's lost his mind. Jeffrey Walker. Jeffrey Walker.
There we go.
Jeffrey Walker. Are you here? Jeffrey Walker, you have won the hoodie. And I didn't wait 15 seconds. Oh, well, that was
He's
quick.
here.
All right, Jeffrey, congratulations.
Congratulations.
We'll look out for that email. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, so I feel like we have a lot of people in town.
Yes.
And I want to make sure, come over here so we can.
Yes, so we
goodbye.
have Lisa and Dan Melman visiting from Tampa, Florida.
Come on over, you guys. Real quick, Ryan with the $2 Super Chat says launch delayed to 6:25. Yeah, I think that's a little too late. All right.
Right there, don't be shy. Come on in.
All right, guys, come over here. Or fill in. Here. We don't have to, no, well, here. One person stand over there.
Come here, Lisa.
All right, Dan.
There
you go. Lisa and Dan. Dan's birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday, Dan.
to you.
How's the football game? Good. Lions won. I'm happy. All right. So happy birthday, Dan. How long you guys are here till when? Tuesday. All right. Well, have a great flight back. Good to see you.
Going to the Kings game tomorrow.
Oh, very nice.
There you go.
All right. So wave to everyone there on Jockey Cam.
Enjoy.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
Good to see you again.
We also have our friends also from Cleveland, which we actually showed. You guys want to come over? Jules.
Come on over, guys. Oh, and yes, you have some stuff to show off.
Gosh.
All right, I love it.
Stand right here. Hopefully.
Watch your head there.
Here. Tell you what, if you come toward me, then it gives you. There you go. All right. All right.
Perfect.
Do we have the mic?
Do we
got
have
the mic? Yeah, we got the mic.
Okay.
We got the mic.
We got the mic.
Right.
Jules, we saw you on Friday high atop the H Hotel.
Yes.
Yes.
This has been an awesome weekend.
You've been sitting over here all day,
Yes,
taking
waiting.
it up. First time here at Imperial
yes,
Hill?
First time here. It's so crazy to see it in person. Like you watch it at home, you're like, it's awesome, but in person, it's even more insane.
And you were sitting over there. You've got your
Yes.
cue cards.
Yes.
And you were like,
Go
King,
long.
Queen.
Yes.
But you've got one for
Yes,
the last
most
part of the
important
show.
moment of the show.
Here we go.
The bittersweet moment of the show every Sunday.
It's coming.
All right. Well, thanks, you guys.
Yeah, thanks
Hope
for
you had a
having
great time.
us. This has been so awesome.
Yes.
And, yeah, better than we ever imagined. And we can't wait to come back.
Excellent. Yeah, well, come on back.
Come back.
Yes. All right.
Nice and
Thanks, you
warm.
guys.
Yes.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
All
you,
right.
thank
Cue
you.
Cue the chipmunks. All right.
We also have, of course, Danny and Vince.
Danny and Vince, one of our great mods. Come on over.
Danny from
Don't be
Seattle.
shy.
We have Vince from Las Vegas. Danny is here until tomorrow. Vince is leaving tonight.
Oh, you are leaving tonight?
Yeah, hence the pressure.
What time? Oh, 10. Okay. All right, we got time. All right. Thanks, you guys. Hope
Thank
had
you
a good
so
time.
much. How was everyone in the chat today?
Ah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Normal.
Good.
Normal.
Anybody else? And we have the regulars.
All right. All right. So we've got everything done, right?
Yes, we got Rita.
Got everything done.
Yes. Good to
All
go.
right. So the launch delayed a little too far, and I got to tell you, I'll be honest with you, and I'm not trying to find an excuse or anything, but the clouds are kind of rolling in.
Oh, no, I have an excuse for you. I'm hungry. Sorry.
All right. With that being said, thanks, you guys, for an awesome show here today. Rudy, thanks for being here with me.
Sorry, I know I wasn't on very much, but as soon as I saw Later Tater, I was like, here you go, sir. You have the headset. I will be here in case you guys need anything. And yeah, you took the reins, but it was awesome. I think everybody enjoyed it. I was reading the chat the whole time, and everyone was saying this is the best Sunday show in a very long time.
Wow.
So,
all right.
Yeah, they really
Excellent.
enjoyed it. So I can't wait to go back and rewatch it because I didn't listen to the whole thing. I was, like I said, reading the chat and engaging with our visitors, and yeah, good show.
All right. And thanks, you guys, for tuning in. Thanks for your awesome support here all day long. Thanks to the great mods. Always doing a great job. All right. Without further ado, I won't delay the process much longer here. As Kevin
delay.
Are you there? I'm nervous because we have a live studio audience. Uh-oh. Wait, the space launch is in 8 minutes? No, 8 minutes away. Until we meet again. This is AVL. Thanks for watching us. We enjoyed your company. We can't wait to see you next time here on Airline Videos Live.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. What's wrong with my voice today? Kevin's losing his mind. Are you ready? Here we go. Thanks so much for watching ABL. I know this is so bittersweet, but we can't wait to see you next time. Thanks so much for watching us. We hope you really enjoyed it. Thanks to Later Tater for joining us here on Airline Videos Live. We sure love Later Tater. And Kevin too. Oh. Thanks to everyone who came to visit us here on Airline Videos Live. Giddy up, y'all. Here we go.
All right. We'll see you all. Come over here, you guys. We'll all wave good night.
This is it.
All right, pile in. All right, from all of us here at Airline Videos live. I'm delaying here so everyone can get it in here.
Get on in here.
From all of us here at Airline Videos Live. Good night, everyone.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Later, Tater.